Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Ha 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 ha. Inside Director Chu's office, laughter echoed freely. Looking at Lu Ding and by Xiao Xiao standing before him, he had never felt this good before. Setting up a little scheme in secret, only for it to be discovered and watching others freak out over it. It was pure satisfaction. Seeing that the two weren't saying anything, Chu got up and grabbed them both by the arm. Come on, let's go watch the show. Director Chu, this isn't quite appropriate, is it? Watching a fight was one thing, but being an honored guest was another. Sitting in the front row mint VIP seating, where all the big shots and the leadership from the three bureaus were. It was like a top-tier university hosting a recruitment fair, offering a few prestigious government job placements. A crowd of elite students would line up, meticulously prepared with polished resumes, certificates, and national competition trophies. Then suddenly, a freshman in slippers casually walks up and sits among the executives, not even the recruiters, the executives. And one of them says, "Oh, him. He's already in. He's interning over the holidays, and after graduation, he's automatically in." And the best part? No one could say sh*T, because he was just that damn good. Even if he weren't, he was. And why a freshman? Simple. A year in the bureau versus a month. Proportionally, it's about the same. And the prestigious government job? That was 749. Three-district combat trial venue. Shangguan Qing walked in absent-mindedly, her mind a chaotic mess of emotions. The atmosphere in the arena grew hotter and hotter as more investigators arrived. But no matter how much the numbers changed, their conversations never left one name: Lu Ding. The investigators from Yinhai were proud to have Lu Ding as their colleague. Yeah, that's right. Yinhai produces monsters like him. Take Xuan Ning, for example. He stood among the crowd, loudly recounting his past fight with Lu Ding, completely unashamed of his defeat. Defeated? So what? I lasted 2 moves. And honestly, Lu Ding was holding back on the first. The second? He wiped the floor with me. Then there was Wen Rushu. He had long come to terms with reality. So when Lu Ding's name came up, he barely even tried to hide his reaction. After all, he had personally witnessed the fight against Shurgondang that night. And then, Yin Fifan arrived. At that moment, across all of Yinhai, no, the entire three-district combat trial event, who didn't know he was Lu Ding's #1 fanboy? From intern to full-fledged investigator, he had been carried all the way. Aside from a few exceptions, he was present for every one of Lu Ding's legendary moments. As he moved through the crowd, Du Guang, the same guy who had bullied him back in the day and was still just an intern, saw him and greeted him with a big smile. Fifan bro. Yin Fifan didn't even hold grudges. He quickly blended into the group, chatting like old friends. And then someone saw the news on the official website. Holy sh*T, Lu Ding and by Xiao Xiao got a direct pass. A direct pass? That makes sense. Yeah, of course they did. Having them fight us would just be bullying. Look, if anyone else got a direct pass, I'd be pissed. There's no precedent for this. But for Lu Ding? Yeah, I get it. I saw that video of him fighting Shurgondang. That one hit. Almost split the guy in half. Right? Anyone who can demolish a monster on par with Ming deserves a direct pass. Exactly. This is how it should be. Better to send them straight through. Otherwise, if you run into them, that's just bad luck. Even if you're strong, you're screwed. You'd lose points for nothing, and all you'd be able to do is surrender. Because fighting back, that just means getting your ass kicked. Ha! Now that by Xiao Xiao and Lu Ding are out, everything's down to pure skill. Get ready to feel the cruelty of Yaodu. With the news spreading like wildfire, the atmosphere changed instantly, especially among the top talents from the other 2 districts. One by one, their low energy transformed into fierce determination. Lu Ding wasn't competing? Then it's time to fight. If Lu Ding's out, then why the hell should anyone else be stronger than me? Let's throw down. What, you think you could charge up and one-shot like him? And then someone shouted, "Scholar's sleeve, it's Lu Ding." The crowd froze. Every single head turned toward the VIP seating area. Behind Deputy Director Chu, a lone figure in a scholar's robe with martial sleeves walked down the aisle, standing out like a sore thumb. Everyone knew. In Yanhai 749, only one person wore scholar's sleeves. Lu Ding. Others had tried copying his outfit before, but they always got shut down with one line. "You don't have the skill for either knowledge or combat. Why the hell are you wearing that? What? You think you're Lu Ding? You think you're a master of both?" Tens of thousands of eyes locked onto him. This was the respect he had earned with his own hands. This was what it meant to make a name for yourself. Imagine a once loud, bustling gathering of tens of thousands falling silent the moment you arrive. Thousands upon thousands of eyes locking onto you in unison. And with just one nod after taking your seat, the atmosphere explodes back into full force, even more intense than before. The satisfaction rose from his heart to his soul. In that case, I really wouldn't feel right competing in the rookie tournament. Lu Ding thought to himself. He was the type who respected rules and etiquette. If you followed them, he'd show respect. But if you deliberately went against him, then there were only two outcomes. Either you'd be beaten to death, so thoroughly you couldn't even piece yourself back together, or you'd be beaten into submission, completely, utterly convinced, just like Chen Xian last night. On the VIP platform, Chi Sword Sect's viewing area, a middle-aged man turned slightly, speaking to the young man beside him. "Our sect's training resources have been declining again this year. Originally, I planned to have your 9th junior brother, who has been cultivating for 8 years, challenge Yanhai 749's top 3 today. Then, Lu Ding's name started making waves. I feared your 9th junior brother wouldn't be able to handle him, so I spoke to your 6th junior brother instead. Then, when Lu Ding assisted Li Xianlong in cutting down Shi Gandang, I switched again, this time to your 3rd junior brother. Just now, I sense that his cultivation is even stronger than the rumors say. Your 3rd junior brother might not be reliable either. You go challenge him. Defeat him. As long as you defeat him, I'll have a leverage to negotiate an increase in our sect's resource quota." The middle-aged man had no other choice. Even he found it laughable, switching one after another, over and over again. But at this point, he had to throw away his pride. Lu Ding had appeared out of nowhere, rising like the wind at an absurd speed. Every time he made a plan, Lu Ding's growth outpaced it. But thankfully, he still had his strongest disciple to rely on. Su Zue, 34 years old, over a decade of cultivation, Divine Palace 4th layer, a man with solid talent, relentless discipline, but a bit of a lunatic. People outside called him Drunken Sword, partly because of his name, mostly because his thinking process was as wild as a drunkard's. Hearing his master's words, Su Zue nodded. "Master, rest assured, if we schedule a formal duel and he charges up that technique, the one that nearly split Shi Gandang in half, I'd be as good as dead. But right now, a sudden fight? There's no way he'll have time to charge up. What's his cultivation level?" Chi Sword Sect Master, definitely below Divine Palace. "What's my cultivation level?" Chi Sword Sect Master, Divine Palace 4th layer. Personally taught by me. He may have the record of killing Lu Xingchuan, a Divine Palace 1st layer cultivator, but that was a sneak attack. I am far stronger than Lu Xingchuan, by more than just a little. If he's below Divine Palace, even if he's Linghai 9th layer, against me a Divine Palace 4th layer, this is... The two locked eyes, and spoke in unison. An advantage for me. ×2. Drunken Sword straightened his back and lifted his gaze, locking onto Lu Ding, who was chatting and laughing with Director Deng nearby. His eyes burned with arrogance. The resource allocation for Chi Sword Sect included rare spiritual treasures and other cultivation materials. Long ago, 749 had established a strict regulatory system to govern Qi cultivators, drawing a clear line between them and ordinary people. One of the key rules: Qi cultivators were forbidden from enslaving ordinary people to sustain themselves. This meant that the lives of Qi cultivators were no longer as privileged as they had once been. But in contrast, ordinary people had developed and flourished. In the past, what roles did ordinary people serve? Test subjects, herb gatherers, field workers, miners, laborers, too many to count. 749 wiped out those who refused to change, while allowing those without major offenses to remain. Then, they provided resources, technology, and improved farmland, allowing them to continue herb cultivation, artifact crafting, or other trades. The sects were allowed to retain their traditions, but the materials and resources were distributed through 749. A fair trade system was established. If a sect had its own methods, 749 would provide materials, and in return, a portion of the products belonged to 749. Even rare materials from distant regions were shared, though never the core, most valuable resources. Ironically, many small sects flourished better than before under this system. As for the larger sects, bigger than the Han dynasty? In this world, if you misbehave, we'll take our time dealing with you. Many things involve political balance and long-term strategy. But if you cross the line, we'll send in powerhouses first, followed by artillery, and, if necessary, wash the entire area clean with nuclear weapons. These weapons might not kill the strongest cultivators, but they would annihilate their disciples and allies. And without successors, a sect would naturally collapse over time. Then, the remaining few powerhouses would be hunted down one by one. Every year, each region was assigned a set quota of resources based on their contributions. Qi Sword sect was underperforming but still demanded more. Initially, all sects had similar allocations, with minor differences based on their heritage and specialization. But as time passed, when we give you 10,000 pounds of seeds and other sects produce 200,000 units of output, yet you only produce 8,000, and not just once, but every year, sometimes even dropping to 7,000, and with tilde. You think we won't reduce your quota? Where do the extra seeds go? Wasted? You lack the ability to utilize what you're given, and you dare to complain about unfair distribution? Instead of resorting to cheap tricks like challenging others for negotiation leverage, why not focus on improving your efficiency? Work hard, earn more. Everyone plays by the same rules. Nothing in the system specifically targets you. And now, you want to cause trouble over resource allocation? Lu Ding felt the unfriendly gaze directed at him. He turned to Director Deng. The old man explained all of the above in a calm and patient manner. So, Lu Ding concluded, this peacock display of his is all about challenging me, trying to take a shortcut, not considering his actual ability, demanding more resources than he can handle, failing to deliver, and repeating the cycle. The old man smiled kindly. No need to worry about a vicious cycle. If you can see through it, others can too. There are countermeasures in place. This is all within the rules. The world is vast, and there should be competition. As you said before, 100 boats racing forward. The world of Qi cultivators should have variety. If 749 monopolized everything, lost its external competition, and lacked outside challenges over time, it would become stagnant and complacent. 749's purpose is to maintain stability and peace, ensuring that both ordinary people and Qi cultivators can thrive in a balanced society, without repeating past mistakes. Think of sects like noble families of the past. Not all were corrupt, but there were always bad apples. Meanwhile, 749's investigators are mostly from humble backgrounds or ordinary families. We understand, we tolerate, but we are also ruthless. Not all threats to stability come from monsters and demons. Sometimes they come from people. Lu Ding listened quietly. I see now. If that's the case, I need to help him recognize reality. If your stomach can only handle so much food, don't pile your plate higher than you can eat. No one ever taught him to cherish his resources. And why wait until after the combat trials? Lu Ding had no patience for that. Peacocks might look beautiful when they spread their tails, but only the ones facing them know. They're still just birds. And birds don't wipe their own sh*t. From an outsider's view, Su Zue's gaze toward Lu Ding was a challenge, one powerhouse measuring up another. But from Lu Ding's perspective, this guy was just looking for trouble. And for people like this, you make them lie down. Make sure you announce the start later. That was Director Chu. Got it, Director Chu. Lu Ding answered casually, then stood up. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, he walked forward. In the Chi Sword Sect spectator area, disciples whispered nervously. Senior brother, he's coming. He's coming. Lu Ding's coming. Senior brother, stay strong. Everyone's watching. Senior brother, remember your presence. Your gaze. You can't let them look down on us. Su Zue stood tall and proud as Lu Ding approached. And as soon as Lu Ding got close, he opened his mouth to say, Lu Ding, is it? You. Enough. I don't want to hear your meaningless nonsense. Right now, immediately get down here and fight. There's space, it's open, and the usual long-winded introductions have gotten stale. Let's make our battle the opening act for today's 3-district combat trials. Su Zue's brain short-circuited. Sure, he was arrogant, but with so many major sect leaders and 749's top officials watching, even he had to restrain himself. Yet Lu Ding, not even a little. With one sentence, Lu Ding completely ruined his setup. Skipped the formalities, skipped the theatrics, went straight to the fight. Normally, these things followed a structured process. First, you step forward, display your posture and sex etiquette, then say something refined like, 749 truly produces remarkable talents. Today, then, depending on the person, you insert somewhere between 100 to 500 words of speech before the top rookies take the stage. But Lu Ding skipped all of it. You want to fight? Then fight. Su Zue hadn't even finished speaking. What's the matter? Brain stuck? Thinking too much. Lu Ding sneered. This is the VIP seating area. I'd rather not ruin the atmosphere here. I'll count to 3. 3 seconds. If you're still standing here looking like a dumb goose, don't blame me for slapping you across the face. Right here, in front of everyone. Both were leaders, so Lu Ding had to exercise some restraint. But this guy wasn't even paying attention. Who knew where his soul had wandered off to? Was it really so hard to understand that some steps were just unnecessary? You know what you want to do. I know what you want to do. So why not just let everyone know what you want to do? Wouldn't that make things simpler? If this weren't the 3-district combat trials viewing platform, Lu Ding would have gone full frame 0 initiation already. Talk things over with him? Still want to follow procedure? Su Zue suddenly felt himself falling into Lu Ding's rhythm. It was just like arguing. Once you get caught up in someone else's pace, you're bound to get heated. Lu Ding was arrogant, as if Su Zue himself wasn't. He wanted to show off. He was about to say something when Lu Ding threw a straight punch, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. A faint cyclone formed around his fist, coiling up his arm before dissipating. Su Zue raised his hand to block in front of his chest. Even though he knew Lu Ding's physical body was terrifying, he never expected this level of terror. It was like understanding that a moving car had force, but it had just started. The tires hadn't even made a full rotation yet. How much force could it have? Then you get hit. Your shin breaks. But all you see is a huge bruise. That was exactly how Su Zue felt. His hand blocked his chest, so Lu Ding's punch simply broke them both together. Su Zue was sent flying. Pain shot through his body. He glanced down, his chest had caved in. He tried to touch it, but when he looked at his hand, he saw his palm had collapsed, the bones on the back of his hand jutting out, his fingers twisted out of shape. His hand now looked like a chicken's claw. He circulated his chi to heal, muscles writhing as bones snapped back into place. You were supposed to count to 3. He fell into Lu Ding's rhythm again. I never said I was counting for you. Su Zue choked on his words. Sitting to the side, the Chi Sword Sect master watched as the situation completely ignored convention. How did they already start fighting up there? All eyes, both on the stage and in the audience, locked onto them. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't block the bullet storm of gazes washing over him. The man already called you out. What are you still doing up here? Get down there. Step into the arena and greet investigator Lu properly. Su Zue leaped into the ring. Lu Ding followed closely behind, soaring through the air. He moved after Su Zue, yet landed before him. Su Zue was indignant. Even the Divine Palace realm doesn't have this kind of flying technique. How does a Linghai cultivator have it? The crowd's focus instantly shifted to the ring. Chi sword sex Su Zue. He's fighting Lu Ding. Hasn't he been cultivating for nearly 20 years? That doesn't seem fair. How's it not fair? This is exactly who Lu Ding should be fighting. Just because you've cultivated for a long time doesn't mean you're strong. Turtles live long, too. At the viewing platform of Inlu Mountain, a young girl had her hair tied into two buns, watching the two below with curiosity. This is so unfair. I don't know much about Lu Ding, but I know he only became famous recently. And he's so young. But that Su Zue guy has been well known for ages, and he's already a Divine Palace 4th layer. How does he even have a nerve? This is just bullying. RNES. A gentle woman beside her held her in an embrace, her delicate eyes curving slightly with a smile. He's different from others. If we talk in terms of seniority, Lu Ding is on the same level as those trainee investigators below. But in terms of strength, only the previous generation can compare to him. For us cultivators of Qi, strength is what matters, not age. So no one sees any issue with Su Zue doing this. As for bullying, no one here sees Lu Ding as just another junior investigator. In fact, they're treating Su Zue as the challenger. The young girl looked around quickly, then asked senior sister, "What's Lu Ding's cultivation level?" "I don't know. Probably Linghai. I can't say for sure. But if he were Divine Palace, then Su Zue really would be drunk." The girl suddenly understood. A Divine Palace cultivator fighting Lu Ding's Linghai? That's fair. A Divine Palace cultivator fighting Lu Ding's Divine Palace? That's not fair. She tilted her head, giggling as she suddenly thought of something. "Oh, I get it now, senior sister. Lu Ding's cultivation is all plus levels, while everyone else is just normal or S tier. He's plus. Good job. You've been paying attention in class." "Of course." The girl's face lit up with pride. Suddenly, a loud announcement signaled the start of the match, followed by an earth-shaking explosion of ceremonial cannon fire. Shouts and cheers filled the air. The girl flinched and instinctively turned to see what was happening. But what she saw, Su Zue, embedded in the wall, had slumped forward, completely unconscious. Lu Ding stood in the ring, dressed in sharp robes, arms outstretched. Behind him, a mountain rose from flat ground, steep as if carved by an axe. The girl's expression flickered through confusion, surprise, admiration. "Senior sister, he's so cool." "Huh, it's over. How is it already over?" "Woo-woo, I didn't even see it. Next time I watch his fights, I'm not talking at all." "Woo-woo, just moments ago." The two landed. Su Zue's foot had barely touched the ground, not even steady yet, when he spoke. "I won't give you time to charge that technique." At the same time, he thought to himself, "I'm ready for your physical strength this time." This time he played it smart. As he spoke, he was already channeling his Qi. Qi Sword Sect, a sect that turned Qi into swords. It had unique cultivation techniques, allowing practitioners to master the swordless sword style. Not just their hands. A glance, a movement, even their body's apertures could form swords at will. 360-degree omnidirectional sword formation. No weaknesses in ranged or melee combat. Su Zue knew Lu Ding had monstrous physical strength. So, the moment Lu Ding got close, he would unleash Qi swords from every aperture in his body. "You're going to be a human pincushion." That was Su Zue's plan. Here was Lu Ding's. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! 6 rotting, black coffin planks appeared out of thin air and sealed shut with perfect precision. Darkness. Panic set in instantly. Su Zue unleashed his full power without hesitation. The coffin cracked at one corner. He thought it was due to his overwhelming strength. He didn't realize that crack was precisely where Lu Ding had intended. Su Zue saw light again. He wished he hadn't, because in that moment, Lu Ding was already in front of him, surging forward with unstoppable force. His right fist pulled back to shoulder height, his left palm extended forward. As his body moved, a massive, blood-stained bear loomed behind him, baring its fangs, shredding through the wall between fantasy and reality. One palm pressed forward, like moving a mountain. Sleep. In his mind, he saw the palm land. In reality, the punch hit. Boom. Su Zue's final thought before losing consciousness. Did someone turn off the lights? His body crashed through the black coffin, flailed wildly in the air, then slammed into the wall, embedding deep. A muffled thud. Coffin shards rained down. Lu Ding spread his arms wide. Chi surged. A white shock wave burst outward, brushing over every investigator's head. Begin. Boom, boom, boom. Ceremonial cannons roared. The ground trembled, and a towering mountain erupted from the flat earth, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. A single commanding voice ignited the atmosphere. A single battle set the blood of every investigator on fire. At this moment, everyone felt their fighting spirits surge in response to Lu Ding's shout. Whether from Yinhai, Yaodu, or Qingsheng, whether male or female, whether nervous, fearful, uncertain, or simply here to go through the motions for an average ranking and some experience. It all disappeared. With one fight and one command, only one thought remained in everyone's mind. Charge! Charge toward their best possible result. One after another, figures shot forward like they had planned it in advance, racing past Lu Ding and heading straight for the towering peak. This was the first trial of the 3-district combat examination. Climbing the mountain, testing the heart. This was no ordinary mountain. It was a magical artifact powered by a powerhouse's secret technique. The sheer steepness was just a minor obstacle. Once a person began to climb, they would be besieged by illusions, visions designed to hinder their path, disrupt their will, and test their focus. Power, fame, beauty, wealth, family, every temptation imaginable. Moral dilemmas, right versus wrong. Whether pursuing enlightenment or simply upholding their duty, everyone in life was climbing a mountain. One misstep, and they would plummet into the abyss. Resting was allowed. Stopping was not. Time moved forward, and the moment someone paused, others would surpass them. A historic atmosphere. As the energy in the air exploded to an all-time high, it surpassed anything seen in previous years. Never before had any Year 1 combat trial reached this level of intensity. The leaders of the other 2 districts, who had been feeling a little annoyed earlier, now found their expressions shifting. On one hand, they were pleased. This was the first time their rookie investigators had shown such determination. On the other hand, they were frustrated as hell. Damn it, that old bastard Chu is still watching. Can't let him see us flinch. Hey, old Chu. The leader of Yaodu, 749, spoke up, tried to sound casual. Mind loaning Lu Ding to me for a while? I think our branch could use someone like him. ROE. He's not exactly your typical genius, you know? He clicked his tongue, his expression wrinkling in frustration as he struggled to put it into words. He's just unique. A seasoned female investigator behind him covered her mouth and laughed softly. Leader, the term you're looking for is charismatic. Yes, charismatic. The Qingsheng leader leaned in, adding his thoughts. He's arrogant, but never condescending. He paused, as if considering something. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I feel like when he faces an enemy, he doesn't care whether they're strong or weak. He looks down on all of them. As the words left his mouth, he nearly laughed himself. Equal opportunity disdain for all enemies. Most people would be offended by being looked down upon. But if everyone was looked down upon, then it wasn't personal. If none of them could beat Lu Ding, then logically, among themselves, they were still on equal footing. Flawless logic loop. But when he makes a move, he's ruthless, efficient. His thought process is different, rational, legal, just not exactly compliant. The Yaodu leader nodded in agreement. Both men recognized that someone like Lu Ding could set the pace, pushing others to grow faster. You wouldn't see him grow because his growth had no process. Every day, he started anew. So when people lost him, they wouldn't waste time trying to catch up to him. Instead, everyone would just focus on surpassing each other. To outsiders, it might seem like they had given up on competing, But behind the scenes, they were grinding harder than ever. They were competing harder than ever. Because they had been inspired. On the mountain, take Xuan Ning, Wen Rishu, and Yin Fifan, for example. Their talent was already remarkable. Yin Fifan's might have been slightly weaker, but that hardly mattered here. This test wasn't about strength or talent. After Lu Ding's influence, this climbing the mountain, testing the heart trial became absurdly easy for them. Xuan Ning's trial. His illusion? An old friend twisted into a monster. He thrust his spear forward without hesitation. You become a monster. I won't let you suffer. When Rushu's trial. Her illusion? Her parents, hostage to demons. She stepped forward in silence, then suddenly erupted, slicing off their heads with a single strike. Has no one ever told you? Talk too much, and you miss your chance. Yin Fifan's trial. He had been with Lu Ding the longest. So naturally, he went berserk. This test wasn't about proving anything, but given equal talent, this was the kind of person 749 valued most. Their dazzling performances immediately caught the attention of several leaders, their gazes full of appreciation. If only they could steal these promising Yunhai 749 investigators for themselves. But first, Lu Ding. After all, he was the reason they had changed. And how do they know that? Come on. Lu Ding had beaten the crap out of their best talents. If they didn't figure out by now, they might as well quit their jobs. Back at the viewing platform, Lu Ding returned to his seat. Meanwhile, the unconscious Su Zue was carried back as well, looking absolutely wrecked. He wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. The Chi Sword sect master sat frozen, his expression as solid as ice. From the moment Su Zue was sealed by Lu Ding's Dark Death Black Coffin, his expression hadn't changed. That was his strongest disciple. Divine Palace 4th Layer, lost to Ling Hai. Why? How? Losing was one thing. Getting instantly one shot in front of everyone, that was a humiliation. As he struggled with his thoughts, he suddenly felt something watching him. Instinctively, he turned. A small, elderly man beside Lu Ding was staring at him. The man's body was still, but his head had twisted at an unnatural angle to lock eyes with him. Fierce like an eagle, sharp like a wolf. At that moment, he finally understood the true meaning of the phrase predatory gaze. His spine tingled in fear, but he didn't dare look away. Ding Lao raised his hand. His thumb and forefinger slid apart, a silent gesture. But somehow, it carried an undeniable message. The man forced a smile onto his face. Compliance test passed. YW check mark. Seeing this, Ding Lao finally turned his head back slowly, his expression returning to its usual kind and gentle smile. I'll let you make a move, and now you're still not satisfied? Do you think I've given you too much face? Ding Lao didn't know whether the Chi Sword sect would stir up trouble over today's events, but there was no harm in knocking them down a peg, just in case. Bad seeds should be plucked out early. If you couldn't tell from the outside, then you squeeze it a little. Don't wait until it rots the whole batch. By then, it'll be too late. Getting old. He sighed, feeling his age creeping up on him. He wasn't the same as before. The furnace may have gone out, but the embers still burned. Hearing this, Lu Ding tilted his head slightly and replied, Don't lament the setting sun, for the sky still burns with its glow. Ha ha ha. Ding Lao's laughter was smooth, yet carried remarkable depth and power. Nearby, Baheman scribbled furiously with one hand, holding paper in the other. He had heard everything, loud and clear, on the trial mountain. Suddenly, a lone figure weaved through the illusions, reaching the summit. With a swift motion, he yanked out the victory flag, raising it high. His gaze swept the area before he shouted at the top of his lungs, Brother Lu, I'm not useless anymore. At that moment, Yin Fifan's eyes turned red. His mind flashed back to the day he first met Lu Ding. He had been driving that day, muttering words of self-doubt. Really, Brother Lu? I think I'm pretty useless. Can't fight, can't scout, can't do anything right. Even during the entrance test, I just found a loophole to pass. Everyone said he was weak, talentless, and worthless. Couldn't even swim. Only Lu Ding ever called him smart. He had been told not to fight, and in every battle since, he never truly fought head-on. Whenever someone bullied him, Lu Ding would step in without hesitation. Yin Fifan knew the rumors outside. People called him Lu Ding's dog, said he followed him everywhere. But here on Heart Trial Mountain, where only the heart was judged, not strength, not talent, he wasn't here to prove anything. He just wanted to say, even if I'm a dog, at least I live more like a human than you do. Lu Ding looked up at Yin Fifan standing at the mountain's peak. He had never thought of him as useless. He simply wasn't inclined toward combat. As more and more participants reached the mountain's various heights and claimed their flags, one thing became clear. The investigators from Yunhai 749 had claimed the highest quality flags. With the heart trial complete, the next phases would test comprehension and combat ability. The comprehension trial. When the test was revealed, the participants were shown a painting. It depicted a writhing mass of crimson flesh, like a living mountain of meat. Lu Ding took one glance and instantly understood its essence. But honestly, he wasn't that interested. The ability in the painting was similar to his living shedding, living corpse ability, but weaker. The technique, if comprehended, allowed the user to regrow flesh and bones, a highly practical skill, especially in battles against demons and monsters. Injuries could be healed quickly, potentially saving lives. But Lu Ding's ability didn't just heal wounds. It ripped off the damaged area and regenerated it instantly. If that wasn't enough, he could vomit out his own body parts to fully restore himself. Full health, I'm back again. Hello there. That kind of instantaneous regeneration would leave enemies in utter despair. So to him, this technique felt too inefficient. Had someone tried challenging him to a comprehension contest, he wouldn't have minded showing off a little. But no one did, because everyone knew Lu Ding's mastery over techniques was always at the perfect level. Challenging him on comprehension, you have to be a masochist. In the end, the top spots went to Shangguan Qing from Yaodu and a young genius from Qingsheng. Their comprehension time and technique mastery were exactly the same. The combat trial, Baby Cup, Lu Ding was bored out of his mind. The fights were just weaklings slapping each other. And since he wasn't allowed to enter the ring to stomp them himself, it was painful to watch. When the final rankings were announced, the top 9 spots went as follows. Yinhai, Wenrishu, Tantai Xianyue, and Xuanning. Yaodu, Shangguan Qing, and a girl carrying a massive sword. Qingsheng, 2 participants, 1 male and 1 female, whom Lu Ding didn't recognize. Special cases, Lu Ding and Bai Heman, who were given automatic placements. Essentially, Yaodu and Qingsheng had each sacrificed a spot to accommodate Lu Ding and Bai Heman. Hilarious. Yin Fifan's performance in the second and third trials was average. Not everyone could develop rapidly in a short time. His mindset had changed, but his raw strength still needed time to grow. However, his first trial had shocked many people. Director Chu glanced at Yin Fifan, then at Lu Ding, deep in thought. That mentality, that intelligence, he'd actually be perfect for management. As he considered this, a memory surfaced. That meeting day, when Yin Fifan was the first to start clapping and cheering. A smile crept onto Director Chu's face. Nighttime, the 3-district combat trials conclude. Inside the Yunhai 749 Bureau's conference room, 3 investigators, each wearing the crescent moon insignia, sat reviewing their documents, laughing to themselves. One of them spoke first. The 3-district combat trials actually produced 2 guaranteed spots. This is a first. A bunch of geniuses, but 2 of them are monsters. Good thing we prepared some heavy rewards for them. And also, a chance for them to handle some problems. They continued chatting among themselves until the conference room door was knocked on. The 9 qualifiers, led by Lu Ding, entered and took their assigned seats. Once everyone was settled, the 3 crescent moon investigators got down to business. Meet the instructors. I'll introduce myself first, said the man in the center. My name is Lu Ting, one of the instructors at the advanced training facility. I'll be taking you there. The woman beside him spoke next. Ran Jing, also an instructor at the training facility. Finally, The third introduced himself. Wu Beifeng, instructor at the training facility. After finishing introductions, Lu Ting picked up a small cardboard box. 3 districts, 30 total qualifiers. The top 9 go to advanced training. The remaining 21 get rewards. Even though training itself is a reward, you'll still receive the same benefits as the others. Then, with a smirk, he added, "You've all heard of the welcoming gift for training investigators, right?" Lu Ding had only learned about this tradition after his night parade of 100 Ghost battle. It was a lavish reward. However, there was a catch. It wasn't simply handed over. To claim it, you had to retrieve it yourself. And the locations of these rewards? Absolutely horrifying. The envelopes inside Lu Ting's box contained the locations of each participant's welcoming gift. These locations included, but were not limited to, infamous monsters and demons, wanted rogue cultivators of Qi, forbidden sect territories, terrifying deep mountains and forests. Want it? Go get it. Is it dangerous? Well, that depends on your luck and strength. Everyone was already aware of these conditions, but nobody moved. Instead, all eyes instinctively fell on Lu Ding. Yet Lu Ding didn't react at all. Sure, he was arrogant, but that didn't mean he was stupid. Logically speaking, he and by Heman, as exceptions, would be treated differently. And differently meant they were definitely getting the most absurdly difficult missions. These instructors weren't amateurs. They had definitely investigated his combat capabilities beforehand. So his assigned task would probably be something like solo a Si-Ming realm enemy. And realistically, he couldn't win. Not without going all out and risking his life. And why the hell would he risk his life over some stupid, welcoming gift? He had his golden finger, cheat ability. Why not just train normally and grow steadily? Worst case, screw training. Yunhai was still a human city, and while its monster and demon population was weaker, there was still plenty to farm. Why rush? Advanced training was great, but not necessary. The awkward silence. Because Lu Ding was in no hurry. Lu Ting started getting impatient. He was waiting for someone to step forward, but no one moved. He suddenly felt like a clown, especially Lu Ding, who was nothing like what he expected. Lu Ting's mind was racing. Wait, you're seriously not tempted? You, the absolute freaking genius who crushed all the 3 district talents into the ground. You're not even a little interested? Come on, show some reaction. Where's your enthusiasm? Shouldn't you be the type to stand up first, calmly say something like, "Can I get a few more of these?" Then I'd respond with, "Get your first one first, then we'll talk." But instead, you just sitting there like this. Fine. You want to play it cool? Let's see how long you last. Getting more and more annoyed, Lu Ting pulled out the envelope labeled Lu Ding. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Lu Ding, as a guaranteed placement genius, you have special privileges. You can listen first, then decide. That privilege part? Yeah, I just made that up. Lu Ding. Thank you, sir. Damn it, he's even polite. Lu Ting tore open the envelope. Given your past conflicts with Deheshan, your welcoming gift is currently waiting for you at the deepest part of Heifeng Cave in Deheshan. He glanced at Lu Ding before continuing. Before he could say another word, Lu Ding spoke up. Sir, what's the cultivation level of the strongest cultivator of Qi in Deheshan? If any other place had been mentioned, Lu Ding probably wouldn't have cared. But Deheshan? Oh, he was definitely going. Since he was about to leave Yunhai, he needed to tie up all loose ends. He wasn't worried about Deheshan retaliating. If they had a problem, they could come fight him. But Yin Fifan was staying in Yunhai. The two of them had handled the previous conflict together, but Lu Ding was the one who had taken all the glory. Now that he was leaving, he couldn't let Yin Fifan take the heat alone. If Deheshan sent people for revenge and couldn't find Lu Ding, they might target Yin Fifan instead. Hell, that's how villains in every novel operated. And Yin Fifan was one of his few real friends. He'd been there from the start, running errands, writing reports, even helping set up his badass moments. Even without this welcoming gift nonsense, Lu Ding had already planned to deal with Deheshan soon. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, why wait? Lu Ting narrowed his eyes. He didn't react earlier, but the moment Deheshan was mentioned, it was like he got injected with adrenaline. You really hold grudges, huh? He gave Lu Ding a firm answer. See Ming first layer. But he's old. Lu Ding, oh? Time to put living shedding, living corpse to good use. He pulled out his phone and started tapping away. Lu Ting watched in confusion as Lu Ding opened the Investigator Privileges section of the 749 app and selected Plane Tickets. Frowning, he asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Ding, without looking up, "Booking a flight to Daheshan." The atmosphere in the room instantly fell silent. "You're booking a plane ticket to Daheshan?" "No. So you're either not going or, if you are, you're booking a ticket right away? That efficient? You don't have to rush. You can rest for a bit first, then." "No need. I'm not tired. Sitting around is pointless. The sooner I take care of this, the sooner I can start advanced training." As Lu Ding spoke, he had already booked his ticket. He stood up and took the envelope from Lu Ting's hand. "Thank you, sir," he said. Seeing Lu Ding take the envelope, the others hesitated for not even a second before declaring they also wanted to claim the advanced training reward. The advanced training reward was dangerous, yes, but it was always within one's capabilities. You might not win, but you wouldn't be unable to run. The injury rate, however, was nearly 99%, and it came with the thrill of dancing on the edge of a knife. If you finally managed to grow a sapling, you wouldn't just break it before it even has a chance to thrive, right? So, the advanced training site wouldn't throw anything deadly at them. There was definitely a gamble involved, but the consequences were never unbearable. As long as someone led the charge, the reward was never something only one person would claim. But here's the key point. It wasn't unusual for more than one person to choose the advanced training reward, but it was extremely rare for all 3 districts to pick at once. And why are all of you booking tickets? Why the rush? Can't you take a break and go tomorrow? Stop following Lu Ding's example for everything. The original plan was to go through the motions, encouraging these geniuses to work hard, to be diligent, to understand the mission they carried, whether it was for their own pursuit of Tao or the responsibilities that came with wearing this uniform. But now, they skipped all that. No need for words. They were more determined, more diligent, and more efficient than expected. No unnecessary rest. When there's work, you do it. 2 strokes make strength, 2 horizontal, and 1 vertical make do. And there's absolutely no useless chatter or random questions. In the past, when visiting other districts for this advanced training reward segment, the atmosphere would start lighthearted, then gradually grow solemn under his influence. Nigerian IRS. Now they just skipped the lighthearted phase and went straight to solemn. This made the 3 instructors feel incredibly uneasy, but they couldn't find any fault with it. They couldn't possibly pull something unreasonable just to break the tension, right? Suddenly, Lu Ting had a thought. Once Lu Ding dealt with the matters at Daheshan and entered the advanced training site, then there would definitely be a good show to watch. He had heard that this time, the Eastern District had produced a genius who awakened his spiritual senses after stumbling upon the imperial jade seal of the Jing dynasty. His arrogance knew no bounds. Then there was the girl from the Northwest District, blessed by the eternal sky. The second in command of the Bai family's outer branch from the Northeast District had also descended the mountain. Southwest had their 12 caves. Southeast had the hereditary blade sellers. Lingnan had their top-tier spirit-invoking rituals. The Central region had their divine procession rituals. The 100 schools of thought. These talented investigators were all undeniably strong, and Lu Ting could understand that. But Lu Ding's strength? He couldn't quite grasp it. And if he couldn't understand it, the geniuses from other districts likely wouldn't either. Once those geniuses and monsters clashed, they'd definitely want to understand it firsthand. This year's advanced training will probably be the most brilliant one in 100 years. Lu Ting cleared his throat. Ahem. Since you've all made your choices and even booked your tickets, that's it for today. I'll be waiting for you all at the advanced training site. He had originally thought he could bring a few back with him, but in the end, not a single one. They all went for the advanced training reward. Thank you, sir. Lu Ding was the first to rise and express his gratitude before walking out the door. Bai Heman followed. The others exited one by one, each murmuring a soft thank you, sir, as they passed. Outside the room, Yin Fifan had been waiting for a while. Seeing Lu Ding and Bai Heman come out, he immediately approached. Brother Lu, Brother Bai, so? Did you guys pick the advanced training reward? Of course, and it's Deheshan. Hearing this, a mischievous grin spread across Yin Fifan's face. Then that means you can completely eliminate the hidden threat, right? Are there any restrictions? There are restrictions, but not for much longer. Previously, they had mentioned that there were still ordinary people up there. Lu Ding had killed Yi Feng, and in just a few days, it would be the Ghost Festival. If the cultivators from the mountain wanted revenge, they'd inevitably put the ordinary people of Deheshan in danger. But they couldn't just evacuate all the civilians themselves. That was why the cultivators hadn't come down yet. Now, the problem was Lu Ding's to solve. He was heading to Deheshan, and he couldn't possibly wipe out both the cultivators and the innocent civilians, right? But unlike the cultivators on the mountain, Lu Ding had room to maneuver. Brother Lu, what's your plan? Hearing Bai Heman's question, Lu Ding took out the envelope. Aside from the information Lu Ting had mentioned, everything else boiled down to just 4 words. Act at your discretion. Those 4 words carried immense weight. Lu Ting had initially phrased it as in light of. That meant the higher-ups were aware of the conflict between Lu Ding and Deheshan. Under such circumstances, Lu Ding going there meant only one thing. There was bound to be a fight to the death. The higher-ups weren't fools. They knew his personality well. So, act at your discretion was a clear message. Deheshan had made some shady moves. Now that he was going, how many he killed, how many he spared, whether he could even kill them at all, that was up to him. But there was one condition. Ordinary people were off limits. And when you thought about it, it made perfect sense. If they hadn't been up to something, why had they been sending people down one after another? Clearly, they couldn't stay on the mountain anymore. They were getting restless. Before, when they were asked to come down, they refused. Now, they wanted to come down on their own terms and stir up trouble. Fifan, after I killed Yi Feng last time, what did the higher-ups say in their report? Lu Ding asked. Yin Fifan answered honestly. They didn't give any concrete response, but from what I gathered, they wanted to delay dealing with it. Settle the score later. Hearing this, Lu Ding confirmed his guess. Yin Fifan saw the look on his face, and his eyes lit up. Brother Lu, is it time for autumn executions? Lu Ding shook the envelope in his hand. What autumn executions? This is the Deheshan Rural Revitalization Migration Plan. Draft the request, designate a resettlement area, transfer the household registrations to the town at the foot of Deheshan. We're relocating Heishan Village. Understood, Brother Lu. I'll handle it right away. As soon as Yin Fifan submitted the request, it was immediately approved. The report from above came down in less than an hour, including the time spent drafting it. It was obvious they had already prepared for this. And not just one plan, they had multiple contingency plans. No matter which angle Lu Ding approached it from, the higher-ups had an immediate response ready. The report was sent directly to Kaohsiung City at the foot of Deheshan. It included detailed plans for regional zoning, housing resettlement, financial subsidies, and other arrangements. And it had to be implemented immediately. The reason for the village relocation was stated as follows. 3 months ago, a volcanic eruption in Hichu Nation caused tectonic shifts. After expert on-site inspections, it was determined that the area around Heishan Village and Deheshan posed a potential earthquake risk, necessitating an urgent relocation. That was the official external notice. Meanwhile, the Kaohsiung City 749 substation received a separate notification. A special agent from Yunhai 749 would arrive in Kaohsiung City tonight to carry out the Deheshan bandit eradication plan. All investigators stationed in Kaohsiung City's 749 branch were to cooperate fully. The details outline the following. The village chief of Heishan Village, Yi Laolu, real name Yi Chengfeng, had violated the old agreement by deliberately releasing multiple Heishan Village cultivators from the mountain, a total of more than 10 individuals over time. Most of these Deheshan cultivators had committed crimes across various locations. Crimes included, but were not limited to, using cultivation techniques for robbery and fraud, maliciously killing ordinary people under the guise of a cultivator, obstructing 749 investigators from carrying out their duties and engaging in deliberate retaliation, maintaining close ties with foreign cultivator factions, harboring criminal cultivators from abroad, and aiding in their escape. A full page of intelligence surfaced, exposing numerous secrets that DeHeshen had assumed the outside world was unaware of. 749 wasn't ignorant of these actions. They simply chose not to pursue them yet. As long as a cultivator from DeHeshen was caught committing a crime, the case ended there. They didn't impose guilt by association on the entire village. The original agreement was clear: stay on the mountain if you wanted to be left alone. But if you broke the pact and caused trouble, 749 had every right to hold the entire village accountable. But for years, Haishan village had kept a low profile, so 749 had turned a blind eye, only arresting the main culprits. However, they had gone too far. A breaking point wasn't reached in a day. It was a build-up, a process of water wearing down stone through repeated provocations. Haishan village had finally crossed 749's red line. Their ties to the He group, their involvement with Saojia Ali, that old man from DeHeshen who had joined He group. Everything pointed to the same conclusion. The former bandits of Haishan village had never truly stayed put. They had been covertly manipulating everything below the mountain to secure a foothold for when they inevitably descended. Tried to exploit time and loopholes to slip through the cracks? Too bad. 749 Bureau, tasked with overseeing cultivators in the Han region, was neither blind nor stupid. They were all cultivators. Did DeHeshen really think they could outlive 749? As if being a former bandit meant you ate better and could survive longer? At the Kaohsiung City 749 substation, after reading the report, the branch chief, Shirley, took a deep breath, passed the order down. All personnel assemble and prepare for battle. I'm heading to the airport to pick up the special agent. Then he added, Zhou Yun stays out of this. He's not coming. No one tells him anything. Keep your mouth shut. Orders were swiftly carried out. Within moments, Kaohsiung City 749's investigators were in motion. It was already late at night. Many had just gone to bed, and now they had to get up again. Grumbles were inevitable. Even though Kaohsiung City hadn't experienced a large-scale night parade of 100 ghosts recently, monsters and demons had still been causing trouble. They had only just finished dealing with one major incident and barely had a few days of rest. Now, another emergency mission. In a residential area of Kaohsiung City, Autumn Wang Shui, vice director of Kaohsiung 749, read through the intelligence report. Her gaze drifted to the young man sitting on the sofa watching TV. She let out a quiet sigh. Zhou Yun, I need to go to the office for a bit. You stay home and sleep early. No need to report in tomorrow. Nothing urgent. You can take a few days off, go out, relax a little. The delicate-featured young man turned his head. A break? Did that mean he could finally go up the mountain and train with his grandfather and uncle? Snapping out of his thoughts, Zhou Yun frowned in confusion. Huh, Aunt Xiao, you're going to the office this late. Some documents from above need to be signed. Autumn Wang Shui quickly put on her coat. Just before leaving, she looked at Zhou Yun one last time. The only reason you're being kept out of this is because of DeHeshen. If not for DeHeshen, your future would have been limitless. Midnight, Lu Ding successfully landed in Kaohsiung City. As he exited the airport, he immediately spotted Shirley, the Kaohsiung 749 branch chief, who had contacted him earlier when the plane was taxiing. Boarding Shirley's car, they headed toward Kaohsiung 749 headquarters. On the way, Shirley observed Lu Ding through the rearview mirror. His mind was filled with astonishment at the young man's record and talent. They were from the same bureau, so naturally he knew about him, especially Lu Ding's direct promotion and his role in assisting the takedown of Shi Gondang. Those were monumental events. Not just him, every investigator in Kaohsiung 749 probably knew about Lu Ding. And not just knew, they could recount his feats in detail. Not because they had good memories, But because each event had happened too quickly, made too big a splash, and had too strong an impact. It was so absurdly over the top, it felt like pure mysticism. It was impossible to forget. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, Lu Ding was reviewing intelligence on Heishan Village and the personnel files of Kaoshan 749. He alone couldn't handle wiping out Daheshan's bandits while keeping everything in check. His target was that powerful old man. Lu Ding had already planned his combat strategy. He'd charge in immediately, no hesitation. First, cripple the old man with a devastating opening strike. Then, using living shedding, living corpse, he'd trade injuries, grinding the old man down over time. If he couldn't kill him in one blow, he'd kill him slowly. Meanwhile, during this process, the rest of Heishan Village's cultivators would be handled by Kaoshan 749. Yes, that was the plan. Just as Lu Ding settled on this, his finger suddenly froze on his phone screen. A red background ID photo appeared, accompanied by detailed information. Zhou Yun. Former name, Zhao Yun. Male, 20 years old. Kaoshan City 749 Substation. Intern investigator. Zhaoxian Realm, 7th layer. That was just the basic info. The key part was his background. It stated, Mother, Zhou Fong, resident of Heishan Village. 25 years ago, she eloped with Zhou Yun's father, later married and had a child. 18 years ago, she divorced. 15 years ago, she died of illness. Zhao Yun, why not just call yourself Zhao Zilong? Lu Ding's first thought was instinctive sarcasm. Then he asked Shirley, Chief Shir, what's the deal with this Zhou Yun? With a Daheshan background, how did he get into 749? That doesn't seem right. One was a highly cultivated monk, whose Kasaya could hold back a flood. One was a 1,000-year-old serpent demon, who could drown an entire city at the slightest provocation. And then, 18 years passed. Bai Suzhen's son, Su Shilin, grew up and said, Fahai, I want you to open the pagoda and release my mother with your own hands. Fahai looked at him. How many dishes did you eat today to get this inflated? Forget being a teenager. Even if you were over 100 years old, you still wouldn't be able to take me down. And then, Fahai was dumbfounded. Su Shilin became a top scholar. Leifeng Pagoda was deemed an old, hazardous structure, and Fahai was dismissed for misconduct in a scenic area. In short, he became just Mr. F.A. 18 years was just a nap to a serpent demon who had cultivated for over 1,000 years. She woke up from her afternoon slumber, and her grown-up son was knocking, telling her to come out for tea. See, people who can't pass a background check should never get a government job. Otherwise, who knows if they'll pull someone out after they make it in. And once they do, it's a slap in the face to those who died, to those who suffered, to the family who spent their life savings on a home, only for it to be washed away in an instant. To those who couldn't escape and perished, their entire family gone. At least, when the main culprit was locked away, there was some sense of justice. But before you even die, they walk free. You age, they don't. Their son becomes a scholar, marries a wife who loves him, has a caring little sister, a picture-perfect family. And what about you? Just thinking about it gives you a stroke. Hearing Lu Ding ask about Zhou Yun, Shirley fell silent for a moment before answering. His situation is special, so... Special? How special? What if I arrive today, he recognizes me, and the next moment, he runs off to inform the Daheshan bandits? What if that gives them time to prepare? And when I go up the mountain, I'll walk straight into a fully prepared Ximing realm powerhouse, who smashes me with an opening strike. A prepared Ximing realm cultivator and an unprepared one were two completely different things. Even a half-dead camel was still bigger than a horse. If Lu Ding failed to land a surprise attack, he'd be forced into a battle of attrition, trading blows and grinding it out with the old man. At that point, who knew which of them would last longer? Shirley was well aware of this possibility. If it happened, the situation could spiral out of control, leading to avoidable casualties. Hearing Lu Ding's words, Shirley felt an inexplicable pressure, but he didn't shy away. This was my oversight, he admitted, but I've already ordered everyone to keep quiet and made sure he stays out of it. His mother was a close friend of our deputy director, Chiu Wangshui. After she passed, he lived with Deputy Director Chiu. Later, he accidentally unlocked his cultivation potential and became a cultivator of qi. After a long period of observation, he was recommended by Chiu Wangshui and granted an external member status in 749 RNO. Later, formal investigator Chao Ziong came to Kaohsiung City on a mission. Zhou Yun helped him significantly, and with both Investigator Chao and Deputy Director Chiu's recommendation, he was converted into an intern investigator. Chao Ziong? Never mind, then. That guy had a few screws loose. This was exactly the kind of thing he would pull. Even in death, he was still causing trouble. The guy had already turned into dust, and he still left this mess behind. But Lu Ding also caught something in Shirley's explanation. From the looks of it, Shirley hadn't exactly had a choice. First, Deputy Director Chiu recommended Zhou Yun. As a longtime colleague, there were times when personal favors couldn't be avoided. So the external member status? Lu Ding could understand that. After all, even Wuzong Shengshi had external members. If you had contributions, if someone recognized your abilities, and if you weren't a dangerous criminal, then why shouldn't you get external status? But becoming an intern? That was too much. External members could access certain resources and benefits, but an intern had direct exposure to 749's operations and some level of authority. And Chao Ziong was from Yunhai 749. Pushing Zhou Yun's appointment through Shirley was just a courtesy notification, not a request. Since Zhou Yun was already an external member of appropriate age and Kaohsiung City was a remote area, it wasn't surprising that a formal investigator and a deputy director were able to push his intern status through. Shirley had been cornered into this decision. Lu Ding could understand it, but he couldn't accept it. This was a hidden landmine, and worse, it had the potential to explode in his face. If something went wrong on this Deheshan operation, and this guy screwed it up, Lu Ding fell silent. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy. Soon, Shirley's car arrived at the meeting point. On the gathering square, investigators stood at attention, waiting for the special agent's arrival. Not far from the lineup, a sharp-featured woman was pushing a young man away. At a glance, Lu Ding matched the youth's face to the photo in Zhou Yun's file. A perfect match. And Chiu, I'm an investigator too. Zhou Yun argued. If there's a mission and you're all going, why can't I? Brother Hai, Sujia, Brother Go, say something. Help me convince Aunt Chiu. Zhou Yun wasn't stupid. The Ghost Festival had already passed midnight, and they still had urgent business. So he checked his phone and asked the on-duty investigators what was happening. When no one replied or gave vague answers, he figured something was up. So he secretly followed along, and he happened to arrive right as the team was assembling. At first, Chiu Wangshui had been gently persuading him to leave. But the moment Shirley's car pulled up, she froze. Through the windshield, her gaze met Lu Ding's. Her heart skipped a beat. Then, her face changed. Why the hell was he the special agent? Wasn't he supposed to be in advanced training? If he found out about Zhou Yun's ties to Deheshan, given his track record and approach to handling matters, Zhou Yun was doomed. At that moment, Chiu Wangshui snapped. Zhou Yun, obey orders. Leave immediately. The car hadn't even come to a full stop yet. The door flung open. A figure flashed out, suspending itself an inch above the ground, blocking their path. Leave. Where do you think you're going? To Zhou Yun. The instant this stranger arrived, it was like the surrounding light had been swallowed by darkness. An overwhelming pressure pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. But the shoulder insignia on the man's uniform told him this was a 749 investigator, and he himself was a 749 intern investigator. Logically, the guy shouldn't make things hard for him. But then, Lu Ding spoke, and his next words shattered every expectation Zhou Yun had. Zhou Yun, is it? I'm Lu Ding, special agent from Yunhai 749, sent here on orders to exterminate the cultivators of Deheshan. What are your thoughts on this? The weight of those words was overwhelming. For a moment, everyone present froze in place. Special Agent Lu Ding? The same Lu Ding from Baofan District? The one who took down the corpse-shattering Tai Shui? Wasn't he supposed to be on a guaranteed promotion track? Exterminate Deheshen? Since when was there an order to wipe out Deheshen? These were the questions racing through everyone else's minds. But for Zhou Yun, only one part stood out. Exterminate the cultivators of Deheshen? That meant his grandfather, his uncle. They were among them. A flicker of panic and worry flashed through Zhou Yun's eyes. And at that exact moment, Lu Ding, who had been watching him from above, caught it. Eye contact confirmed. Bang! In the next second, Zhou Yun's entire body was sent flying, crashing onto the ground, unconscious. No one had time to react. Why did Lu Ding suddenly attack? Special Agent Lu. A surge of fury exploded in Qiu Wangshui's heart. Even though Zhou Yun wasn't her biological son, she had watched him grow up and practically raised him herself. In terms of a mother-son bond, the only thing missing was actually giving birth to him. Now Zhou Yun had been beaten. How could she possibly take that lying down? Lu Ding turned his head and looked at her. Stop shouting. Now it's your turn. Unauthorized actions. Abuse of power. Director Shi already said not to call him in. I don't know if he sneaked in on his own or what, but everyone was told not to call him. He shows up and you don't send him away. You give him a soft little push. Then I walk in and you suddenly start yelling? Were you afraid I'd find out he was here? Emergency protocols, confidentiality regulations. Do I need to spell them out for you one by one? Lu Ding's words silenced everyone in the room, and it crushed the fire of anger that had just risen in Qiu Wangshui's chest. Combined with what Lu Ding had said earlier, and considering Zhou Yun's connection to Deheshen, how could she not realize? If Zhou Yun's mindset shifted even a little, the cultivators of Qi at Deheshen would be on guard, the mission would fail, colleagues could die, scene by scene, it would all play out right in front of her. Zhou Yun, she still wanted to say something in Zhou Yun's defense, but Lu Ding cut her off coldly. Shut up. I don't want to hear any excuses for him. I'm not risking my asterisk or paying the price for your guesses. You have no right to gamble with my life and everyone else's, going up to Hessian hoping he won't leak intel. As he spoke, Lu Ding's phone rang. On his way here earlier, once he found out who Zhou Yun was, he'd already talked to Shirley and sent Zhou Yun's personal file to HQ for a detailed background check. Now the results were in. Lu Ding held up his phone. See this? His grandfather and uncle are both cultivators of Qi on Deheshen. When your conviction wavers, the answer tends to speak for itself. Now, then, Investigator Qiu Wangshui, remove your badge. Zhou Yun being brought in as an external investigator? That was talent being recognized. Understandable. But making him an intern investigator? That was a tiny little power trip. And since you had the power to promote him, now Lu Ding, as a special investigator, had the authority to demote both of you right back to zero and order you detained for investigation. As for how this would end, that was up to higher-ups to decide. But this mission, no room for mistakes. Deheshen had to be wiped out, and the investigators supporting Lu Ding, not one of them should be exposed to unnecessary risk. Qiu Wangshui lowered her eyes, hiding the gloom in them. She knew what she'd done wasn't by the book. And today's actions, even more so. Seeing her dragging her feet, Lu Ding didn't hesitate. He reached out, ripped the badge off her shoulder, and tossed it to Shirley. Dragging it out like this. Who are those crocodile tears for? If that badge really meant that much to you, today's outcome wouldn't have happened. Director Shi put her in cuffs. Detain her. Once the Deheshen mission is complete, send her straight to the 749 Bureau Investigation Court. Shirley and a few 749 investigators from Kaoshan City stepped up and took hold of Qiu Wangshui. She turned her head and said, Special Investigator Lu, you're not even giving me a shred of dignity? The moment she said that, Lu Ding raised a hand and struck her shoulder with his palm. Spiritual energy surged in. Qiu Wangshui fainted on the spot. That one sentence sealed her fate. There'd be no dignity for her today. Lu Ding had already given her dignity by letting her remove her badge voluntarily. But she chose to drag it out, trying to stir up emotions. For whom? For Lu Ding? For the other investigators? Let's be honest, That kind of emotional play only messes with morale. These investigators had worked with her for years. If they saw her being taken away like this, and then she played the sympathy card, it might affect their performance in the mission. She lost her badge and still expected dignity? Just by saying that, she revealed her discontent and unwillingness. To prevent her from possibly escaping or causing problems while Lu Ding was up onto Hessian, he chose to knock her out and suppress her consciousness with spiritual energy. If anyone tried to break that seal without being significantly stronger than Lu Ding, they'd scramble her brain like an egg. And if there was someone that's strong here, then forget the mission. Lu Ding would take off and bring in a real powerhouse team to clean house. Disruption handled. Now it was time to deal with the Deheshian operation. Inside the conference room, a 3D virtual battle map displayed the full terrain of Deheshian. Lu Ding zoomed in, combining what he'd crammed on the way over with the personnel layout. He planted 4 flags on the front, back, left, and right sides of Deheshian. Pointing to the flag out front, he said, "Director Sure, and I will enter the village head-on. The rest of you flank from the left and right. As for the cliff in the back, grab a few with good movement techniques. Bring all the traps, bombs, and formation devices the Bureau's got. Drop them down once activated. Cover the whole cliff. Don't worry about cost." His instructions stirred some confusion. Someone asked, "Special Investigator Lu, won't going in through the front be too dangerous?" "If Director Sure and I don't go through the front, then it's you going in. And if you move first and a Seeming realm shows up, it's instant death. Then the compensation comes out of my mission budget, which isn't much to begin with. We can't afford any casualties. Losses could be avoided, so why use someone else's life to plug the gap? Plus, when Lu Ding attacked, it'd be a massive move. Others nearby would just get in the way." Blunt as it was, the investigators chuckled. Then someone else asked, "But Special Investigator Lu, that cliff's a dead zone, literally a graveyard. Anyone who falls and never comes out. Using bombs, traps, formations, isn't that a waste? There's not even water down there. Drop something in, no splash, no retrieval." Lu Ding looked at the guy. "That's where you've fallen into a thinking trap. Haven't watched TV these past few years. How many people fall off cliffs and come back with some secret power-up? As for your so-called dead zone, that's just your mindset being boxed in. I've got a buddy you've all heard of. Name's by Heman, also a 749 investigator. That kind of place. He drops in and walks out like it's his backyard. Once there's one guy like that, there'll be a second. No point in gambling. We've got the gear. We use it. And if there's no one like that down there, the gear's used, fine. I'll file a request and get it replenished. If there's someone like that, even if he doesn't die on impact, he'll get shredded by the traps and bombs. Safe and secure. Now everyone got it. This Special Investigator Lu, arrogant, bold, but careful and unpredictable. Among the upper, middle, and lower tier types, the ones everyone feared most were those clueless leaders who barked orders without leading the charge. Even worse were the reckless ones charging ahead with no real skills. What everyone loved were those with real strength who led from the front, had the brains to strategize, and knew how to command with force. Lu Ding? He was that last kind. As the saying goes, speed is the soul of war. The key points have been covered, the cautions made clear. Time to move out. Crates of combat gear, specially for cultivators of Qi, were hauled out from the 749 Bureau's armory in Kaoshan City. Everything from talismans to disposable items, healing medicines, and more. Every single 749 investigator was kitted out to the teeth. Worried about waste? Who cares? It'll get reimbursed. Stuff like this is pocket change. As long as they wiped out Heishan Village, that ticking time bomb onto Hessian, it was worth every penny. Soon, everyone was assembled. Lu Ding gave the command. "Move out." Shirley reached into the small pouch at his waist, pulled out a few paper birds, and tossed them into the air while forming hand seals. The paper birds expanded in the wind, turning into massive creatures with wingspans over 10 meters. As the head of a local substation, with so many investigators under him, how did he qualify? Obviously, the man had some special skills. Everyone leapt onto the birds. Lu Ding followed with a soaring leap, flipping midair. Sheets of black-scaled armor surged out of nowhere, flowing over his body. Dark mist churned, and savage beasts lunged from it, biting down into the armor and transforming into beastly faces to reinforce it. Landing on the bird's back, Lu Ding stood there clad in his 4B savage armor, bloodlust rolling off him, murderous intent radiating. Everyone glanced over, thinking it's starting. He's building up power. This is Phase 1, General's armor technique. Then they saw spiritual energy surge in Lu Ding's hand. The pressure made their skin sting. Phase 2, compressing energy into that bizarre slash attack. The paper birds soared through the clouds. Onto Hessian. No insects chirped. No birds sang. Everything was dead silent. Outside Heishan village, trees waved, grass turned, ghosts covered the ground. This was Hessian. After nightfall, it became a no-man's land. No living being dared enter. From atop the bird, Lu Ding took it all in carefully. The rumors about Hessian flashed through his mind. He'd thought it was something special. But looking now, just a bunch of low-tier ghosts and petty demons. Not even worth killing. Maybe they drop a few colorless crystal shards at best. Which also explained why Hessian was only dangerous at night. These creatures weren't strong enough, their foundations too weak. During the day, they wouldn't dare show themselves. And with Circumflex knew. At night, yang energy faded. A living person wandering in, like ants devouring an elephant. Nibble by nibble, they'd drain you of your yang energy. Before you knew it, you weren't alive anymore. One goes in, never comes out. Two go in, same thing. The village earned its fearsome reputation. And among the small fish, there were always some big ones. Just your luck, you might run into one. But at least Lu Ding hadn't yet. The 749 Bureau feared nothing. Years ago, during the bandit purge on Hessian, those with shoulder badges had marched up from the base of the mountain. No matter what kind of spirit you were, even wild dogs got smacked and inspected to see if they'd become sentient. Their 749 shoulder badges were the best entry pass. The little ones didn't dare provoke them. The big ones didn't want to. So far, everything had gone smoothly, until a towering poplar tree blocked the path. Its leaves rustled without wind, producing a crisp clapping sound. Looking closer, the leaves had turned into human hands, clapping over and over again. Poplar trees. In folklore, they're called ghost beckoners. You know why the moment you heard their leaves clap. After 100 years, some places even called them Aunt Poplar or Poplar Mama. Legend says, when children die young and become ignorant little ghosts, the clapping of poplar leaves draws in their playful curiosity. Over time, more and more little ghosts gather. That's how Poplar Mama got its name. The one in front of them, planted just outside Heishan village, was the legendary Poplar Mama. According to 749's archived records, this Poplar Mama was the village's guardian spirit beast, a real bird of a feather with the rest. Investigators of the 749 Bureau, working late into the night. What brings you to Heishan village? Director sure spoke sternly. You think you. He didn't even get 3 words out. A slash and a voice landed at the same time. Here to send you straight to hell. While stabilizing the energy in his hand, Lu Ding split his spiritual energy into 2 streams, multitasking. His gaze locked on. Spiritual energy coursed into his eyes, forming transparent curves that rippled across his vision. Where his eyes landed, the spell followed. The slash attack struck before the spirit could react. Caught off guard, the poplar tree spirit, though powerful enough to be a high-tier Linghai realm creature, was still sliced clean in half. In an instant, energy billowed, black mist spread. Contained creature, 100-year-old poplar tree spirit. Containment reward, poplar blossom burial. Poplar blossom burial. Victim's body transforms into a tree. While not particularly deadly on its own, this spell could complement the Dark Death Black Coffin art. Poplar blossom burial, locked in. Dark Death Black Coffin art, locked in. As the 2 spell names faded, they fused. A brand new hybrid spell appeared. Technique, floral coffin death burial. Enemy becomes the seed. Spell is the trigger. When the flowers bloom and fall, the soul perishes completely. This new spell was an unexpected bonus. So this is what natural synergy between spells looks like. The Dark Death Black Coffin art, gained from the ghost corpse spirit of Poplar Blossoms, actually combined with the Poplar Spirit's Poplar Blossom Burial to create Floral Coffin Death Burial. Compared to the individual effects of the two, this new spell was several times stronger. Kind of like how last time, Wind Fixing Art and Blood Rain Technique merged. That one had ridiculous AoE. Even Lu Ding found it hard to control. This new one, less limited, could be used freely. If Blood Rain was area damage, Floral Coffin Death Burial was targeted assassination. And it was flashy as hell. Kills triggered flowers blooming. Petals danced in the air, and the caster stood alone amid it all. Flowers fall, lives end, souls perish. Lu Ding could barely imagine how extra that must look. Next to him, Shirley watched the battle start and end in a blink. He couldn't help but feel a bit weird. He'd originally planned to say, "You think you're worthy of asking about our mission?" and then attack. He usually wasn't this dramatic, but he'd been trying to match Lu Ding's style, simplify things. After all, word was this special investigator liked to cut out all the unnecessary steps. Shirley hadn't expected this much simplification. In the end, his thinking just couldn't keep up. With the poplar tree spirit dead at the village gate, the towering tree snapped in half and crashed to the ground, causing a huge commotion that instantly caught the attention of the cultivators of Qi inside Heishan village. Just as Lu Ding had said earlier, storming the front was step one, drawing attention was step two. Meanwhile, the other investigators were already moving. Some setting traps, some charging in. Several figures leapt and darted through the village. Lu Ding scanned their faces, comparing them to the file photo of Yi Chengfeng. Not present. Lu Ding stepped back, levitating into the air. "Director Shi," he said, "your turn." This was Shirley's role, to handle all the high-tier cultivators of Qi into Hessian, except for Yi Chengfeng. As for Lu Ding, he'd been charging up his ultimate move this whole time. Of course, he was going to take on the biggest threat. Clear division of labor. That's how you stay efficient. Shirley knew it was his moment to redeem himself. If he didn't prove his worth now, once the report about Xiao Wangshui and Zhou Yun got sent up, his time as director would be over. He couldn't stop it from happening. After all, personal connections are always murky. He'd signed off on Zhou Yun's status as an external member, and while that wasn't a huge mistake, still, he was the director. Zhou Yun had ties to the Hessian and still got approved as an intern investigator. There was no dodging accountability. He dove down on his bird. With a raised hand, he unleashed his most powerful offensive technique. The force of it startled the cultivators of Qi rushing up from Heishan village. "Sure. Have you lost your F********* ing mind? Opening with your signature move? Paper seal, soul capture? Even if we had a grudge, no need to go full extermination mode." The group joined forces to block it, but still got smashed and stunned within moments. One of them got hit head-on, flesh turned into white paper, bones into bamboo strips. They instantly lost half a man. Shirley's face was grim. Cut the CR***P. Starting with a killing move? That wasn't normal. But then again, with Lu Ding setting the bar and even more devastating attacks still to come, this barely counted. Third bro, that sure guy snapped. Every move's a killer. No hesitation, all lethal. Definitely lost his mind. Completely unhinged. They bickered back and forth, but before the wounded one could say anything more, sounds of fighting broke out elsewhere. Only then did they realize it wasn't a personal vendetta. It was an all-out assault on Heishan village. Inside the village, an old man frantically shoved books and artifacts into a box, then handed it off to a teenage boy, maybe 18 or 19. "Go. Run. As far as you can. Never come back to Heishan village. And forget about revenge." Tears welled in the boy's eyes. "Grandpa, I'm not leaving. I'm part of Heishan village. I'll live and die with it. No matter what happens, this is my home. I won't abandon it." Yi Chengfeng sighed and patted the boy's head. "Grandpa made a mistake. Now it's time to face the consequences. Remember what I told you. Know when to yield. And never be greedy. You can't have everything." Arnoe, he had wanted both the carefree past and the freedom of the present. And that's what led to this. The old man turned, opened the door, then looked back once more. Your brother Yixian is dead. Heishan Village's hope now rests on you. If you don't want my death to be in vain, then run. Remember what Granny Blind told you. A glimmer of life in a dead end. And with that, he walked into the darkness without looking back. The boy dashed after him, leapt onto the rooftop, and saw 749 investigators locked in battle with the village cultivators of Qi in the distance. Yili clenched his fists. 749! Why? Why wipe us out completely? Heishan Village just wanted to live like normal people. Why did it have to come to this? Does being labeled a bandit once mean being one forever? Why won't they give us freedom? What Yili never thought about was they had the chance to live a normal life. But they rejected it, thought the rules and laws of the world below the mountain were too strict. No freedom. And now they wanted freedom again. After stirring up trouble, like Lu Ding said, "You think you're worthy?" The boy turned away, eyes filled with tears, and melted into the shadows, sprinting toward the cliff. A glimmer of life in a dead end. Was there any place more dead on Deheshan than that cliff? At the village gate, a voice rode the wind. "Shirley, today I'll kill you myself." Lu Ding emerged from the dense forest, finishing the line. "What, just 'cause you're old you think you can talk big?" At the same time, the slash attack he'd been charging to its limit exploded from his hand. His body jolted from the recoil. A chilling sense of death clung to everyone present. The slash tore through the incoming enemy and kept going, barely losing force. Trees, rocks, underbrush, everything in its path got chopped short by half a meter. It finally cut through the mountain top itself, fading into the night as boulders tumbled noisily down. Lu Ding shook out his slightly numb hand, staring at the now flat mountain ridge, stunned for a moment by the sheer power of the move. Compared to when he was only at Linghai Realm 5th layer, the difference was night and day. Downside, charging it too long damaged his meridians a bit. He'd need several minutes to recover. Then he looked at the old man who got hit. Blood seeped from his waist, his body twisted, and organs spilled from the clean vertical slice down his torso. The expressions on the cultivators of Heishan Village shifted instantly. Shock turned into terror. Confidence collapsed into stunned silence. They'd watched him rise, watched him host banquets, watched his tower crumble. Yi Qingfeng's appearance had been their anchor. As long as he was here, nothing could go wrong. He had led these survivors of a fallen era through war and chaos. Blade in hand, wine in mouth, meat in bowl, gold in storage. He led them through the Deheshan purge, signed a notice and contract, returned to the land, farming, living simple lives. Decades passed in peace. A gamble for freedom, a move against fate. And now, whether the 749 Bureau discovered the plan or just came to eliminate them by chance, it didn't matter. The legendary Yi Chengfeng, leader of Heishan Village, crushed by some half-grown kid they didn't even recognize. Split at the waist, organs spilling out. A wail of despair echoed. "Big bro!" But another slash rose with the wind. The body on the ground suddenly opened its eyes, rolled aside to dodge. His fingers twisted into seals, spiritual energy flowing. The lower half of his body, which had been lying lifeless, began to vanish from the ground and reappear beneath him as a hazy image, slowly solidifying. But the hand forming seals, it started to crack, as if made of dried clay. The color drained rapidly. By the end, it had turned pale like ceramic, cold and lifeless, etched with lifelike wrinkles and grooves. Was it a clay hand that looked like flesh, or flesh turned into clay? Lu Ding's slash attack erupted again, this time in a storm of 100 blades. He didn't say a single word. Yi Chengfeng dodged, but it was clear his speed no longer matched that of a typical Divine Palace Realm cultivator. In the end, his lower half crashed into the slash attack and shattered. No blood spilled, only dust and ash scattered into the air. "How did you know I wasn't dead?" He stared fixedly at the youth floating before him and asked. His voice mingled with the wind. "You talk too much, just like your two dead grandsons. You're Lu Ding. The moment he heard that, Yi Chengfeng's aura instantly fell into disarray. Exactly what Lu Ding wanted. If brute force wasn't enough to end things in one blow, then it was time to use his head. As the saying goes, a young man's fists are hard to defend, an old man's staff is harder to block. The second half applies just as well to spells. Compared to his peers, Lu Ding's edge came from maxed-out techniques and an overwhelmingly vacillating high. But against Yi Chengfeng, a century-old bandit elder, that edge didn't count for much. Sure, Lu Ding might have a slight upper hand in spellcraft, but not by much. The man had age, cultivation, and realm on his side. Only one thing was lacking, a complete physical body. And that was Lu Ding's real advantage, his own body. The earlier slash attacks had confirmed it. The old man's physique was weak, likely due to age and decay. Now, with half his body gone and seal casting becoming awkward, this was the perfect time for a close-quarters beatdown. No breathing room. Using living shedding, living corpse to shamelessly stall it out. Attrition warfare begins. Spells to hit the body, words to shake the heart. Slash attack opened the path. Lu Ding's body followed up, fists and feet blurring in emotion, after images overlapping. Each punch landed like a hammer. Elbows cut like blades. He struck with eye jabs and throat grabs, countered with neck locks and knee strikes to the gut. Backflip into a pounce. Azure Dragon Claw. What he used was a mishmash of dirty street fighting killer moves. Every attack was vicious and lethal, relying on strength and youth to bully the old, weak, sick, and half-dead. Yi Chengfeng burned with frustration but had nowhere to let it out. All he could do was take hit after hit. No strength left to fight back. Why? Obviously, because he was missing half his body on the left. He never even imagined Lu Ding would actually attack the Hessian. Shouldn't he be the one seeking revenge? Instead, Lu Ding showed up first. And worse, he had Shirley go head-on while he hit off to the side. Yi Chengfeng had originally come out planning to kill Shirley, then hold the others off so Yi Li could escape. As for himself, there was no way he'd make it out alive. He'd live his whole life on the Hessian. Might as well die here too. Only, his grandsons hadn't been avenged yet. He'd been ready for this, but things were way off from what he expected. Lu Ding showing up, saying nothing, just landing a full power slash attack and cutting him in half, almost sent him straight to hell. Thankfully, he had a secret method to transfer injuries. But still, he lost half his body. His combat power was more than halved. If he could put some distance between them and use long-range spells, he might still have a chance, being in the Ximing realm. But Lu Ding didn't give him any room. Clung to him like a piece of gum stuck to your shoe. Can't run, can't retreat. And the guy could fly. His close combat skills were all over the place, knew a bit of everything, and the more he fought, the nastier and sharper he got. Every punch and every strike was brutal, relying on a body tough as steel. It was pure suffering. Yi Chengfeng was pissed. Lu Ding clearly had powerful techniques, so why the hell was he fighting like this, up close and personal? Fury flared. Yi Chengfeng dropped his defense and tanked one of Lu Ding's punches, lifted his hand into a claw, and slid it along Lu Ding's arm, grabbing for his clavicle, aiming at the Fudu acupoint. Clearly, the old man had the same plan. Trade injuries and use his technique to shift the damage. Lu Ding's lips curled into a smirk. Just a bit of torn flesh? You want it? You can have it. His punch slammed into Yi Chengfeng's chest, breaking ribs on impact. Meanwhile, a chunk of Lu Ding's shoulder was ripped out. Yi Chengfeng staggered back, blood spraying from his mouth. Hitting the Fudu acupoint that hard. Hurts, doesn't it? Even as he spoke, Yi Chengfeng activated a spell, shifting the injury to another part of his body. A large section of his flesh lost all color again, but it wasn't as bad as before. Lu Ding looked at his own wounded shoulder. Yeah, it did hurt. You really pinched me hard. He reached up, grabbed the bloodied flesh, and ripped it off like shedding dead skin, tossed it aside casually. The injury beneath was already healed, skin smooth and fresh. Only the chunk of bloody flesh still in Yi Chengfeng's hand, and the old layer of skin on the ground, proved Lu Ding had even been hurt. The old man's face went dark. Ah, great, great. Pinch you hard, huh? Why the H asterisk LL? Didn't I pinch you to death? Yi Ching-feng was both shocked and furious. Shocked that Lu Ding also had this kind of recovery method, and it seemed even more absurd. Furious that he had traded serious damage, shattered ribs, and a massive chunk of blood loss, and the guy brushed it off like it was a damn mosquito bite. Lu Ding blinked. That sounded familiar. Then it hit him. Back when Yuan Baifeng used the Great Vajra Palm, he'd said something similar too. Back into the fray. Lu Ding pressed the advantage. Yi Ching-feng, already weakened, now looked downright pathetic. Not a single one of his strengths could be brought to bear. Psychological warfare, it was in the words, the expressions, the methods. Yi Ching-feng's thoughts were all over the place, his anger boiling. Lu Ding's mental pressure tactics worked like a charm. As soon as he lost formation, Lu Ding deliberately exposed a weak spot. Sure enough, the old man reached to grab his throat. Lu Ding turned his arm, caught his wrist, and snapped Yi Ching-feng's arm clean. Ah! A scream echoed. Lu Ding didn't let up. He drove an elbow into Yi Ching-feng's jaw. The moment it landed, the old man's mind blurred. Teeth flew everywhere. His head snapped sideways from the impact, vision spinning as he looked at the ground. Then came a knee straight to the face. Crack! Another devastating blow. His head flung back, blood spraying. Lu Ding's raw power was so great, the hit practically caved in Yi Ching-feng's entire face. Then, Lu Ding's hand grabbed his head, fingers digging into his hair, and slammed it down hard. He raised his fist, brought it down like a hammer, wind howling behind it. In the shadows behind him, a spectral bear roared. Veins bulged on his forehead. He threw everything he had into this strike. Boom! A shockwave burst out in a perfect ring, sweeping leaves into a frenzy 100 meters wide. And, right in front of Lu Ding, Yi Ching-feng's spine bent backwards into a grotesque arc. He lay sprawled on the cracked ground. He made a few raspy h sounds, like he had something final to say, but couldn't get the words out. The wind picked up. Lu Ding finished him off with one last strike. And that was it. Yi Ching-feng, the infamous bandit king of Deheshan, was dead. Lu Ding lifted his hand in front of him and gave a sharp exhale. Silver hair flared in the breeze. Done. Before the fight, he thought Yi Ching-feng would be a real nightmare. Bandit chief, king of outlaws, Deheshan's top dog. But he only used living corpse once. And even then, it was a light injury. If Yi Ching-feng had known what Lu Ding was thinking, he'd probably rise from the dead just to scream in his face. You started with a sneak attack slash, then stuck to me like glue for a close-range brawl. Used your tanky body to bully my old, weak, injured self. Every move was lightning fast, no wasted breath. Punches like thunder, kicks like rain on banana leaves. I couldn't get a single opening. How the H asterisk LL was I supposed to fight you? You tell me. Off to the side, Shirley's battle was wrapping up as well. Once Yi Ching-feng started losing, Shirley had gone all out on the other Deheshan cultivators. They weren't strong enough to beat him to begin with, and seeing their leader fall only crushed their morale further. No chance of survival. With this side dealt with, Lu Ding turned and made his way toward Hafen Cave. That cave used to be the hideout of Heishan Village's bandit gang. It sat about 2 kilometers behind the village. The inside was thick with cobwebs, and the outside overgrown with weeds. Lu Ding walked in. After a few dozen steps, the path opened up into a wide space. A familiar scent lingered at the tip of his nose. It was the same one from that night when he helped Li Xianlong finish off Shigandang. Following the scent, Lu Ding made his way to the stone chair where the bandit chief had once sat. He glanced down, and there it was, an iron box stuck beneath the seat. He reached out, pried it off, and opened it. Inside was a slip of paper, stained with traces of Shigandang's qi and stamped multiple times with 749 Bureau's official seal. With this item, one may exchange it at any 749 sub-bureau for a copy of any true interpretation. Looks like I've got a cultivation technique now. He had originally planned to find something decent once he got to the advanced training facility. But now, freebie. This would save him a huge chunk of contribution points, He could now use those on cultivation resources instead. True interpretation, also known as secret transmission of the true path, comes from the phrase discarding falsehoods to return to truth, dismantling the body to ascend as an immortal. Of course, dismantling the body wasn't about dismemberment, but about unraveling the secrets of the human form in order to cultivate immortality. It meant finding the constants among countless variables, gradually advancing on the safest, most rewarding path. Things like corpse shedding immortals, seal jar method, or the living shedding, living corpse technique all belong to the category of true interpretation secret arts. Lu Ding hadn't seen most of those methods before, but living shedding living corpse? He'd seen that one firsthand. And while it was definitely at the bottom tier of true interpretation techniques, even the worst of them could give people from hundreds of years ago, even longer, a chance to live again. Sure, the person who came back might no longer be the original you, but wasn't that, in a way, a method to escape the ravages of time and achieve a form of immortality? That's the thing about true interpretation secret arts. Their niche was awkward. If you didn't practice them, you'd die of old age, sickness, or injuries anyway. But if you did practice them, congrats, your life was probably already over. They were basically, if you don't use it, your life ends. If you do use it, your life still ends. A sliver of hope dangled in front of you. But because it hung just high enough, there were always people who hesitated, then tried it. And trying meant dying. Back on Lu Ding's side, with the exchange slip in hand. Elsewhere, Yili fled all the way toward the cliff behind the mountain, ambushed along the way by various 749 investigators. Countless killing blows grazed past him, but in the end, all of them were intercepted by other cultivators of Qi from Heishan village who covered his escape, taking those life-or-death hits in his place. One heart-wrenching cry after another. Run! Run, damn it! It was enough to break anyone's heart, bring tears to anyone's eyes. A 749 investigator struck someone dead with a palm, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and continued chasing in the direction Yili had fled. As he ran, he cursed. I really don't get it. You're a bunch of bandits. What's with all the tragic drama? Acting like we're the ones massacring innocents. Don't you know what you've done? My great-grandfather was killed by your DMN lot. Now you're playing the victims? Disgusting. F***. Up ahead, the figure fleeing through the darkness twisted and turned, dodging like he had sky-eye vision, avoiding every trap laid out in advance. The cliff drew nearer and nearer. The wind rustled the leaves with a soft whooshing. One step slammed down, pebbles shot out, tumbling over the cliff edge, no echo returning. Yili turned to look back. The investigator who'd been cursing earlier had already caught up. Keep running. Go on. At this point, Yili had no road to heaven and no door to earth. He glanced once more at the bottomless abyss below, overwhelmed with emotion. Blind Granny, I've really hit the end now. That rebirth you talked about in the face of death, where's it supposed to happen? He turned, faced the 749 investigator walking slowly toward him. Yili's gaze was firm. Even if I die, I won't die by your hands. With that, he turned and leapt, plunging straight down the cliff. The investigator's heart jolted. He rushed forward, swiftly pulling out a controller in one hand and the Bureau-issued anti-cultivator hand grenade in the other. Omicron Beta. He yanked out the pin and jumped right after him, adjusting his body mid-air, silently counting in his mind, then flung the grenade with full force. And then boom! The grenade exploded mid-air. As a silhouette disintegrated before him, the investigator hit the controller again. From below came a barrage of explosions, layer after layer, and the fluctuation of formation plates triggering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The terrifying force sent stones tumbling down both sides of the cliff. The mountains shook. The massive noise woke up many villagers below. Everyone had a different theory. Was that an earthquake in the mountains? Did a landslide hit? Did some ancient monster break free up there? Come morning, wild rumors would spread like wildfire, only to be reasonably explained away thanks to the public announcement of the village relocation project. Back at the cliff, The investigator who triggered the mid-air explosion now hung from the cliffside, using a hook concealed in his sleeve. Seeing everything that had happened, he muttered, "Good thing Special Agent Lou gave the heads-up in advance. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have guessed this brat would jump without hesitation." If he'd hesitated even a second longer, Yealy would have vanished into the mist below, gone from sight. The investigator climbed back up and disappeared into the dense forest. By the time the battlefield was cleaned up, it was already 5, almost 6 in the morning. Dawn was about to break. Shirley walked over to report, "Special Agent Lou, I've already passed down the message. Around 8 o'clock, the staff will head up the mountain to start the village relocation project. Thanks for your hard work tonight. I understand your situation. Sometimes we really don't have a choice. I'll write everything truthfully in the report," Lu Ding said. Shirley lowered his eyes slightly, looking dejected. Once the report went up, his days as director were probably numbered. Before he could even dwell on what punishment awaited him, Lu Ding continued speaking. "But in the special agent on-site report section, I'll write, Director of Kaohsiung City 749 Substation, Shirley, cooperated actively with the mission. Took the lead in the fight against the criminal forces of Dahe Mountain, setting an example. Fought through injuries to buy me the crucial time to take down Yicheng Feng. Yinhai 749 Special Investigator Lu Ding requests the Bureau award him a third-class personal merit medal." Shirley jerked his head up. He could hardly believe his ears. Then he looked at Lu Ding's face. Immediately, he clutched his chest and hunched over like he was wounded, weakly saying, "Thank you, Special Agent. At least act a little more convincingly," Lu Ding said with a chuckle in his voice. This director sure really wasn't the worst. As for the incident with Zhou Yun, it had basically just passed through his hands. A formal investigator from the Yinhai substation and the deputy director of the same branch. The fact that he even knew some details was just others giving him face. Lu Ding understood. But still, a complete cover-up wasn't an option. The higher-ups weren't blind. Lu Ding could omit things, and there wouldn't be much issue. The Bureau probably wouldn't push too hard. Even so, it's better not to get in the habit of covering things up. It ruins your credibility. The best way to handle this: earn merit first, then address mistakes. Lu Ding had seen his file. Shirley had been just shy of getting promoted. So a third-class merit like this would give him a nice push. Zhou Yun's matter could drag him down one rank or get his badge revoked. But if merit comes first and mistakes after, chances are he'll stay put, same as now. Kaohsiung City still needed an experienced, capable, and principled person to oversee things. No way Lu Ding would leave and have both the director and deputy director replaced. It'd be chaos. Wrecking the place and walking off. That's not how you do things. Shirley laughed beside him. "Yeah, that did come off a bit fake. Thank you for the guidance, Special Agent Lu." If Shirley had respected Lu Ding before for his talent and strength, now he was impressed by how Lu Ding handled things. This was it, law with a touch of humanity. With permission granted, Lu Ding stepped forward and picked up the dragon bone. The moment it touched his hand, a surge of agitation welled up from within, but it vanished completely after just a moment. Seeing this, old Deng was finally reassured and closed the case. Go comprehend it. Time waits for no one. The training facility near Chinon Marsh won't have all its students gathered for a few more days. If things get tight, I'll call you. Hearing this, Lu Ding felt a rush of emotions. He suddenly remembered his childhood in his previous life. Cold, drowsy winter mornings when he didn't want to get out of bed for school. An old figure would be bustling in the kitchen, saying, "Then sleep a bit more. The time's still early. I'll call you when breakfast is ready. Make sure to get up then." Lu Ding nodded. Okay. Leaving the logistics department, he returned to his single dorm room. Lu Ding sat cross-legged on the bed. He wasn't planning to switch techniques just yet. He only wanted to get a feel for it, do a test run, and see how it worked. Like trying on new clothes. Even if you don't wear them right away, you still want to try them on. As spiritual energy stimulated the technique, the scene before his eyes changed. Lu Ding floated midair, now observing the Sin Dragon charging toward the sea from a third-person perspective. Among towering mountains, thunder and lightning crashed. The sky filled with dark clouds, moisture condensing. As distant peaks crumbled, debris flew in every direction. A black shadow burst out from the mountainside. Rain poured down from above. Clouds rolled in, half concealing its form, showing the tail while hiding the head. As lightning lit up the scene, the Sin Dragon slithered through the sky. In the blink of an eye, half its head revealed its true form. Eyes with chaotic pupils radiated savage might. Dragon scales glimmered with an eerie glow, claws shone with a cold light. Thunder rolled across the heavens. Beasts scattered for miles, riding cursed clouds. Waves of vicious aura and demonic energy surged. Birds flew from 1,000 mountains in fright. Wrapped in river water, it surged across the sky, overturning mountains and uprooting trees, erasing all traces of man from every path. Looking around, it was a flood of destruction, nothing but devastation in sight. Listening in all directions, cries of suffering filled the air. Countless lives plunged into misery. What Lu Ding saw and heard awakened something within. Spiritual energy surged through his body. And just like that, a whole day passed. The next morning, in the heart of Chinon Marsh, bordering Banan country, the training facility welcomed many new faces, all geniuses from different districts. And as they say, two tigers can't share one mountain, unless one's male and one's female. When geniuses meet, sparks are bound to fly. The 749 Bureau is divided into 8 major regions: East, West, South, North, Southeast, Northeast, Southwest, and Northwest. Each major region's primary city has its own substation. These genius investigators from all corners of the country naturally group up according to their regions. Same region, having heard of each other's names, or having crossed paths before, isn't unusual. As mentioned earlier, not every region's trainees go to claim their training rewards together. Some, aware of their own situation and unwilling to take the risk. Sure, it's not fatal, but if they end up seriously injured, it's just not worth it. Those who don't go to claim the rewards will arrive at the training facility earlier. Since I got here first, I get first pick of the courtyard, right? First come, first served. After all, the courtyards differ in size, orientation, and layout. And since I already picked one, is it really too much if I pick one for my colleague who want to get the reward with me? It's just like when Yin Fifan arrives at a restaurant before Lu Ding and saves him a seat. From your perspective, there's nothing wrong with that. But from someone else's point of view, oh, it's a big problem. Bai Heman had picked something different from Lu Ding, and because he was quicker, he arrived at the training facility earlier. When he saw that Lu Ding hadn't shown up yet, he figured he'd go pick out a courtyard first. The result? He liked one. Someone said, "It's taken." Second one, "That's taken too." Third one, still taken. Bai Heman blew up on the spot. Isn't this just bullying the honest guy? Taken? The doors are all locked, and you're telling me they're taken. The guy folded his arms. Yup, they're not here yet, but I'm saving it for them. And then, Bai Heman snapped. From the front yard to the back, fists flying, men to women, northwest to southeast. He ended up pissing off a whole group of people. He was strong, yeah, but not strong to the point of Lu Ding's cliff-crushing, peerless level. At best, if the other geniuses were at the foot of the mountain, he was halfway up, while Lu Ding was already flying in the sky. Besides, the Emu knot hadn't fully worn off either. Faced with a bunch of geniuses ganging up, he wasn't hurt, sure, but still, a lone tree can't hold up the canopy. It wasn't some one-on-one match. Nobody here's an idiot. They all knew they couldn't take him alone. But even the best dog can't handle a pack of shameless mutts. And of all things, the Southern Region's trainees had all gone to claim their rewards. That process was tough, and aside from him, not a single one had returned yet. He might have lost the fight, but ever since hanging around Lu Ding these past few days, he'd picked up one lesson loud and clear. If you eat pain just to be tough, you're a F*************************** ing idiot. He slipped into the shadows, ran somewhere quiet, pulled out his phone, opened the 749 app, and sent Lu Ding a message. Bullied by numbers, can't hold the line. Emergency level, wildfire. Midday. Lu Ding slowly woke up. Spiritual energy raged through his body, charging wildly through his meridians and aperture points. Unceasing, relentless. Once I get to the training facility, I'll find some high-grade spiritual treasures to use and charge straight into Divine Palace. With that thought settled in his heart, this Sin Dragon Bone inscription, compared to the original flying bear slaughtering art, was on another level entirely. Only problem? No Divine Palace, no Sin Dragon. Divine Palace Realm, as the name implies, means constructing a divine palace within the body, anchoring the self. Cultivate my art, slay my enemies, refine my path. That's what Divine Palace is about. Everyone breaks into Divine Palace differently, depending on their technique, physique, and so on. The clearest example, Lu Xingchuan, the branch master of the Tianli cult. That mouth-growing eyeball of his that stores consciousness, that's a unique trait of Divine Palace Realm. Or take Shigandong's stone skin. That counts too. As for others, like Yi Chingfeng and the like, they couldn't even block his hand, and they think they can use techniques? Lu Xingchuan only got the chance because Lu Ding let him. Otherwise, it would have been one move done. Lu Ding's understanding of his own Divine Palace path, at this stage, included, but wasn't limited to, 2 points. That's right, 2 points. 1. The Sha Suppression Rebirth Steel technique he contained from Shigandong. 2. The Dragon Locking Well that came with the Sin Dragon Bone inscription. The Dragon Locking Well traps the dragon in the abyss. It holds the Sin Dragon like storing up power, building up force. And once it hits the threshold, it breaks free and soars skyward. The Sha Suppression Rebirth Steel, it can be used as the foundation for the Dragon Gate. A trapped dragon escapes the well, heads for the sea to cleanse its sins. That sea could also be the Linghai, and Lu Ding's Linghai was big enough to stir up however much chaos he wanted. With the Sha Suppression Rebirth Steel holding down the wind and rain. It's like he said, if the Sin Dragon stirs up a few waves in the Linghai, that's just the steel having a sleepy night. Shigandong may be vegetarian, but this Sha Suppression Rebirth Steel? Definitely not. If the Sin Dragon wanted to wash away its sins and transform its true form, it had to leap the Dragon Gate. And that just so happened to be something the steel could provide the foundation for. Add to that, once the Divine Palace was built, it could serve as a heavenly palace too. Lu Ding had prepared a full set for it, complete with room for upgrades and add-ons later. For others, the phrase, guide the waters of the 3 rivers to the sea, meant surging chi through the meridians. But most people's meridians couldn't handle that kind of terrifying impact, just like the scene Lu Ding had witnessed. Afterwards, it would be nothing but devastation. But his meridians? Sorry, go ahead and flow. Don't even worry about going along the meridians. Go against them if you want. With that kind of foundation, Lu Ding could already picture it. His advancement to Divine Palace would be smooth. So smooth, it couldn't be smoother. Once the Dragon Locking Well was complete, he'd get his first major power spike in Divine Palace. When the Sin Dragon breaks free, that's the second spike. Charging with the river to the sea to cleanse sin, that's the third. Leaping the Dragon Gate, fourth. Ascending to the Heavenly Palace and entering the peak Divine Palace realm, final spike. The future's really something to look forward to. He packed his clothes, grabbed the essentials and toiletries, then tossed in the snacks and fruit from Xieshunan. Lu Ding was ready to head for the training facility. He picked up his phone to call a special ride. But right then, Bai Heman's message popped up at the top. Bai Heman, bullied by numbers, can't hold the line. Emergency level, wildfire. Lu Ding's fingers flew across the screen. Message sent. Lu Ding, once I arrive, call them out. One by one, we're taking them down. Meanwhile, more and more investigators were arriving at the training grounds. The aftermath of the earlier fight caught everyone's attention. What the hell happened here? You guys already fought before we even got here. Gao Han scanned the mess across the courtyards as he spoke. One of the fellow geniuses from Lingnan 749 responded. Brother Han, some kid in black came earlier and tried to claim the courtyard I saved for you. Obviously, I wasn't going to let that slide. Who wouldn't get pissed? So I gave him a good OL beatdown. As he talked, he rubbed his swollen eye socket. Don't be fooled by how I look. He got it worse. Got beat so bad he couldn't even walk straight. Galhan looked him up and down. If I didn't already know what kind of guy you are, maybe I'd believe that. But if you were really that tough, he'd be hanging from a tree by now. Where's the Southern Region crew? A young man with a massive wooden case on his back stepped up. Heard their district combat trials promoted 2 straight to the training program. One's named Lu Ding, the other by Heman. Those 2 crushed all the geniuses in their region. That's the only reason they were promoted. But why aren't they here yet? Ha, people like that? Of course they go grab the training rewards first. As for why they're not here yet, easy. Galhan slung an arm around the young man's shoulder. We're just faster than them. Zhu Yishuan shook his head. I read Lu Ding's file on our internal network. He killed someone in Divine Palace Realm while still in Linghai. He assisted a Si Ming Realm investigator in killing another Si Ming. That's not something you can fake. Real or not, one fight will tell. Promoted? I want to see just how strong you have to be to get promoted. This place didn't have anyone besides the trainees, so the 2 of them chatting. Everyone else could hear it loud and clear. This is 749, and with Yunhai producing someone like Lu Ding. Not to mention the combat trial promotion and the Shi Gondang incident. Leaders from all regions had warned their trainees before sending them out. Of course, warnings are one thing. Parents also tell you not to eat junk food or stay up late playing on your phone. How many people actually listen? They're all geniuses. Rebellion comes with the package. The topic stirred by the 2 of them hadn't stopped since it began. And as more people moved into the courtyards, with fewer and fewer good spots left, Bai Heman, sitting on a tree branch, heard his phone buzz. Lu Ding, I'm almost there. Meet me at the gate. Bai Heman pocketed his phone, stood up on the horizontal branch, straightened his clothes and collar, then once again slipped away toward the entrance of the training facility. At the gate, 2 guys were chatting and smoking. One of them nudged the other, look, another new guy. The other turned to look and saw Bai Heman. He flicked the half-burned cigarette in his hand. It exploded into ash mid-air. You dare come back? Didn't get beat enough? Bai Heman calmly looked himself over from head to toe. You beat me. The young man was instantly choked up. The guy next to him immediately rolled up his sleeves. If it wasn't you, then who's out here acting so cocky? The first few stopped him. Don't. We can't take him. The 2 of us together wouldn't do it. Just now, even with a whole group, we barely held him off. Our Epsilon-S. Earlier, they'd only managed to chase Bai Heman off because they had the numbers. Now, with just the 2 of them, don't even think about it. Think it through, you'll lose. Fine, I admit you're tougher than me. But just you wait. Gonna call backup? Bai Heman asked. The youth, phone in hand, didn't deny it. Losing and calling for help. That's normal. Besides, the training facility allowed sparring between students. As long as no one dies and you don't insult anyone's dignity, it's all fair game. If there weren't any fights, what's the point of calling this a training ground for genius investigators? Might as well call a college prep cram school. What? You scared? I won't even call that many. Hanji's back. I'll just call him. Bai Heman raised a hand. The 2 of them were a bit confused. Then they saw him pulling at a stiff smile. Don't call too few. Get everyone from earlier, and make sure you bring that Hanji too. Too few, and Lu Ding wouldn't have fun. Bai Heman would also feel embarrassed. If they couldn't recreate the same scene from the morning, he thought to himself, Lu Ding might even laugh at him. Bai Heman's arrogant remark made it hard for the 2 to hold back. What's that supposed to mean? You couldn't handle them earlier, and now you want more? You're picking a fight, huh? Fine, you call yours, I'll call mine. A proper brawl, agree on a spot, then whoever comes, comes. Doesn't matter who or how many you call. Once people show up, it's on. Keep fighting until one side can't go on or someone steps in to break it up. You'll see him in just a second. Bai Heman looked up at the sky as he said this. As a message got passed along, the training facility soon echoed with the noise of approaching footsteps. In truth, not many were coming to actually fight. Most were just here to watch. Someone called someone, and the crowd grew. Gao Han and Zhu Yishuan led the group. The 2 came out and saw that it was just Bai Heman standing there. Gao Han couldn't help but ask, It's just you? A breeze blew past, lifting fallen leaves and dancing dust. When it settled, it ruffled his clothes gently. The view slowly shifted to the side. Behind by Heman's handsome face, another, even more striking face appeared. He calmly replied, "Now it's two." Fingers white as scallions, slender like bamboo, fell onto his shoulder. Lu Ding spoke, "Still got the suitcase with me. Let's keep it quick." A wooden sign nearby swayed lightly in the breeze. It read the rules of the training grounds. No fatal injuries allowed between trainees. You're all colleagues. Fighting is allowed, but no personal insults. Trash talk doesn't count. Provoking others freely is not forbidden, but the provoked may retaliate freely. Return kindness with kindness, resentment with resentment. The strong enjoy special treatment. The weak get only basic resources. Bai Heman nodded. "Cool, I'm good with all of that." Lu Ding stepped forward, his gaze sweeping the crowd, finally landing on Gao Han and Zhu Yixuan. Both were from the southeast region. One practiced inviting spirits with fragrant offerings, the other cultivated borrowed blade and intent returned. As he looked at them, they looked back. Judging from their earlier chatter, it was clear they didn't take the other trainees seriously at all. Quick battle, quick win? Dragging a suitcase, what was this, a picnic? Most geniuses loved showing off, whether intentionally or not. A life without flexing was meaningless. Like walking in silk robes at night. No one sees it, no one cares. The 749 Bureau didn't suppress talent. The more impressive you were, the more resources they'd invest in you. But there was a line. Flexing didn't mean you could run wild. When one show-off met another, even more over-the-top show-off. You could imagine the outcome. Gao Han stepped forward. "You're really something? Huh? You? Yeah, the one dragging the suitcase. Come on, one-on-one. Let's see how quick you can win." A with the Q10. Bai Heman couldn't help but smirk. Helpless sarcasm slipped out of his mouth. Brilliant. He can even pick his opponent. Lu Ding let go of the suitcase handle. They were all colleagues. He naturally wouldn't go for fatal or crippling blows. He pointed at a pile of fallen leaves in the corner. In the calmest tone, he spoke the most jarring words. "I'll give you 2 warnings. First, 3 seconds from now, you'll be lying right there." Everyone froze for a second. This guy, the way he flexes is just refreshingly unique. Then Lu Ding raised a second finger. "Second, I'll tell you when to block. Remember to protect your vital spots." Gao Han wanted to say something more, but then Lu Ding said, "Block." Gao Han's view suddenly went dark. In an instant, he felt a black flash and boom. His whole body went whoosh, flying backward and crashing straight into the leaf pile. Leaves exploded into the air, swirling around. He didn't get back up. Not a single groan came out. Most likely, he passed out on the spot. Everyone looked at the heap of dry leaves. Only one foot was sticking out. The rest of his body was completely buried. Lu Ding now stood where Gao Han had been moments ago. He turned to look. Zhu Yixuan instantly broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, Lu Ding hadn't released any aura. Just standing there casually, and the pressure hit like a wall. Fast. Too fast. They hadn't even seen how Lu Ding moved. They hadn't blinked. Their reflexes, their perception, none of it kept up. It was like one moment he was there, the next, Gao Han was airborne. Even Zhu Yixuan still felt that if he didn't draw his blade now, he'd be betraying all his training. The blade box on his back shifted. Just as he reached for it, crack, a hand clamped down on the box. Zhu Yixuan was stunned, eyes wide with shock. He was completely shaken. This man, he just sealed the blade box with his bare hand. What kind of monstrous physical strength was that? Too limited. Still got to crack the seam to draw the blade? Come on, it's the modern age. Learn to enjoy how technology improves life. Next time, get one that transforms. Lu Ding glanced at the blade box, old and weathered with time, then shifted tone. "So, you want to go flying through the air like him too?" He pointed at the other pile of leaves. "If so, you'd better land there. Otherwise, you might fall on him and hurt him." Zhu Yixuan followed his finger to the pile. The pressure washed over him. He gave a sheepish smile. "Ah, no need for all that. The blade's been cooped up too long. I just wanted to crack it open, let it breathe a little. Forget fighting. He couldn't even react. It's not like they were mortal enemies. They'd all be training together anyway. Backing down wasn't shameful. The awkwardness settled into silence. The borrowed blade user didn't take payment, relied on fate and fortune, left behind cryptic words, and when the time came, would reclaim the blade. Fueled by the warmth of the mortal world, feeding the wild blades locked in the box. Its sword aura, limitless in effect, capable of cutting all things. But now Zhu Yixuan felt like his sword aura had just met its ancestor. Not trembling in fear, but absolutely not daring to act rashly. Otherwise, how could this man clamp the blade box with bare hands, and the aura inside didn't even leak out to cut him? On this side, Zhu Yixuan was still lost in confusion, stunned by how deflated his sword aura had become. On the other side, Lu Ding looked to the crowd. Today, he was here to back up Bai-Heman. Lu Ding didn't know what Bai-Heman had done, and he didn't need to. 1. He hadn't broken any laws. 2. He hadn't committed murder or arson. If not, Bai-Heman wouldn't still be standing here. As for the rest of the drama and details, today, Lu Ding was a trainee, not a patrol investigator. He wasn't here to play judge and jury. If you all ganged up on him, then today he'll solo all of you. Who here joined in ganging up on him? When he was growing up in the orphanage, he didn't have parents, and since the soul inside him was already in adults, he came off as a loner. He couldn't really get along with the other kids. Every time he got into arguments with classmates at the academy, Lu Ding would think, if only there was someone an adult with social standing who could step in and stand up for him, help him out a little. But there wasn't. Not even one. Everyone else would just say he was unwanted, even with an adult's soul inside. Hearing that too often was still unbearable. Back then, no one stood up for him. So now that he's grown up, he's going to be that person. No family, no relatives, but he's got friends. The oppressive aura spread out, making it hard for some of the people present to stay on their feet. They were the first to show up and claim a courtyard. When Bai-Heman asked if someone was already there and then left for the second one, that meant he accepted the first come, first served rule too. But the second courtyard, the third, clearly no one was in them. Yet you told them they were taken. You didn't just take one for yourself. You were holding spots for others. You help your friends, I go after what I need. At this point, it's no longer about reason or fairness. It's just who's got the skills. You couldn't win alone, so you called in a group. Fine, that's a skill. So Bai-Heman backed down, he accepted that. Bai-Heman couldn't handle it alone, so he brought in Lu Ding, also a skill. Now it's your turn to deal with it. What are you not okay with? You hit the weak, they bring in someone stronger. That's not some villain-exclusive move. These people understood. So after seeing Lu Ding's fierce power, some of them didn't dare say a word. In this situation, if you still jump out, you're either brain-dead or looking for a beating. Seeing them go quiet, Lu Ding shouted to Bai-Heman, go on, point them out. Whoever threw a punch, go smack him directly. He wasn't the kind to repay a grudge with kindness or let people off just because he had the upper hand. That whole repaying evil with good. How you repay good, then? Only with justice do you repay a grudge. Good should be repaid with good. Even when you're wrong, you argue your point. So when you're right, why bend over backwards for anyone? Bai-Heman didn't hesitate and started walking forward. Seeing him come over, really about to throw hands, one of the guys who had ganged up on him earlier finally spoke. Wait, yeah, we were wrong earlier. We shouldn't have ganged up on one guy, it was. Lu Ding cut him off. You've already done what you're sorry for. No need to say sorry, I don't want to hear it. He'd heard enough of that kind of crap when he was a kid. He already had a way of dealing with it. He knew, because he'd been rained on, that when you bow your head, the rain runs down your lashes and into your eyes. Bang! Bai-Heman had been walking straight, but hearing that guy's voice, he turned and walked right up to him, then sent him flying with a kick. Seeing he really meant business, the guy who had first started the fight with Bai-Heman started to panic. Bro, how about we both take a step back and let it go? Then you take a step back. I'm not stepping anywhere. Lu Ding shut him down in one sentence. The guy instinctively stepped back, suddenly unsure, and shouted, Don't be scared. There's only two of them. Let's all go at once. But no one responded. Instead, some people actually stepped forward of their own accord. He thought they were going to join the fight again, just like earlier. Who knew? They only came forward to stand still and take their hit. If you lose, you accept it. You ganged up and beat someone. He backed off. Now, he brought someone tougher to return the favor. Totally fair. They got it. They were just hot-blooded young guys. No grudge you can't get over. I hit you, you took it. Now you hit me. I'll take it too. No one's better than anyone else. That's the world of cultivators of chi. Besides, just now with Lu Ding's move. Unless you're blind, it's obvious he's on a whole other level. I'll go at once. What, are you nuts? That's just asking for a beating. Then He walked around the people who'd stepped forward, heading straight for the one who'd spoken. You were the one going on about how someone was here, someone was there. Look now, anyone still around? Peng Hui looked left and right. Not a soul beside him. He was all alone, facing He head-on, looking over to the pile of fallen leaves. Even the geniuses in the same district, who were better than him, were already down. It's just you now. Come on, I'm giving you a shot. He forced a smile uglier than crying. Bro, I was wrong. Pick any courtyard you like. Can you not hit the face? Heman nodded. The guy gave a fake relaxed smile. You're actually kind of nice. Then he flew out and crashed into the pile of leaves, and just so happened to wake up Gao Han, who was unconscious. He suddenly opened his eyes, but this time he got smart. Didn't say a word. Did a kip up, condensed his chi into incense, raised it high, formed a hand seal, shaking his head like crazy, ready to invite spirits with fragrant offerings. Next second, Lu Ding blinked back into place. Boom! Precast too long. If you're not convinced, just sleep a little longer. Gao Han, who had just opened his eyes for a few seconds, went back to sleep. Youth has its perks, you fall, you nap. Heman had held back, and, after sending the guy flying, he turned around to drag over his suitcase. Lu Ding took it from him. The two of them were about to go pick their courtyards. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when Zhu Yixuan, who had been quietly brooding all this time after his defeat, suddenly called out, Please, I beg you, could you test my blade for me? The sword aura in my box is supposed to cut through anything, but something feels off today. He felt like there must be a problem with his sword aura. He himself couldn't be the problem. His family's heirloom couldn't be the problem, which meant the issue had to be with the person standing in front of him. In his heart, he wondered, could it be? Is this guy also a swordsman? But he didn't see a sword on Lu Ding. Didn't sense the aura of a swordsman, either. Could it be the legendary hidden blade technique, where the weapon is kept concealed and unseen by outsiders, only to draw blood the moment it's revealed? Or maybe it's something like a Sumeru mustard seed artifact. Either way, he wanted to see it for himself. As the sole inheritor of the borrowed blade lineage, he nurtured a sword aura in his blade box that claimed to cut through anything. It was a saying passed down from his father, his grandfather, and his ancestors before them. Until now, he had always believed that saying without a shred of doubt. It was also thanks to that very sword aura described in the phrase that he secured this year's advanced training spot. But now, that cuts through anything sword aura didn't dare show itself, like a turtle hiding in its shell. He couldn't accept that. Still, this wasn't a challenge. He already knew the strength of the others. This was him humbly asking, begging even. Lu Ding turned around. Cuts through anything? Yeah, why? Zhu Yixuan nodded. Lu Ding didn't show much expression, but Zhu Yixuan couldn't shake the feeling that the way he said it sounded a little off. All right, I'll test it with you. For starters, Zhu Yixuan's tone and attitude were already good enough to earn Lu Ding's approval. But more than that, this so-called cuts through anything sword aura, that was interesting. The path of Jin Shui was also said to cut through anything. It had helped him take down plenty of strong enemies. And now here comes another cuts through anything. It's like Silver Horn Demon King and Sun Wukong, both pulling out a red and gold gore at the same time. Is it real? Fake? Male? Female? You gotta test it and find out. Zhu Yixuan released the blade box, and a yellow light flew out, condensing in his hand into a slender, curved saber with an amber-colored blade and a pitch-black hilt. Tiger stripes coiled across the blade, with a tiger's tail forming the handle. Zhu Yixuan flipped the blade, letting the flat side reflect his face, cold gleam flashing, murderous aura surging. This blade is called Tiger Soul, weighs 13 pounds, forged from the refined bones of an evil tiger that once wreaked havoc years ago. It was blended with rare minerals and tempered through secret arts, then sealed in nurturing ground for 100 years. After that, it was used by a general for 10 years before being passed down through generations until it came to me. You draw your blade. A blade? Lu Ding shook his head. I don't use blades. Just come at me directly. Zhu Yixuan didn't press the issue. He powered his arm, flicked his wrist, and slashed upward. The blade aura surged, dragging along its killing intent, an evil tiger leaping for the kill. Lu Ding casually flung a slash attack, turned, and started walking away. In the end, he had still expected too much. The moment the blade was drawn, Lu Ding knew this so-called cuts through anything sword aura wasn't even close to the path of Jin Shay. Not the same level at all. Worlds apart. The tiger-shaped aura was vertically sliced in half and vanished into the air. Seeing the incoming slash had lost none of its force, Zhu Yixuan's eyes flashed with fear, like death itself was waving at him. But in the next moment, the slash attack turned into a gentle breeze brushing past his face, ruffling his hair. Cold sweat dripped from his nose, stirring up dust on the ground. Zhu Yixuan stared at the tiger soul in his hand, thoughts swirling. Grandpa, you lied to me. Dad, you lied too. Cuts through anything. He raised the curved saber in his hand. But once it was up, he just couldn't let it go. Thought about it. Still couldn't bear to. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. A genius is a genius. Even the gears in his head spin fast. Looking at Lu Ding's retreating back, he muttered to himself, did he just say he doesn't use blades? How can that be? How can he not use blades? With slashes like that, not using a blade is a total waste. Carrying his blade box, Zhu Yixuan hurried to catch up. Hey bro, wait up. He caught up to Lu Ding with a slightly sycophantic smile. Could I ask, what's your name? Everyone around was stunned. Hey, aren't you supposed to be a genius? Where's your pride? To that, Zhu Yixuan would say, pride? I'm the one asking for something here. What pride do I need? No need for the polite stuff. Surname Lu, name Ding. No wonder. I should have guessed. I should have guessed it. Grinning nonstop, Zhu Yixuan set down his blade box. So, Lu Ding, do you need a weapon? Like a blade, for example. Sabers, broadswords, ring-hilt blades, horse-slaying sabers. You name it, I got it. How about, would you maybe want one? He rushed to add, for free. No strings. You don't have to give me anything. I'll let you owe it forever if you want. Lu Ding thought for a moment. Weapons weren't exactly essential for him, mainly because his strength increased too fast. Blink, and the weapon that used to feel perfect no longer matched his level. Then he'd have to switch again. And what? Hit this guy up for another loaner? Plus, borrowed blades weren't really yours. Feeding someone else's weapon? Yeah, no thanks. As for keeping it and never giving it back. Sorry, not Lu Ding's style either. And honestly, the quality of that blade didn't impress him at all. If he really wanted a weapon, he'd rather forge one using stubborn stone of Nanshan. But right now, he only had the core material. He didn't have the rest of the components. And spending contribution points to buy them wasn't worth it. Better to just focus on leveling up and deal with it later. If the opportunity came, great. If not, oh well. Even without a blade, he could still slash with a wave of his hand. He declined, nah, I don't like feeding someone else's blade. Zhu Yixuan started to panic. Then I'll give it to you. No loan, I'm gifting it. Seriously, don't go. The onlookers' eyes were about to pop out. Those who didn't know the context were just confused. But those who did, their eyes went red. A borrowed blade, giving away a blade, for free. And not just giving, he's basically begging on his knees. And the guy doesn't even want it. Most people wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. And this guy just flat out refused. Can you believe that? Comparing people will really drive you mad. Forget gifting. Zhu Yixuan wouldn't even lend to them. Now, he's out here offering it for free and still gets rejected. For some reason, the others watching felt a strange sense of satisfaction. You wouldn't loan us one before, no matter how he begged. Now you're offering one for free and still getting turned down. Now you know how it feels. Satisfying. Did he just say his name is Lu Ding? Someone finally caught on. I heard it too. Surname Lu, name Ding. Wasn't Lu Ding supposed to like wearing that one Wu-sleeved robe? Why isn't he wearing it today? Ack, I've been using that to figure out who was Lu Ding this whole time. And today he didn't wear it. Dude, he doesn't only have one outfit. He's got to wash it sometime, right? I'm so done. That one Wu-sleeve thing totally messed me up. Total bias. Well, at least we didn't judge ahead of time. We got to see with our own eyes how strong he is. As expected, his reputation's the real deal. This is what they call, you don't truly know someone until you've fought them, right? So that guy is Lu Ding, and the one in all black must be by Heman. D***in, we really ganged up on by Heman just now. And it was a pretty even fight too, haha. I'm definitely bragging about this when I get back. Though seriously, Heman was holding his own against all of us and didn't fall behind. These two got in on direct admission, and man, there's not a hint of favoritism. Respect. Seriously, respect. As the crowd chatted, some of them quietly glanced over at the two figures lying in the pile of leaves. And in their hearts, they silently muttered, "Really, thanks for that, helping us test the waters." Otherwise, with Lu Ding's ridiculous strength, anyone who stepped up first would have been screwed, getting beat down in front of all these people. How humiliating would that be? Good thing it wasn't me who went first. Up in the treetops, not far away, two people stood with arms crossed. If Lu Ding and Heman were the biggest dark horses admitted by direct selection this year, then these two were the top geniuses aside from Lu Ding and Heman. One was Huangpu Lingyun, a prodigy from the eastern region who opened his apertures using the imperial jade seal of Jing dynasty. Dressed in embroidered uniform, radiating nobility, his gaze remained calm and steady throughout. The other was Nuamin, a girl from the northwest region favored by the heavens of eternal life. She wore fitted, agile combat clothes, her long hair loose and wild, exuding the untamed spirit of the grasslands. The two had encountered each other outside the advanced training grounds, exchanged a few moves, and both came to the conclusion the other was no weaker than themselves. Kindred spirits, both saw themselves as a cut above the rest, head and shoulders above the other trainees. They saw each other as their biggest rival in this academy session. As for Lu Ding and Heman, they were direct admit entries, and since they hadn't fought them before, they didn't weigh them too heavily in their minds. But they didn't underestimate them either. After all, reputations that big don't come from nowhere. What do you think? Huangpu Lingyun's tone was calm. His physical body's decent. As for the rest, we'll see. Nuamin nodded, genuinely impressed. His physical body really is terrifying. On that front, I'm not his equal. She'd always considered her physical body to be top tier. But if it had been her going up against Zhu Yixuan and Gao Han today, just relying on her body alone, she definitely couldn't have taken them both. Don't let the fact that Gao Han crumbled in 2 moves against Lu Ding fool you. He's still one of the top 3 in his district. Hearing her, Huangpu Lingyun chuckled. Why boost someone else's morale and crush your own? The smile was simple. Nuamin had already admitted Lu Ding's physical body surpassed hers. But Huangpu Lingyun didn't agree. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Why measure your weakness against someone else's strength? If I were to face him in a match, and he didn't use that charged-up slash attack, he'd lose for sure. All his techniques are based around slashing. In terms of defense, I got Dragon Chi protection and the Imperial Jade Seal guarding me. In terms of offense, I've got the Sword of Emperor Jing, which can go toe-to-toe with his slashes. Though he hadn't finished speaking yet, Nuamin's eyes lit up with surprise. You got the Sword of Emperor Jing? The topic shifted. Huangpu Lingyun nodded lightly, looking completely unbothered. That was my advanced training reward. Nuamin stared at him. Huangpu Lingyun was already strong. Now, with the Sword of Emperor Jing, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Pair that with the Imperial Jade Seal. If he really did go head-to-head with Lu Ding. Hard to say. That's what Nuamin was thinking, because she didn't know what kind of advanced training reward Lu Ding got. so she couldn't just assume Lu Ding would definitely lose. As evening fell, in a random courtyard within the training grounds, when Rushu's voice rang out in irritation. Quit F asterisk 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 ing laughing. Keep laughing, and if your wounds split open again, you're dressing them yourself. Xuanning was laughing so hard he was coughing blood. All because he'd heard Lu Ding had lined up those so-called geniuses from other districts who arrived early, and had by Heman smacked them one by one. His barely bandaged wounds were splitting again from laughter. S asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ha! Mess with Lu Ding? Ha ha, cough, 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 puke. If they weren't carrying the title of 749 investigator, every single one of them would be 6 feet under already. A man's name is like the shadow of a tree. The title corpse-shattering Tai Shui wasn't just handed out for nothing. When Rushu sighed beside him, that's enough. If you laugh anymore, your stitches will all pop, and I'll have to redo your whole rap. You're not tired, but I sure as hell am. The two had bumped into each other at the gate, since they were from the same place. When Rushu saw how bad Xuanning's injuries were, and figured he'd help out. But no sooner had he finished bandaging Xuanning, the guy busted his wounds open again laughing. He was seriously over it. Let all burn. Just then, a knock came at the door. When Rushu called out, "Come in," Lu Ding and Bai Heman pushed the door open and walked in. Bai Heman still holding some ointment. "Here, put it on. Hang in there a bit longer. Don't die too fast." He just happened to spot Xuanning and when Rushu earlier, and remembered Xuanning had been cheering him on when Lu Ding fought Chao Ziong. Now that Xuanning was badly hurt, he thought maybe he should come take a look, but something about it fell off, so he brought Lu Ding along. Seeing the two of them, Xuanning waved a hand from the bed. It's fine. The wounds just look nasty, won't kill me. Now that most people have arrived, if we're going by the usual process for the advanced training grounds. Once everyone's here, we'll enter the blood pool. Those of us who got rewards will be seated deeper inside. Once you absorb the blood and get rinsed clean, you'll be as good as new, like a reborn dragon. Then it's all about training. Scouting wins, slaying dragons, returning to the rolling dragon wall. An all-out Southeast Asian genius monster room brawl. Guts everywhere, blood all over, heads rolling, same old routine. When Rushu helped Xuanning sit up. Yeah, it's old school, hasn't changed much, but it works. The blood pool is a mix of Tai Shui blood and all kinds of rare spiritual treasures. It strengthens your foundation, boosts base combat power and realm. New. Scouting wins means going out to absorb feng shui and slay the monsters that come with it. Rough battles build experience. We're all greenhouse flowers. This part's necessary. The rolling dragon wall expands our knowledge, helps us understand more. And finally, the Southeast Asian monster room. We flex our new Jin muscles, smack around the foreign cultivators of Qi. Basically like the old imperial exams. Used to be called Keiju, now it's Gaokao. Been doing this for ages. Why change what works? Xuanning wanted to add something, but suddenly turned his head toward the door. Hey, you shifty-eyed kid at the door, what are you doing? Everyone turned to look. It was Zhu Yixuan, who'd sneakily followed behind Lu Ding. Busted, he looked awkward, glanced at the sky, then the ground. Finally, he pointed at Lu Ding. Lu Ding looked helpless. Why is this guy still trying to hand me a blade? I really don't want your blade. Let me say it again. Your blades are just too low quality. No way. Absolutely impossible. My blades are top-notch. Say he's weak. Zhu Yixuan might let it slide. But insult the quality of his blades? That was a line he would never cross. He'd been eavesdropping at the door just a second ago. Now he unstrapped the blade box from his back and quickly stepped forward. Try it. Seriously, just try it. I'm begging you to try it. Give it a shot and then decide. It's not bad. I swear on my honor. Seeing how determined he was, Lu Ding nodded. All right, pick one that you won't cry over if it breaks. Though he didn't quite get what that meant. Zhu Yixuan still picked a blade that wasn't one of his best and handed it over. Sure, blades were a swordsman's life. But as a borrowed blade heir, Zhu Yixuan's whole thing was having a lot of blades. And his main, one wasn't even in that box. Lu Ding took the Yanling saber he offered. You think just because I can use slash attacks, I'm suited for using blades. Zhu Yixuan nodded. Then Lu Ding continued. Let me ask you this. What if a blade can't even handle my slash attack? No. Boom. Zhu Yixuan hadn't even finished speaking when the Yanling saber in Lu Ding's hand suddenly exploded. Shards shot out, embedding deep into the ground. Lu Ding handed back the only thing that remained, the hilt. He opened his hand, expression helpless. In this moment, silence said more than words ever could. Zhu Yixuan sat down on the bench, his mind a mess of swirling thoughts. Lu Ding hadn't even used his full strength, and the blade still couldn't handle it. If it really came down to fighting monsters or demons, this blade wouldn't just be useless as a weapon. It had become a liability. Seeing him looking dazed and devastated, Xuanning grinned. That's the feeling, sweet, sweet justice. Don't be too down about it. Worst case, you can give one to me instead. Zhu Yixuan. He slowly looked up and gave Xuanning a once-over. One word came out of his mouth. You? Hey, what's that supposed to mean, huh? What do you mean by that? Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed from inside the room. A whistle sounded outside. The quiet of the night was broken. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. The first step of advanced training. Foundation building in the blood pool. All personnel, gather at the blood pool. An instructor shouted loudly. Let's go. Time to head to the blood pool. Lu Ding stood up in the room and said. He was filled with anticipation. He wondered if the blood pool would be as magical as the rumors said. If possible, Lu Ding hoped he could ride the wave and step into the Divine Palace realm through the blood pool. That would save him a ton of resources and effort, and be more enjoyable, too. He could then reserve his energy and time for other things. As he stepped out of the room, someone happened to fly right over their heads. Lu Ding looked up. Huangpu Lingyun turned his head back and glanced at him, wearing a provocative smile that made Lu Ding feel slightly uncomfortable. His lips moved. I will see you at the blood pool. Such stiff posturing was almost funny to Lu Ding. It felt like watching a rookie soldier trying too hard. He's so bad at acting cool. Not even close to you, Bai Heman commented from the side. Lu Ding, even though he knew Bai Heman meant it as a compliment, he couldn't help but feel a bit weird about it. Xuanning craned his neck to look over that way too. Ha 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 ha, I gotta see who's trying to act tough in front of Brother Lu. Who is it? Let me see. Let me see. But the moment he saw who it was, Xuanning stopped laughing immediately. The sudden emotional spike caused his wound to burst open and spray blood again. Aren't I Jiryanaira? It's Brother Lu, I know that guy. That's Huangpu Lingyun from the eastern region. Man, he's so abstract. Total dumb luck. Found the Imperial Jade Seal of the Jing Dynasty out of nowhere. That guy, let me tell you, what fucking era do we live in? And he still thinks he can be emperor or something. Lu Ding said nothing. Bai Heman glanced at him. Yep, Huangpu Lingyun was going to get his kicked. That's what Yin Fifan told him. Brother Lu hates it the most when people threaten him. Second, when someone tries to outshine him. And worst, when someone puts on a show right in front of him. As they walked forward, Xuanning kept muttering beside them. One moment talking to Bai Heman, the next one Rishu. I'm a second Jin cultivator of Qi, right? My second uncle's family too, same lineage. His eldest son, my cousin, he's also an investigator at 749. That guy acts like a total big shot, walks in a house with his nose in the clouds. It's because of him that I came to Yunhai to be an investigator. My parents said it's a stable government job, old school style. Like the swallows that once fluttered in noble halls now fly into regular folks' homes. And then, during a previous assignment, I saw this punk, an intern investigator. My cousin is a formal investigator, and this guy was tailing Huangpu Lingyun like a little puppy. It pissed me off. Tyrant spear, and this is how you use it. His voice rose several notches at that. He turned the tyrant spear into a lapdog spear, and he even told me it was a strategic investment, said Huangpu Lingyun was some kind of chosen one, born of destiny. Like someone meant to be emperor in the olden days. He's full of sh**t. Later I looked into it. Huangpu Lingyun? F***K no. His real name was Zhang Wei. He only changed it to Huangpu Lingyun after picking up the Jade Seal. Total poser. At that, Everyone instinctively bared their teeth and laughed. Zhang Wei. Not that it's a bad name. It's a perfectly normal name. Just like Lu Ding. A common name, just a regular guy. If he didn't change it, nobody would say a word. But changing it? That's like trying to cover your ears while stealing a bell. All it did was hand people a talking point. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance to the cave where the blood pool was located. After verifying their identities, they queued up and entered. It looked like a massive swimming pool. There were many water inlets below, and along the edge of the blood pool were big pipes with control valves. It didn't look great, honestly, but the moment they arrived, the scent in the air hit them, and just one sniff sent the spiritual energy in their bodies flowing on its own through their meridians. No need to test it. Top quality stuff, absolutely killer. Noticing Lu Ding's figure appearing at the entrance, looking in their direction, Noa Min, standing beside Huang Pulingyun, asked, "Were you provoking him just now?" "Provoking him? No. I was just saying hi." "Provoking? How could that be?" In his mind, he was the one chosen by fate. Ha 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 ha. Inside Director Chu's office, laughter echoed freely. Looking at Lu Ding and by Xiao standing before him, he had never felt this good before. Setting up a little scheme in secret, only for it to be discovered and watching others freak out over it. It was pure satisfaction. Seeing that the two weren't saying anything, Chu got up and grabbed them both by the arm. Come on, let's go watch the show." "Director Chu, this isn't quite appropriate, is it? Watching a fight was one thing, but being an honored guest was another. Sitting in the front row mint VIP seating where all the big shots and the leadership from the three bureaus were. It was like a top-tier university hosting a recruitment fair, offering a few prestigious government job placements. A crowd of elite students would line up, meticulously prepared with polished resumes, certificates, and national competition trophies. Then suddenly, a freshman in slippers casually walks up and sits among the executives, not even the recruiters, the executives. And one of them says, "Oh, him. He's already in. He's interning over the holidays, and after graduation, he's automatically in." And the best part? No one could say sh*T because he was just that damn good. Even if he weren't, he was. And why a freshman? Simple. A year in the bureau versus a month. Proportionally, it's about the same. And the prestigious government job? That was 749. Three-district combat trial venue. Shangguan Qing walked in absent-mindedly, her mind a chaotic mess of emotions. The atmosphere in the arena grew hotter and hotter as more investigators arrived. But no matter how much the numbers changed, their conversations never left one name, Lu Ding. The investigators from Yunhai were proud to have Lu Ding as their colleague. Yeah, that's right, Yunhai produces monsters like him. Take Xuan Ning, for example. He stood among the crowd, loudly recounting his past fight with Lu Ding, completely unashamed of his defeat. Defeated? So what? I lasted 2 moves. And honestly, Lu Ding was holding back on the first. The second? He wiped the floor with me. Then there was Wen Rushu. He had long come to terms with reality. So when Lu Ding's name came up, he barely even tried to hide his reaction. After all, he had personally witnessed the fight against Shurgondang that night. And then, Yin Fifan arrived. At that moment, across all of Yunhai, no, the entire 3-district combat trial event, who didn't know he was Lu Ding's #1 fanboy? From intern to full-fledged investigator, he had been carried all the way. Aside from a few exceptions, he was present for every one of Lu Ding's legendary moments. As he moved through the crowd, Du Guang, the same guy who had bullied him back in the day and was still just an intern, saw him and greeted him with a big smile. Fifan bro. Yin Fifan didn't even hold grudges. He quickly blended into the group, chatting like old friends. And then someone saw the news on the official website. Holy sh*T, Lu Ding and by Xiao got a direct pass. A direct pass? That makes sense. Yeah, of course they did. Having them fight us would just be bullying. Look, if anyone else got a direct pass, I'd be pissed. There's no precedent for this. But for Lu Ding? Yeah, I get it. I saw that video of him fighting Shurgondang. That one hit. Almost split the guy in half. Right? Anyone who can demolish a monster on par with Si Ming deserves a direct pass. Exactly. This is how it should be. Better to send them straight through. Otherwise, if you run into them, that's just bad luck. Even if you're strong, you're screwed. You'd lose points for nothing, and all you'd be able to do is surrender. Because fighting back, that just means getting your ass kicked. Ha! Now that Bai Xiao and Lu Ding are out, everything's down to pure skill. Get ready to feel the cruelty of Yaodu. With the news spreading like wildfire, the atmosphere changed instantly, especially among the top talents from the other two districts. One by one, their low energy transformed into fierce determination. Lu Ding wasn't competing? Then it's time to fight. If Lu Ding's out, then why the hell should anyone else be stronger than me? Let's throw down. What, you think you can charge up and one-shot like him? And then someone shouted, "Scholar's sleeve, it's Lu Ding." The crowd froze. Every single head turned toward the VIP seating area. Behind Deputy Director Chu, a lone figure in a scholar's robe with martial sleeves walked down the aisle, standing out like a sore thumb. Everyone knew. In Yanhai 749, only one person wore scholar's sleeves. Lu Ding. Others had tried copying his outfit before, but they always got shut down with one line. You don't have the skill for either knowledge or combat. Why the hell are you wearing that? What? You think you're Lu Ding? You think you're a master of both? Tens of thousands of eyes locked onto him. This was the respect he had earned with his own hands. This was what it meant to make a name for yourself. Imagine a once loud, bustling gathering of tens of thousands falling silent the moment you arrive. Thousands upon thousands of eyes locking onto you in unison. And with just one nod after taking your seat, the atmosphere explodes back into full force, even more intense than before. The satisfaction rose from his heart to his soul. He awakened his aperture when he found the jade seal. Who wouldn't think they're chosen after that? Before he picked it up, it was just a rock. After, I am destiny. I am the will of heaven incarnate. And not everyone can awaken their aperture with a jade seal. Not every jade seal can even do that. Right time, right place, right person. Miss even one, and it doesn't work. So if he's not the chosen one, who is? Now, Huangpu Lingyun even had the sword of Emperor Jing. To him, Lu Ding now looked like heaven's gift, a general candidate to charge into battle for him. Just like Xue Ning's cousin Xue Yong. As long as Huangpu Lingyun showcased his so-called charisma, Lu Ding would fall under his sway, just like Xue Yong had. There were plenty of smart people in this world. Plenty who understood how to assess the situation. That's how this mindset of his formed. And besides, he had some fantasies too. He's a guy. After all, what guy doesn't dream of expanding territory, becoming an immortal, ascending to godhood? However, most people can tell the difference between reality and fantasy. They daydream, fantasize a little, find some joy. It's the simplest form of happiness. Everyone has it. A man is a boy till the day he dies. Just like reading a novel. Get that rush and you're done. No one takes it into real life. But not Huangpu Lingyun. He'd been so blessed with smooth sailing that it had gone straight to his head. Especially after someone like Nemin, a heaven-blessed daughter of the eternal heavens, had fallen for his charm. That made his ego swell even more. Maybe she had fallen for him. At least, that's what he thought. The way you greeted him wasn't very appropriate, Noemin said, then took a step back because she saw Lu Ding and Bai Heman already striding over. Huangpu Lingyun didn't react to her retreat. He calmly looked at Lu Ding approaching and responded to her words. Inappropriate? So what if it was? At most it leads to conflict, a fight. This is the only path for a king to tame his steed. Only a wild horse can stir my desire to conquer. He normally wouldn't do something like this. But when he saw Su Yishuan, who had been defeated by Lu Ding, chasing after him just to deliver a sword, he got a little uncomfortable. Before that, he could still keep up the act. But after that scene, he just couldn't anymore. That kind of treatment used to be his. And today, something like that happened to someone else. Huangpu Lingyun couldn't take it. And this guy was a well-known genius from the southeast region's current generation. Totally different level from the ones who used to flock around him. And Lu Ding had Bai Heman with him. In contrast, Huangpu Lingyun could barely feel his own presence. That's why he flew over Lu Ding's head. Why he left behind that line. I'll be waiting for you at the blood pool. He just wanted to feel seen again. Now that Lu Ding was approaching, Huang Pulingyun kept his expression unchanged, still calm and collected, until Lu Ding shouted those two words from several meters away. Zhang Wei. Huang Pulingyun's face instantly turned dark. You're looking to die. All that so-called poise instantly crumbled. Huang Pulingyun erupted, eyes blazing, golden talismans swirling and dancing around his fists. Lu Ding reached into the void and pulled out an ancient, man-sized stone steel. Carved on it, in bold, flowing calligraphy, were three words, Shi Gandang, compared to Huang Pulingyun's whole body radiating divine brilliance. Lu Ding looked plain and unremarkable. Even the stone steel in his hand was just as simple. Only those three bold words, Shi Gandang, in fierce iron stroke calligraphy, gave a glimpse of the mysterious power within. This idea had been inspired by Huang Pulingyun. If he could use the jade seal to command in battle, why couldn't Lu Ding use a stone steel as a weapon? Truth comes from practice. He swung the stone steel in his hand. Boom! It carried a terrifying suppressive force, crushing down on the aura emanating from Huang Pulingyun. Fist met stone. Crack! Huang Pulingyun was instantly swatted away, completely unable to resist. It was like swatting a fly with a fly swatter. He couldn't believe that this ancient-looking stone steel had such horrifying power. His direct punch didn't do a DN thing to it, and the strange suppressive force it carried instantly made his techniques fail. Only now did he realize Lu Ding's ability to withstand Shi Gandang was still climbing. Huang Pulingyun flew through the air. Lu Ding closed in aggressively. Midair, he gripped the steel with both hands, raising it high above his head. Try acting cool again. Bang! The stone steel came crashing down again, with Lu Ding's terrifying strength behind it. Huang Pulingyun was smashed from the sky and slammed brutally into the ground. Pain shot through his bones and muscles. Lu Ding landed, stomping the ground and raising the steel a third time. Bang! Acting cool. Fourth strike, bang. Act again. Fifth strike. Try acting cool one more time. The stone steel slammed down again and again. Every time Huang Pulingyun tried to speak, or even move a little, he would be ruthlessly beaten back down by Lu Ding wielding that merciless stone. He had absolutely no strength to fight back. Everyone around them winced. In their hearts, they thought, this Lu Ding really is ruthless. Huang Pulingyun, oh Huang Pulingyun, of all the people you could have picked a fight with, why him? Didn't you see that Ximing Realm Shi Gandang tried that before? Now it's become his weapon. What are you thinking? Huang Pulingyun, I didn't know, okay? No one said he'd actually smash people with a Fing steel. I'm the first. Among the Eastern region prodigies who had come with him, someone shouted, Stop! You're gonna Fing kill him. We're all from the same region. Lu Ding, if you don't Fing stop now, don't blame us for ganging up on you. Hearing that, Lu Ding paused. He swept the crowd with his hand, pointing sideways. Come on, try ganging up on me. I Fing dare any of you to make a move. Seriously? Giving them face and they want to throw hands? Lu Ding looked toward where the Eastern region geniuses were standing. Who was it just now? Who said they'd gang up on me? As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Lu Ding wasn't afraid of being outnumbered, but in moments like this, it was no different from being surrounded. The Eastern folks just hadn't acted yet. Anyone who's been in a brawl knows. In a one versus many, unless you've got real skills, you're F** edition. Nobody goes one punch at a time. It's fists and feet flying like rain. In moments like that, you gotta target the loudest one, focus on him, beat the S***T out of him, grab and smash. Soon enough, no one else will dare come at you. Bai Heman, having inherited Yin Fifin's Grim Reaper call-out energy, pointed straight into the crowd. Him. Lu Ding raised the steel, ready to charge. But an instructor stepped out. All right, enough. Time to prep for entering the blood pool. Lu Ding laughed. With a flick, the steel vanished. Sir, I remember the rules of this training site, said the one being provoked has the right to retaliate without limit. Are you planning to ignore the rules? New BS. Song Chun Fong froze in place. That was the rule, but for a student to talk back to an instructor, mixed it with other spiritual treasures, and literally bathed in it until it foamed. He was the kind of lunatic who'd boil himself in a steel pot. You want to compete with him? Huang Pu Lingyun powered up his technique, increasing suction force. An anomaly manifested behind him. A golden throne room, a coiled dragon seat, a python morphing into a flood dragon, clutching a jade seal in its mouth. The instructors by the pool glanced over. Suddenly, a bird's cry rang out. From the pool, behind Numin, clouds rose into the air. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a vast grassland unfolded. A gerfalcon soared in with wings outstretched, majestic and graceful. The instructors began to comment. Lu Ding is great talent, but in this kind of stuff he still can't match Huangpu Lingyun and Numin. True, Nuamin is favored by the heavens of eternal life, always accompanied by the spirit of the gerfalcon. Huangpu Lingyun has the coiled dragon throne and the omen of swallowing the heavens. Both are heaven's favorites. There's no such thing as someone who's perfect in every way. Shut the H*LL up. Song Chunfeng, stop with your backhanded compliments. Anomalies? So what if they got them? So what if they don't? It's like we're all students here, and instead of comparing grades, you're comparing how much someone eats. You serious right now? Lu Ting chimed in from the side, speaking up for what's right. Lu Ding was his personal recruit. He had to defend him. Back when Lu Ding beat up Huangpu Lingyun, this guy Song Chunfeng was clearly taking sides. Lu Ting had already been pretty P** said back then. He was just about to speak up, but Lu Ding changed faces too fast. He didn't even get the chance to react, let alone jump in. All he could do was hold it in. Now, finally, he had the perfect excuse to fire back at Song Chunfeng. We're all cultivators of qi here. What we're comparing is talent and skill. And you're talking about heaven's favorite? If that really meant anything, then how come your precious recruit, Huangpu Lingyun, after cultivating longer than Lu Ding, still couldn't last more than a few rounds against him? You want to throw shade in a roundabout way? Don't blame me for going straight at it. Just as he finished speaking, in the pool, Bai Heman, who'd been quiet this whole time, suddenly exploded with power. Behind him, the phantom of a mountain of corpses appeared. Thousands of holes, a flood of corpses surging forward. A massive whirlpool formed. One stood at the very front, Lu Ding. The other at the very end, Bai Heman. Both burst out at the same time, like two vicious wolves tearing into the fat prize that was this blood pool. Sure, there were areas where he couldn't match Lu Ding, but blood from a Tai Shui was still blood. And while Bai Heman looked human, half of him was a living corpse. For a living corpse, things like blood, flesh, and spiritual ingredients weren't just resources, they were food. Real deal, proper, top-grade cuisine. Bloodline dominance. He had a natural edge. Song Chunfeng gave a smug little face and added, even Bai Heman has a manifestation. Lu Ting was instantly choked speechless. Sure, he could punch harder than Song Chunfeng, but when it came to quick thinking, he was a step slower. Song Chunfeng had used retreat as a form of advance. He subtly praised Bai Heman while slapping Lu Ding. Now Lu Ting didn't even know how to respond. It was like someone insulting you for being short. And when you curse them out, they go, yeah, you're short, but hey, at least you're good looking. It's both a compliment and a diss. And if your brain isn't fast enough, you really don't know what to say. But that awkwardness didn't last long. Suddenly, boom, inside the cave, mist gathered from nowhere. Moisture condensed, storm clouds formed, and thunder cracked through the air. In the swirling mist, a pair of chaotic pupils lit up. With one glare, the giant python perched on the dragon throne behind Huangpu Lingyun tumbled off and disappeared from sight. The gerfalcon soaring behind Numin flapped its wings a few times, dropped a few feathers, and flew far, far away. Even though the manifestation of the Sin Dragon only lasted a split second, the meaning behind it was loud and clear. Scram, don't make me slap you. A python, gerfalcon, neither was even in the same league as a Sin Dragon with chaotic eyes. Those were just external manifestations, powered by their techniques. Their own bodies were still weak. No matter how bright their future might be, how impressive they could become, the present is the present. Right now, they're just not it. But the Sin Dragon Bone inscription that Lu Ding cultivated, that thing came directly from a real Sin Dragon. That's not some abstract power-up. It's the real deal peeled right off a monster. You want to compare? That's like a grown-up beating up a toddler. Forget about Lu Ding himself. Just take the other cultivation requirement of the Sin Dragon Bone inscription. The doomed star of calamity. Even someone with just that alone would suppress all these people. They couldn't even handle it. Now, throw in Lu Ding, who's achieved oneness with heaven and man, totally unrestrained by anything. A manifestation? What a joke. Look up at the sky. That is the biggest manifestation of all. Lu Ting laughed. Song Chunfeng looked a little awkward. He definitely knew the name of the Sin Dragon Bone inscription. Decent technique, he muttered, voice dripping with sarcasm, like no one would catch on. Lu Ting didn't let slide. Decent? Oh yeah? Why don't you try cultivating it then? If you're interested, I'll even cover the contribution points and buy you a replica. Go ahead, you train it, RAO. Song Chunfeng, me? Train it? Sure. And I'll just say goodbye to my entire family while I'm at it, yeah? Might as well write my will today. He didn't dare. Not even a little. So he shut up, sulking. Meanwhile, inside Lu Ding's body, his spiritual energy surged with the pool water, rushing through his meridians. The mini Sin Dragon raged as it crashed around, barreling through with wild abandon. Several times, it looked like it was about to charge straight into the He. And every time, it screeched to a sudden stop. Not because it was scared, because it wasn't time yet. The proper steps had to be followed. First, form the Divine Palace. Then descend into the dragon-locking well, break out from within, rush through rivers to storm the sea, cleanse the sin and ascend as a dragon, leap through the dragon gate, and finally, achieve transcendent sublimation. In simple terms, you gotta wait. Good food takes time. The mini Sin Dragon turned around inside the meridians and charged back the other way, like a little maniac on a joyride. Lu Ding didn't bother stopping it. With the Sin Dragon charging ahead, dragging waves of spiritual energy along with it. His spiritual energy output speed and volume had both more than doubled. In other words, even if two people used the same technique, Lu Ding's version would have at least double the power of someone cultivating a regular true interpretation technique. And this was just the beginning. Lu Ding flipped his hand seals. In his He, a deep voice rang out. Divine Palace, rise! From the blood-stained sea, particles of light floated upward. Outside, a vast wave of oppressive aura swept out. Someone gasped. Lu Ding's breaking through to the Divine Palace realm. Countless eyes turned toward him. Lu Ding sat at the center of a 10-meter-wide whirlpool. The telltale fluctuations of the Divine Palace realm pulsing from his body in waves. The shockwave spread, and what came back was the collective disbelief of the crowd. This is way too overpowered. We're supposed to go into the study phase after the blood pool. How the H*LL are we supposed to learn anything after this? All the trainees are still in the He realm, and he's breaking into the Divine Palace realm. And from what I know, Lu Ding knows tons of different techniques. Flight, confinement, offense, body enhancement, tracking, you name it. And what's crazier is, most of them are fully mastered. How do you even teach someone like that? How do you know they're fully mastered? Someone asked the question everyone was thinking. The reply came immediately. Are you dumb? Don't have a phone or what? Go search up his combat vids. Every time he casts a spell, it's clean and perfect. Shouts the name, boom, it appears. 0 leaks. That's full mastery. What else could it be? Divine Palace. Huang Pulingyun felt a tight squeeze in his chest. He hurt deep in his core. He hadn't even broken through to the Divine Palace realm yet. Why did Lu Ding get to be so fast? Is it just because he's reckless? I've got a life too. I could be reckless. Absorb, D*M in it. Huang Pulingyun cranked his technique to the max, try to leech off the pool water like Lu Ding to force a breakthrough. but he'd never understand. Compared to Lu Ding's meridians, his were like a muddy footpath compared to a wide-open highway. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body couldn't take it. The overload was too much. The head instructor gave him a glance. Talent's decent. Lacks temperament. Take him out. He's not meant for the blood pool. If he kept trying, he'd just die in there. Huang Pulingyun was filled with unwillingness. This was a huge opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime breakthrough. And now it was slipping away. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, until finally darkness took over. Song Chuanfeng's face stiffened. He looked at the rows of pipes, all pumping out Taishui blood and spiritual liquid mixtures at maximum flow. The head instructor had just started to feel a bit anxious when footsteps, fast ones. Old Li, the one down below, is getting cranky. Said we're draining too much, his body can't take it. We agreed, once a year, specific quantity and specs. But today alone, we've used as much as we normally would in several years. What do we do? What do we do? Tell him, I want every drop of Taishui blood filled to quota. If we draw extra today, I'll make sure we compensate him just as much. As he said this, his gaze turned to Lu Ding, who was still pushing the limits in the pool. A thought flickered through his mind. Is this kid's Ling-Hai just massive, or is his body built different? How the H*LL can he absorb so much? If his Ling-Hai is really that big, just how big are we talking here? Like a literal true spirit sea? He added, anyway, when it comes to spell techniques, we've got nothing left to teach him. Once he's finished recovering, just send him out solo to go scout the winds and slay the dragon. Let him bring something back to patch up that old guy down below. Boom! The head instructor froze. He looked stiffly toward Heman's position. Forget it. Let the two of them team up and head out first. At this moment, Heman had already burned through the medicinal effects of the Emu knot. His old injuries from being punished for killing a teammate now fully healed. Add in his accumulated foundations. This was his moment to burst forth. Now, he too was about to break into the Divine Palace realm. Compared to Lu Ding's lightning-fast cultivation speed, Heman felt like he had been going way too slow. Far too slow. He had to go even faster. The whirlpool around him widened again. The head instructor's face darkened with a hint of green. Bring me my whip. I'm going down myself. Old Li, one of the counselors, said, maybe you should stay here and keep watch instead. Those two. Yinhai 749 warned us 100 times. They hold grudges and always get even. Just now, he glanced towards Song Chunfeng, not far away. Then he added, those two dared to go after someone in the Si-Ming realm back when they were still just in the Ling-Hai realm. And not just anyone. It was Shi Gondang, someone known for his rock-solid defense. Their teamwork is insane, their combat power is way above the norm, and don't even get me started on their guts. Now Lu Ding's in the Divine Palace realm, and judging by Heman's momentum, he's about to break through too. Once they're both in the Divine Palace realm, if they start throwing hands later and you're not there to handle it, it's going to be a mess. The head instructor didn't even blink. Then let them fight. It's not like there's any rule saying you can't hit an instructor. Didn't you see the sign hanging by the entrance? That top line, did it say no hitting instructors? Huh. So what if you're an instructor? You still follow my rules. I'm the head instructor. Even I have to follow my own rules. What makes instructors so special? You get involved in someone else's grudge match, try to block payback, then you got to take the hit. This place runs on what's written on that board. Besides, if I don't go down there, you think that guy below's just going to let those two little wolf pups suck him dry? A combat instructor walked over, holding a long whip inlaid with some kind of metal fragments. The head instructor sidestepped the counselor blocking his way, reached out and grabbed the whip. He flexed his arm. Out of the way. Go on, don't block the path. You fed it well for a few days and treated it like an ancestor, and now that it's time to contribute, you really think you're still the ancestor? I don't believe I can't deal with you. He strode straight toward the passage guarding the cave entrance. The instructor left behind side and looked around helplessly, turning his head side to side. Truly exhausting. Being a counselor is seriously the worst job. In the end, he decided to stay behind. Song Chunfeng couldn't be allowed to die, and Lu Ding and Bai Heman had to be protected even more. They were both first-year intern investigators. With terrifying talent like that, to be blunt, just give them a few years to grow, and they'd become walking nukes, strategic assets. They needed serious protection. As for Song Chunfeng, if even old Li, the head instructor, had to follow his own rules, what right did a regular instructor have to interfere in student fights? You intervene in someone's grudge, you're provoking them first. You provoke, you get hit. Who are you going to blame? As long as he doesn't die, it's fine. Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, half the night had passed. The pool, now, was a world of contrasts. As the saying goes, two blossoms on one branch, each with its own bloom. On one side, pitch-black clouds rolling and churning, the sin dragon hidden within, half a claw exposed, a single scale shimmering with murderous intent. On the other, gray fog and a shadowy mountain rising, a corpse peeking out, only the head visible, one eye a vicious grin. Suddenly, the sin dragon looked back. The clouds parted. Look, those golden vertical pupils locked onto you. Are you scared yet? In that instant, the corpse king tilted its head. The shadowy mountain pulled back. Listen, footsteps thundered from far to near. Dare you run? Then suddenly, a voice roared, spiritual energy surged. In domain overlap. Corpse Ridge Mountain. Bai Heman burst from the blood pool. No one had time to react. His divine palace realm cultivation was now clearly on full display. Zero startup delay. He formed a hand seal and slammed it into the air. Song Chunfeng, momentarily dazed, felt the ground tremble. The next second, the earth rose up, lifting him high into the sky. Below, a tide of corpses surged forth, scaling cliffs and stone. Under the dark clouds, the sin dragon poked out its head. Clouds twisted, thunder rumbled. The sin dragon stretched out its claw, gripping for his head. Its chaotic pupils pierced into the soul, and it spoke with human tongue. The rules of the training ground didn't say instructors were exempt, did they? A fist burst out from the storm cloud. Wind howled, lightning crackled. Boom! Song Chunfeng took a punch to the face. The force traveled from head to toe. The shadowy mountain shattered. His whole body was sent flying downward. 3 seconds passed. Song Chunfeng's mind snapped back. Rage twisted his face. Midair, he flipped his body and spat out a bloodied tooth. You dare attack an instructor? Bai Heman's hands formed chi claws. He yanked upward with a cold laugh. Instructor. The earth boomed again. A mountain rose from flat ground. Its peak smashed straight into Song Chunfeng's lower back, launching him skyward. Only now did the pained Song Chunfeng finally see clearly. There was no sin dragon in the sky. Only Lu Ding, already in position, fists raised high above his head, ready to strike. Just as Song Chunfeng was launched up in front of him, Lu Ding brought his fists down with a roar. The wind howled, piercing and sharp. Boom! The massive impact exploded a white shockwave outward, rippling over 100 meters. The mountain beneath crumbled again. Song Chunfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ding struck and spoke at the same time, descending with his blow, body following his voice. Attack? Instructor Song, per our training grounds rules. If provoked, the target is allowed to retaliate freely. You not only interrupted my retaliation against Huangpu Lingyun, you also provoked me. So now it's time for our free retaliation segment. Bai Heman surged with chi, lifting his hand skyward. So this isn't an ambush. It's reasonable, legal, compliant. Boulders the size of buildings surged upward with his gesture. They collided with the falling Song Chunfeng, slamming him upward again. At that moment, memories flashed through Song Chunfeng's mind. So these two had planned it all along. The second they broke through to Divine Palace, they'd hit him first. No warning, no chance to dodge. A minute. He clearly had his chance earlier. He could have taught Lu Ding a lesson, but he hadn't seized it. He got fooled by Lu Ding's sudden face turn. You have this kind of power, and you still play strategy games? You conniving bastard. Thoughts churned in Song Chuanfeng's mind, only to be shattered again by Lu Ding's fists and kicks. Each blow was heavy, ruthless. Fists and feet hammered into him. His internal organs shifted. Blood spurted from his mouth again and again. He looked pitiful, but Lu Ding knew. He was still a Si Ming realm second layer. He wasn't dying that easily. Boulders flying up from below kept catching Song Chuanfeng's body and launching him higher. Lu Ding rained down fists and kicks, the impact shattering the rocks behind him into debris that filled the air. And everyone knew, taking hits while backed against a surface hurts way more than taking them in open air. Right now, Song Chunfeng was being hit from both front and back, wounds piling up on both sides. He had no chance to fight back. Bai Heman's in-domain overlap was suppressing him. Lu Ding's physical body was overwhelming him. Bai Heman kept disrupting him, and Lu Ding's bone-crushing punches interrupted his chi flow. Right now, Song Chunfeng was nothing more than a fish on a chopping board, completely at their mercy. But saying it is easy, doing it is not. That kind of flawless coordination was just the foundation. The real key was this. Both Lu Ding and Bai Heman possessed a level of combat power that most Divine Palace cultivators couldn't even dream of. Among them, Lu Ding, who played the role of main attacker, was giving a masterclass, perfectly showcasing his control over timing, fluid transition of moves, and precision of impact in battle. Relying entirely on his oneness with heaven and man, he pulled off the holy trinity of combat. Fast, accurate, ruthless. His power felt like a cheat. But even if you gave those so-called prodigies a script to follow, step by step, they still might not be able to replicate it. In this moment, the brutal beauty of pure physical combat was being displayed to its fullest. Some instructors who had a bit of friendship with Song Chunfeng finally couldn't sit still. Yeah, it's embarrassing for an instructor to lose to a student. But look at which students we're talking about. You think normal trainees could even compare to these two freaks? Enough, enough. They're going to kill him if you don't stop. You guys are technically within the rules, but 2-on-1? That's not fair. Stop. Lu Ding. Bai Heman, stop now. Instructor Song can't take it anymore, no matter how loud they shouted. Lu Ding and Bai Heman's tag team never faltered. They didn't even acknowledge them. Stop. Either knock you out or break your spirit. Nothing less will make them stop, because once they stopped, Song Chunfeng would have time to fight back. And an enraged Si Ming realm cultivator was no joke. A few of the instructors, afraid something serious might happen to Song Chunfeng, were just about to rush in when suddenly, boom, a muffled shockwave rang out, buzzing in their skulls. They turned their heads. Lu Ting stood there, holding a pair of 8-sided, plum blossom bright silver warhammers, leveling one right at them. What? You gonna move? Si Ming beating on Divine Palace. Instructor picking a fight with a student. He interrupted someone's retaliation first, then provoked them twice. So what if it's 2-on-1? His words weren't eloquent, but they got the job done. Lu Ding had the silver tongue. Lu Ting just needed to follow through. When Lu Ding and Bai Heman had suddenly launched their attack, Lu Ting had immediately gone to grab his weapons. He'd missed the earlier chance. He wasn't missing this one. Lu Ding and Bai Heman were his recruits. If Song Chunfeng could back Huang Pulingyun, then why the hell couldn't Lu Ting back his own people? And not just him. He'd even called in other instructor buddies he was tight with. Behind him now stood rows of instructors, armed with golden-spiked Zhao Yang spears, plum blossom bright silver lances, thousand-forged ghost-faced tower shields, and shoulder-mounted green dragon crescent blades. You still want to break up the fight? Then you'd better be ready to get smashed by all this gear. At the training grounds, the rules for students and instructors weren't that different. The only real distinction was that instructors had 2 extra responsibilities: protect the students' lives and teach them spell techniques and combat knowledge. In the end-of-term assessment, whoever students performed better got bigger rewards from the training grounds. And this year, you didn't even need to wait. Lu Ting was about to make bank. Up in the sky, a figure crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. It was Song Chunfeng. Lu Ding and Bai Heman landed right after. Lu Ding bent slightly forward, looking down from above at Song Chunfeng, who could barely open his eyes, half conscious. He spoke in a calm, almost gentle tone. Didn't you love taking sides? Then get up. Show me how you do it again. Right now, Song Chunfeng wasn't just unable to get up. Even moving a single finger was a struggle. He didn't even know how many punches he'd just taken from Lu Ding. How many kicks? Just look at his face. Eyes that didn't look like eyes, nose that wasn't a nose, mouth that wasn't a mouth. All puffed up and swollen, mashed into one unrecognizable mess. His lips twitched weakly, but no sound came out. In that state, even reading his lips wouldn't help. Lu Ding had no clue what he was trying to say. So he straightened up and walked out the gate. Bai Heman followed, glancing down as he passed. His eyes swept up and down Song Chunfeng's body. He didn't say anything, but it was obvious. He was cursing him out, filthy and raw. Song Chunfeng was so angry, he coughed up another mouthful of blood and passed out cold, legs twitching. Outside the blood pool's main gate, the counselor caught up, calling after them. Lu Ding, Bai Heman. The two stood at attention and called out in unison. Hello, counselor. Counselor. Okay, this is too much. I can't keep up with these two. This personality switch is whiplash. He organized his thoughts and began. So, here's the deal. Given your special circumstances, Lu Ding, you've mastered a wide variety of techniques. Bai Heman, you're half human, half corpse, within domain overlap. And now that you're both in the Divine Palace realm, the head instructor has decided to give you a rest period. The exact length, you two can work that out yourselves. Once you're rested, you can skip the study phase and go straight into the Scout the Winds and Slay the Dragon mission. This was a serious exception to the rules. After all, barely any first-year intern investigators ever break through to Divine Palace realm in under a year. Even those rare few who did never had combat power like this. Exhibit A. The crumpled heap that was Song Chunfeng. And on top of that, their teamwork was flawless. So honestly, whether it was spells, synergy, or combat understanding, they didn't need to study anything. Might as well let them rest. Upon hearing this, Lu Ding's eyes shifted. He clearly started thinking. Bai Heman looked over. Then Lu Ding said, We'll just go straight there. No need to rest. Bai Heman nodded immediately. Rest? Rest for what? Song Chunfeng wasn't dead yet. Better to get going right now. Give him some real recovery time. By the time the two of them came back, Bai Heman might change, sure, but Lu Ding was certain. He'd be way stronger again. And if Song Chunfeng tried anything when they came back, it'd just be another beatdown. But you didn't expect that, huh? I leveled up again. Sticking around just to waste time while the guy healed? That'd be brain dead. The counselor stared at them. Now, this was some serious work ethic. No wasted downtime. Straight to business. If every trainee were like Lu Ding, on second thought, that might be a nightmare. Too intense. Too much pressure. Yeah, a few of these types were good. Any more, and they'd all be overworked in early retirement. All right then, how about this? You come with me and take a look at the mission profiles? The two followed the counselor to the archive room. The counselor pulled out an electronic device and synced it with both their phones. All right, your phones are now authorized to access the Training Grounds mission archive. You'll be able to check the details on there going forward. For now, I'll just give you the summary. At the moment, based on my personal judgment, there are 3 missions I think would suit you too. Honestly, no one expected you to break into Divine Palace this fast, let alone have this much combat power. Normally, reports for Scout the Winds and Slay the Dragon don't come in this early. After all, Feng Shui dragon veins weren't found just anywhere. And not every one of them needed to be severed. Some needed to be preserved for city development, local economies. They could be quite beneficial. Only when a dragon vein was completely out of control, uncooperative, causing chaos, and generating anomalies, would it need to be culled and harvested. This time of year, local governments all over the Han Dynasty were preparing to do land surveys, census work, etc. Not just to gather information, but to offer fresh, real-world practice targets to training ground graduates. The data wasn't even officially submitted yet. These early missions only came in because the situations got out of hand before the process started. The counselor pulled out the first file. All right, let's look at the first one. Batra Mountain Railway Tunnel Construction Project. Requires mountain tunneling and forest clearing. Delayed 2 months. Reason: golden toad nesting on an egg feng shui formation blocking the route. Jinshan City New District redevelopment. Requires relocation of old city zones. Delayed 6 months. Reason: co-family illegally occupying land for ancestral tombs. Refusing to move, retreat, or compromise. They're draining half the city's feng shui and earth qi, forming a dragon raising the coffin formation to hoard wealth and luck. Currently in long, drawn-out talks with the local 749 substation. Minshan City Water Diversion Dam Project. Requires blasting mountains and altering terrain. Blocked by the Min clan's ancestral burial grounds. 10-mile graveyard. Guarded by a giant ghost in a thatched hut. Formed 1,000 corpses honoring the king formation. If it made it into this list, it was no pushover. If these were truly too difficult, the upper ranks would have already sent stronger teams. The fact that they were still here meant they were saved as live targets for training ground trainees. Lu Ding gave a list a glance and picked casually. Let's go to Jinshan City first. Sure, that's up to you. Oh, right, this gourd, the counselor said, holding it out, can store the dragon veins you break. Bring it back and turn them in. You'll get a reward. The counselor handed over a purple skin gourd, no larger than a thumb. Lu Ding took it, and the gourd immediately transformed into a ring, wrapping neatly around his pinky finger. All right, thank you, counselor. If there's nothing else, we'll head out now. The counselor blinked, surprised. So soon? The sky's not even light yet. Why don't you wait until morning? Lu Ding glanced at Bai-Heman beside him. Are you tired? Need to rest. Bai-Heman shook his head. Lu Ding turned back to the counselor. I'm not tired either. No need to rest. Counselor, makes perfect sense. D*M in it. Not tired. No need to rest. Then what's the point of hanging around here? There's nothing to study. The place is just mountains and forests. Nothing to play with, nothing to look at. Honestly, not even Lu Ding and Bai-Heman wanted to stay. If it weren't for work, even the counselor himself didn't want to be here. That said, he still felt something weird about all this. He'd never dealt with trainees like this before. Yinhai, 749, you guys really hit the jackpot with this batch. So eager, so talented, so powerful, and they even respected their superiors. TCH, the counselor felt a little sour in his heart. Why couldn't these investigators have come from his district? So you'll be going down the mountain on your own? This place didn't even have proper roads. No problem. We'll get down ourselves, Lu Ding said casually, waving goodbye. Then he and Bai-Heman walked into the darkness. Who would have guessed? Lu Ding had just arrived at the training ground, and he'd already cleared half the course. His butt had barely warmed the seat, and now he was heading down the mountain again. Hadn't even taken a few steps forward. Behind him, Zhu Yixuan came chasing out, shouting, Lu Ding, I'm great at forging blades too. If I could forge you a blade that can handle your power, would you take it? Whether lending or giving Lu Ding a blade, it had become his obsession. He wasn't trying to rely on Lu Ding to help him raise or refine his blade or anything. Maybe he had that idea before, but now, what he really wanted was to prove himself, to prove that the Zhu family's blades aren't inferior. He's a borrowed blade heir. Are you saying his blade isn't good enough? Zhu Yixuan would rather you call him weak. That'd be fine. But you can't insult his blade. Otherwise, he'll blow up at you. And the worst part was, it was Lu Ding who said it, with actual proof. He couldn't win in a fight, and couldn't argue either. So, Zhu Yixuan decided he'd forge a proper blade for Lu Ding. He was going to prove himself, prove that a borrowed blade heir's blade isn't some junk from a roadside stand. Fine, forge it. Thanks. Lu Ding walked off into the dark without looking back, with Bai-Heman beside him. As for Zhu Yixuan as a person, Lu Ding's take on him was, decent guy, just a bit stubborn. Keeps trying to give him a blade. As they darted through the dense forest, Bai-Heman looked at the map on his phone. Over 1,000 kilometers. If I rely on phasing alone, I don't think I'll make it by dawn. Lu Ding. That line almost made him laugh out loud. Classic one-track mind. Is it possible that, hey, we're modern people, we don't have to live like this, we could just take a flight? One flying, the other phasing. Even Lu Ding would get tired. The body could be ignored, but mentally, that wears you out. It's no different than driving for hours. You're bound to get exhausted. All right, Heman responded, then swiped on his phone again. The nearest airport was just over 100 kilometers away. Yeah, not far. The two kept pace. Soon enough, it was morning. In an alley somewhere in Bainan City, Lu Ding dipped some rice noodles into the sauce and shoved a mouthful into his mouth, followed by a piece of pig liver. An explosion of flavor filled his mouth. Beside him, Heman called out, "Boss, give me another." That was already his third serving. Pretty good, huh? Lu Ding asked. Heman nodded, delicious. Never had it before. Same here. I'd heard the sappy around here was amazing, but never tried it. Turns out it really is. Heman looked confused. Isn't this just rice noodles? Why call it sappy? Seems like it's just how they say it in the local dialect. I don't really get it either. Just eat. When we're done, we'll fly to Jinshan. Boss, one more for me too. For Lu Ding, life wasn't just about fighting and killing. It was about enjoyment too. Didn't have to be gourmet meals. Local food, regional customs, that's enjoyment. Stuff he'd never experienced before. He was going to try it all. Jinshan, a prefecture-level city. News of the trainees leaving the advanced training facility soon reached here. Jinshan 749 Bureau, prefecture-level branch. The 749 Bureau is structured as main bureau, sub-bureaus, like Yunhai or Yaodu, prefecture-level branches and local stations. Inside a certain meeting room. Didn't we just send them to the training site? How are people already coming out? Who knows? But if they're coming out this fast, they've got to be serious badasses, no doubt. Could it be Huangpu Lingyun? I heard he unlocked his apertures with the Imperial Jade Seal. He'd be qualified to leave early. A girl sitting in the corner pushed up her thick black-rimmed glasses. In a gentle voice, she said softly, "It could also be Lu Ding and Heman. They're the dark horses of the year. Definitely exceptional. And they even fought a Si-Ming realm opponent together. There was a recent report saying Lu Ding soloed to Hessian and killed Yi Chengfeng, who was in the Si-Ming realm. Alpha Beta Epsilon. Every year, a few rookie investigators get famous, but not so many that they're hard to remember. There are always a few who stand out. Pull up the files, and it's not hard to make an educated guess." Everyone nodded. Yeah, that could be it. But no matter who it is at this stage, it's not likely they'll manage. Yi Chengfeng was old and weak. But Ko family's Ko Huai isn't that old. A solid Si-Ming realm. Trainees who just came out? No way they're up to the task. By the way, has anyone seen Chui Zhao? This squad, which wasn't assigned a mission today, was waiting here for the trainees coming out of the training site. They were also going to discuss the Ko family situation and host a welcome for the newcomers. The Xindu region was their turf. Their squad leader had gone to receive the trainees. The rest were here. So where was Chui Zhao, who was also free today? That's when everyone realized, given how sensitive the current period was, they needed to know where every teammate was. If a full-scale operation broke out, even though this was technically Lu Ding's trial mission, once it hit that stage, everyone was at 749. There were no personal grudges. No one could just stand by. Unity is strength. Let's take them down together. Can't get through on the phone. No replies to messages either. I sent him the last message at 7:56 this morning. Anyone send one later than me? Nope. I did. I have one here, 8:10. Chui Zhao said he might be late. Said there were Ko family people causing trouble on the road. At the same time, on the airport expressway, Li Kai was driving and chatting. I've heard of you two for a while now. Linghai fighting a Si-Ming? I wouldn't even dare to dream of that. If it were me, ding dong. You have an urgent message from colleague Lu Yuan. Li Kai took out his phone. Captain, Chui Zhao still hasn't shown up. His phone's off. No replies either. He said this morning he saw Ko family members making a scene. We just pulled the surveillance footage. There's no direct camera angle, but we spotted Chui Zhao's car. Earlier, Ko Jingshin's car passed through that area too. Li Kai's expression darkened. Sorry, Lu Ding. I was supposed to welcome you both and show you around, but something urgent's come up. I'll still drop you off at the bureau first, then I've got to go handle this. Seeing his face didn't look great. Lu Ding leaned forward a bit, back leaving the seat, and said, No need to be so polite. If you got something urgent, just turn around and go. If it's monsters or demons, I can help out too. Mostly because it's been too long since he killed one of those things. He was afraid his skills were getting rusty. His recent fights? He'd been holding back every time. Or the situation just didn't let him go all out. Lu Ding was not happy about it. Plus, he still hadn't used floral coffin death burial. If they got to the scene, and it turned out to be some powerful ghost or monster causing chaos, that'd be perfect for him. Part of him was secretly hoping this Captain Lee would say it. Monsters causing trouble. But as soon as Captain Lee opened his mouth, not monsters or demons. It's the Ko family looking for trouble. One of my investigators is out of contact. We were supposed to meet at the bureau, hold a little welcome banquet for you guys, proper local hospitality, but now, anyway, it wasn't classified, so he just said it straight. But as soon as those words came out, the light in Lu Ding's eyes instantly vanished, replaced with a calm like still water, and just a faint trace of irritation that didn't even show on his face. Ko family causing trouble? So are you going to them now to get someone back? Not going to the Ko family. The one stirring things up is their second son, Ko Jingshin, CEO of the Ko Real Estate Group. On the way here, Lu Ding and Bai Heman had reviewed the Ko family's background, but their focus had been on Ko Huai, the Ko family's cultivator of qi at the Ximing realm. As for all the young masters and princesses under him, they just skimmed over them, knew the names, and that was it. What kind of era are we in? Still calling people young master and princess? Not afraid of being laughed at? Then let's go straight to him. Bring us with you. Lu Ding said it just like that. Originally, on their way here, he and Bai Heman had already decided. None of this go through the proper channels crap. Cut the red tape, skip the formalities, throw all that junk aside. Just show up at the door. Stand right there at the entrance of the Ko residence. Hold up the documents. Ask them straight. Relocating or not? Based on the Ko family's usual attitude, the answer would definitely be no. Good. Not relocating, huh? Well, I've officially notified you. You're the one refusing. It's all recorded on the law enforcement recorder. Then tear the document. And throw hands. Who spoiled you like this? We've given you face for long enough. Talked nicely, offered decent compensation, let you soak up good feng shui for years. You've got your fortune, your legacy. Isn't that enough? Feng shui layouts like this are straight-up cheating. Sure, you cheated before. Your ancestral graves were buried right where they needed to be. We're all Han Chinese, we get it. Family graves are important. Oh, excellent. So we didn't touch them. Everyone's got ancestors. We understood. But now the city needs to develop, and you've been sucking up the earth essence from half the district. And now you want to dig your heels in and stay? Isn't that too much? Since you love pushing boundaries, let us give you a lesson. They already tried the reasonable approach, and it didn't work. Now comes the unreasonable duo. Lu Ding had it clear in his mind. He was here to act, not to talk. If reasoning worked, he wouldn't have been sent in. So he didn't care to say much at all. Hearing that Lu Ding and Bai Heman wanted to come along, Captain Lee's hand twitched, and he glanced over. Bai Heman was fine, but Lu Ding style, Lu Ding, if we can avoid violence, it's better not to. The Ko group's pretty big, provide a lot of jobs and stuff. Someone submitted a report requesting a soft approach. Hearing that, Bai Heman's lips curled into a slow grin. He didn't say anything. He wasn't the talkative type. Just leave him to throw down. Lu Ding spoke up. Soft approach? A report? Who submitted it? 3 back-to-back questions made Captain Lee break into a cold sweat. The pressure was intense. He ran those words through his head over and over, but didn't dare speak. Afraid the moment that name came out, it'd be like adding someone to the book of life and death. Lu Ding could tell he was hesitating. If they really wanted a soft approach, they wouldn't have sent me. That's the beauty of having a reputation. Your presence alone signals the higher-up stance. They'd already given tacit approval to a lot. Just like in ancient times, no emperor would send a soft-hearted saint to wipe out a clan. unless he meant to let them live. That line hit Captain Lee hard. Lu Ding continued. So, whoever submitted that report, you write me another one. I'll bring it back. Big mistake or small, the higher-ups will decide. I'm just here to do the job. Whether the Ko family stays or gets wiped depends on their attitude. Of course, local concerns have to be considered too. How about this? Lu Ding pulled out his phone, opened a file, and pointed at Ko Huai's third son, the illegitimate one, Ko Jingming. This one looks pretty solid. Decent capability. Character's not bad either. Might not expand the business, but holding the fort? No problem. If your missing investigator really is tied up with Ko Jingshen and he cooperates, I can go easy. But if he refuses and starts acting like a DK, Lu Ding didn't finish the sentence, but Captain Lee got the message. At that point, the decent folks in the Ko family, the normal ones, once the feng shui layout is broken, they'll be under Ko Jingming's management. Company matters too. Same family anyway. They can absorb it however they want. Of course, that's only if they don't cooperate, don't move, don't back down. If they change their mind last minute, then things can stay as they were. But Lu Ding figured cooperation wasn't likely. The more Captain Lee listened, the more uneasy he felt. If it went like this, the fallout would be massive. Sure, it was a matter within the cultivator of chi circles, but still, after a long moment of thinking, he said, Lu Ding, actually you guys could go handle the Ko situation. I could take care of this side myself. A team captain couldn't be indecisive, but he couldn't match Lu Ding's level either. No need to be polite, Captain Lee. We're all colleagues. I had 3 plans in mind. Worst case, middle ground, and best case. Worst case would be a huge mess. Middle ground would bring you guys some trouble. I hadn't figured out the best case yet. Lu Ding leaned back in his seat. But now I've got it. What is it? Captain Lee asked instinctively. I looked at the Ko family file. They've always been arrogant. Local tyrants in this area. So it's important to have righteous cause. Righteous cause. Captain Lee's brain practically exploded. At this point, all he could think was, Ko family, oh Ko family, you'd better move those damn graves. And Ko Jingshin, if you *ing laid a hand on my investigator, you are so screwed. He already knew what Lu Ding was planning. Attacking a 749 investigator. He definitely wouldn't dare kill, but the word attack. How light or heavy that played out, it all depended on Lu Ding's mood. Given the way things were shaping up right now, this was clearly riding the wave, using it as a pretext, righteous cause, justified action. And once this thing was wrapped up, there wouldn't be a single bit of backlash. The mission? Flawlessly executed. The higher-ups would only praise him for handling things so well. I mean, the fact that he was even sent here said it all. The local authorities wouldn't be able to say a word. Attacking a 749 investigator. Who'd dare argue with that? Silence filled the car. Meanwhile, inside the Ko Group's corporate tower, top floor CEO office. The missing Chui Zhao sat across from Ko Jingshen, face serious as he spoke. Ko Jingshen, can you stop putting on that unbothered face? It's only the second day, and already someone's come out of the advanced training site. Do need to spell out how serious that is. This is clearly aimed at your Ko family. I got it. Ko Jingshen continued handling work, speaking without even lifting his head. You got it? You got it, and you're still not going back to talk to your old man about it. I took a huge risk to come here and give you this heads up, and this is your attitude? The more Chui Zhao talked, the more fired up he got. So it turned out he wasn't attacked. He took advantage of a blind spot in the surveillance and got into Ko Jingshen's car. Gave him intel about the trainees arriving from the advanced training site today. As for the excuse, he already had that lined up. Said he had a run-in with the Ko family. After all, it wouldn't be the first time a 749 investigator clashed with the Kos. The Ko family knew where the lines were when it came to dealing with 749 people. They wouldn't let things get too out of hand. So when the time came, they could just say it was a misunderstanding and settle things peacefully. In truth, it wouldn't be that big a deal. The 749 Bureau wouldn't ignore an investigator's personal wishes, right? As for why not use a phone or ask someone else to pass the message? This isn't ancient times, it's the tech era. A phone in front of the 749, might as well be see-through. And passing a message? The more people who know, the higher the risk. Chui Zhao didn't want to take that risk. He only informed Ko Jingshin because of their personal friendship. He had no intention of losing his investigator badge over this. Leaking classified info? That's no small offense. So what kind of attitude would satisfy you? They're just advanced trainees. No matter how strong, could they be stronger than a Si-Ming realm? That's a bit bold, considering the Ko family can't go head-to-head with the 749. But aren't we negotiating right now? Negotiating? Chui Zhao got visibly agitated. You call that negotiating? That's stalling, dragging things out until it's too late, asking for delays, trying to win concessions, and keep your damn feng shui. Why can't you people think for once? Your family's dragon raising the coffin formation keeps growing. What the hell are you planning? Rebellion? They're not targeting your Ko family. They're targeting the feng shui setup. That thing's got too much impact. Nourishing your family alone has cursed half of Jinshan. Civilians have always been 749's bottom line. Just some trainees, some Si-Ming realm. A regular trainee might not be able to do anything to a Si-Ming realm. But tell me, what if it's Lu Ding? What then? Si-Ming. Hasn't he killed one already? Back in Yanhai, when he dealt with the corpse-shattering Tai Shui, he was still just in the Linghai realm and already dared to take on a Si-Ming. Now he's just picked up a bunch of reward from the training site. What if they gave him something heavy-duty? If he breaks through to the Divine Palace realm? Si-Ming? See your Fing Grandma's knee. He'll cleave his way from the training site straight to Jinshan, and your whole damn ancestral graveyard gonna get chopped to Fing bits. That's exactly why Chui Zhao had rushed over to warn Ko Jingshin. Others might leave room for maneuver. Lu Ding? Chui Zhao was terrified it would be him. He stood up, pointing at Ko Jingshin. I've said what I needed to say. I'm only saying this because I see you as a brother. Think about it. Lu Ding's nickname is what? Corpse-shattering Tai Shui. He's a 749 investigator. If you don't know, look it up. His working style, his methods, negotiate. Chui Zhao sneered a few times. He'll stand on your grave and negotiate, if you can still hear him. That's it. I'm done. Your Ko family's got half a day tops. Ko Jingshin, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke up as Chui Zhao was leaving. Half a day. That urgent? Chui Zhao half-turned. Urgent? Not for me. You can take your time. But Lu Ding, he's the famous vanguard of Yunhai's 749. This morning he said he was coming for you. Right after that, he was already asking where your house is. If it's close, he's probably there already. If it's far, he'll get there by noon. You figure it out. With grave new ES. Ko Jingshan stood up. Let me walk you out. The two walked out together and entered the CEO's private elevator. Back inside, the office phone started ringing, but it was too late. Neither of them heard it. Inside the elevator, Ko Jingshin handed Chui Zhao a cigarette. Thanks. Chui Zhao accepted it. Don't mention it. I should be the one thanking you. A few years back, I failed the college entrance exam. Pressure from my family pushed me to a dark place, and I jumped into a river. Who'd have thought the big shot CEO just happened to like fishing and would actually fish me out? Ko Jingshin smiled, fingers lightly rolling the cigarette. Yeah, crazy how things turn out. A guy who jumped into a river to escape life ends up becoming a 749 investigator. And truth is, I saved you because I wanted to beat you up. I'd baited that spot the day before, hadn't even fished yet, and you scared all the fish away. The two burst into laughter. Downstairs at Ko Group's building, people were laid out all over the floor. The receptionist girl on the phone looked up. Lu Ding was staring straight at her. Done making your little warning call? That usually handsome face of his wasn't winning any friendliness today. The girl nodded fearfully, voice trembling, and no one picked up. But the private elevator is coming down. Co-president should be coming down too. Coming down. Lu Ding looked a bit disappointed. Like he'd expected better. Hearing Captain Li mumble behind him, Lu Ding turned his head. What? It's nothing. If he didn't turn it off himself, why would he even be thinking about it? The fact that he's thinking about it proves he's trying to recall whether he turned it off himself or someone else did. There aren't any signs of the uniform being ripped, which also proves he did it himself. The power switch on the law enforcement recorder is tiny. In a struggle, it's impossible not to tug at the clothes. Plus, the Bureau has a rule. Losing a law enforcement recorder is equivalent to a security officer losing their gun. The more Captain Lee spoke, the more bitter his expression became. He really hadn't expected one of his own to side with outsiders. Lu Ding stood up. Looks like Captain Lee's training results are pretty solid. You've said everything I was going to say, and even filled in the gaps. It was supposed to be praise, but all Li Kai felt was shame. Xiao Bai grabbed the two of them. We're going to the Ko family. Well, that made things simple. No need for explanations. Colluding with 749 investigators, stealing classified 749 intel. And how do you define classified intel? Please, the movements of trainees at the advanced training facility, those are absolutely classified. These are geniuses from each region, carefully groomed for the future. The Ko family has no relation to Lu Ding or Baiheman. Why the hell are you watching them? What, trying to ambush and eliminate them? Baiheman stepped forward. The semi-conscious Ko Jingshan looked up at the three of them. This is Jinshan. How dare you? Bang. Before he could finish, Baiheman had already picked up on Lu Ding's signature move. He grabbed Ko Jingshan by the collar and promoted him on the spot. A knee to the gut. Pain twisted his face, his eyeballs bulged, his complexion went from red to pale. Lu Ding, who had been turned slightly to the side, now looked over. Jinshan? The way you said that almost made me think Jinshan doesn't belong to the Han Empire. Smack! Lu Ding casually slapped him across the face. The elevator trembled, and Ko Jingshan's cheeks swelled instantly. Lu Ding held out his hand. Threatening a 749 investigator? All your confidence comes from the Ko family. I just slapped you. What's the Ko family going to do about it? Face. Then he turned his hand around and slapped him again. Smack. Now I'm not acting as a 749 investigator. I'm slapping you as Lu Ding. What's the Ko family going to do now? Seriously, this guy's played the CEO role so long he doesn't even know who's in control anymore. You're a grasshopper in autumn, already at the end of your rope, and you're still hopping? Forget Lu Ding being an investigator. Even if he weren't, with 20 years of cheat-level power under his belt, you dare threaten him? Lu Ding turned, then spun back, delivered a kick square to the chest. Ko Jingshan lost all his swagger. His chest caved in. Frothy spit turned red at the corners of his mouth. Lu Ding just said one word. Let's go. Baiheman carried the two of them and followed behind Lu Ding. By now, Li Kai's anger was rising too. Not toward Lu Ding, but toward the lawless Ko family. Strutting around was one thing, but at least they kept some restraint when it came to 749 investigators. But ever since the new city development plans came down from above, the Ko family kept stalling on relocating their ancestral graves. And now they were colluding with 749 insiders to leak intel. No wonder higher-ups had been delaying action against the Ko family. Li Kai hadn't understood before, but now it was clear they were saving it as a trial run for trainees from the advanced facility. And now those trainees were here. And not just anyone, Lu Ding and Baiheman. Joining in to beat a dog while it's down? Totally justified, right? He pulled out his phone and made a call. Have Team 1 bring all their gear. Stand by outside the Ko family's compound. This was a mission for the trainees. They wouldn't intervene. But someone had to clean up afterward, right? Someone had to maintain order, right? If the Ko family decided to go all out, gang up on the few with many, they need backup, right? And what they'd be met with would be the fully prepped 749 support team. Perfect opportunity to blow off some steam from the past few weeks. Carrying the two captives, they stepped out of Ko Corporation. Right at the door, a girl in an elegant long dress stood waiting, flanked by 3 or 4 Linghai realm cultivators of Qi and an old man in the Divine Palace realm, blocking their way. Lanya saw Ko Jingshan foaming blood, and a flicker of pain flashed in her eyes. She did her best to stay composed, tamping down her fury as she spoke. Investigator, could you give me some face? Let me take Jingshan for medical treatment. Lanya, Ko Jingshan's so-called fiancée. From the Lan family, a cultivator clan of the Han Empire, a second-tier noble family. She and Ko Jingshan had been college classmates. After graduation, she'd followed him to Jinshan. But Ko Jingshan didn't like her. He liked the daughter of a local farmhouse owner near the river where he always went fishing. Lanya was your classic love-struck fool. Lu Ding couldn't understand it. Sure, the Lan family wasn't top tier, but compared to the Ko family, that's like a lion versus a chicken. You could have chosen anyone. Why him? What do you see in him? That icy face? His habit of fishing at midnight? The fact that he's always ghosting people? Or maybe you're moved by the maid's comment. This is the first time young master brought a woman home? Is that supposed to be romantic? Lu Ding looked at Lanya and asked, "You want me to give you face? Is that face for you, or for your surname?" Lanya's eyes shifted to Li Kai, a 749 captain from a lower-tier city, actually standing behind this unfamiliar investigator. It was clear from his bearing, either rich or powerful, definitely from somewhere big. But no matter what, Jingshan, I will save you. What difference does it make? Smack! Lu Ding raised his hand, infused it with qi, and slapped hard enough to stir the air. The blow sent her flying, spinning midair before crashing to the ground, unconscious. His voice followed a beat later. No difference at all, because whether it's you or the Lan family, neither holds any weight with me. I just wanted to mess with a love-struck fool like you. The Lan family raised her, nurtured her, and now she jumps out, asking if it makes a difference? Isn't that waving the Lan family's banner? Lu Ding's presence here represented the will of the 749 Bureau's upper ranks. You try to interfere with official duties under the name of the Lan family. What? You think that's not going to bring trouble down on them? Did you even ask if the Lan family agreed with your move? If that's not being an ungrateful little wretch, what is? You can live your life. You could say being born into the Lan family wasn't your choice, but you can choose not to use their name. Stand tall. Say it proudly with your own Linghai realm power. I speak for myself alone. Lu Ding had given her that chance. She didn't take it. And as for whether acting so decisively would provoke retaliation from the Lan family, what should he have hesitated? Let her argue back and forth. In the end, it would just come down to two outcomes. Either she walks away with him, or things escalate into a fight. And the first outcome? Almost impossible. So why wait? Just end it. As for the Lan family, let them come. What? You think interfering with 749 Bureau operations is a small matter? Still care about saving face? The few cultivators of Qi watched their master get slapped. The old man in the Divine Palace realm shouted, "How dare you!" Boom! Lu Ding lifted his leg and delivered a straight kick. The old man flew back, crashing into a metal tree and getting buried in the flower bed. His condition? Unknown. I dare a lot more than you think. As for the remaining Linghai realm cultivators of Qi, oh, their reaction was fast. In a flash, they crouched down, heads covered, obedient as could be. Textbook surrender. Lu Ding walked past them toward the exit. Meanwhile, news of Lu Ding and Bai Heman storming the Ko Corporation reached the Ko family. At the poolside, a man floated in the water, shirtless, in just swim trunks and sunglasses, basking in the sun. Beside the pool, a woman's anxious voice cut through the air. "Who did Li Kai bring? You don't recognize them? What the hell are you guys doing? How could that many people fail to protect Jingshan?" Fuming, the woman hurled her phone to the ground, shattering it. The one yelling on the phone was Ko Jingshan's eldest sister, Ko Jinglan, and the man in the pool, her husband, Chuan Qing of Swallow Gate. Quan Qing pushed his sunglasses up. "Honey, why so angry? What happened to Jingshan? If he hadn't spoken, it would have been fine. But the moment he did, Ko Jinglan exploded again. What happened? Li Kai brought people to raid my brother's company. Not only were the security guards beaten, my brother got taken too." Hands on her hips, she caught her breath, then pointed at Quan Qing. "Call Li Kai, right now. Tell him to let my brother go. I can't even bring myself to hit my brother. Who the H*LL does he think he is? This isn't over." Quan Qing's body drifted to the poolside. He grabbed his phone. Okay, I'm calling. "Chill, babe, I got it." He said it nicely, but in his mind, doubts were stirring. By all logic, Li Kai wasn't the kind of guy to act like this. Even if Jing Shen had crossed a line, Li Kai wouldn't bring people over, beat him up, and haul him away. Unless 749 Bureau was planning to make a move on the Ko family. And this was Li Kai switching sides? The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. But Quan Qing kept his thoughts to himself. After all, he was just a live-in son-in-law. Back in the day, his roguish charm caught Ko Jinglan's eye, and that's how he got into the Ko family. But let's be honest, married in was putting it nicely. Forced into it was more accurate. And if the higher-ups were about to act against the Ko family, then, as a son-in-law, yeah, he needed an exit plan. Quan Qing didn't believe for a second that the Ko family could hold their own if 749 Bureau got serious. He came from Swallowgate. Back in the day, Swallowgate was legendary. Master thieves everywhere. But now, the Ko family was nothing compared to that. Our Nigerian IRES. And what happened? Still got crushed by 749, left with just a few stragglers. Pretending to make a phone call, Quan Qing was already texting someone in his company, asking for the surveillance footage. Meanwhile, in the car, Li Kai was driving. He glanced over at Lu Ding in the passenger seat, and by Heman in the back, carrying two people like they were shopping bags. That was Ko Jinglan's husband, Quan Qing, calling just now. Tell them, Lu Ding said with a smile, we're heading over right now. And make sure she knows, this one, Ko Hawaii has to come out and claim him in person. Bai Heman's eyes lit up in the back seat. He instantly got it. You want me to clear the way? Lu Ding, I'll charge the main attack. Their grinning faces sent a chill down Li Kai's spine. Especially that word, charge. He knew Lu Ding's signature move all too well. Call connected. Li Kai talked to Quan Qing on the phone while nervously eyeing Lu Ding from the corner of his eye. A dangerous aura was radiating from Lu Ding's hand as he slowly powered up. At that moment, Li Kai's heart was pounding. Please go easy, man. That slash attack may look small, but one misstep, and it had more destructive power than a cruise missile. If anything went wrong, Li Kai figured that of the 5 people in the car, at least 3 would be toast. He'd heard the stories before, but now, sitting right next to it, he was terrified. That fluctuating energy, no one could sit here and not get cold feet. Call ended. Quan Qing passed along the message from Li Kai, hearing they were bringing people to the house. Ko Jinglan's fury finally cooled a bit. She sat down, feet off the ground, brain back online. She started mumbling analysis. They want Dad to come get him personally. Did Jingshin do something huge? Her brows furrowed. No way. Honey, get dressed. We're going to see Dad together. We can't afford any screw-ups right now. If 749 gets leverage on us, we'll have no room to negotiate. Quan Qing agreed quickly. Got it, I'll go change. He rushed into the house while scrolling through the footage sent by his company. Then, he saw a familiar figure. Eyes wide, he paused the video. In disbelief, he switched to another app, opened the Swallowgate group chat, and scrolled through the history. Listen up, everyone. Keep a low profile for the next while. That good-for-nothing uncle of yours who ran off to join the Tianli cult, he's already dead, killed by a 749 investigator. So to avoid any mess, let me be clear. I'm not leaving the house for 6 months. I'm holding Swallowgate's roster in my hands. If anyone stirs up trouble, I'll cross their name out myself and expel them. Attached was a photo. The brutally mangled corpse of the 1,000 Gold Elder. When Quan Qing had seen it before, he even did some digging. Found out the person who killed that uncle was a rookie investigator named Lu Ding. And back then, he had laughed it off as a joke. Uncle, oh uncle, you lived all those years only to get killed by a rookie investigator. You really were useless. That was the first time. Not long after, the sect master posted in the group chat again. Now the branch master of the Tianli cult has also been taken out by Lu Ding. You all better behave. If you've stirred up any trouble outside, speak up now. If you can hide, hide. If you can't, don't come running home. I won't be able to protect you. That Lu Xingchuan from the Tianli cult, his cultivation was even higher than mine. It was only then that Quan Qing realized just how terrifying this rookie who killed his uncle really was. After that, he started keeping an eye on Lu Ding. And the more he watched, the more scared he got. He secretly swore, "This is the kind of guy you stay far away from." And now you're telling him, "Lu Ding's here. He's coming. No way. I gotta get out of here." If Lu Ding's coming, you can bet 749 serious. The Ko family is totally screwed. And if Lu Ding starts charging up his slash, what if I get caught in it? He moved faster, but then stopped short. Wait, no. If I run now, and heaven forbid, the Ko family somehow smooths things over with 749, then I'll look like a deserter. And if that happens, they won't let me off easy either. With that thought, Quan Qing's eyes turned fierce, and a sinister smirk curled at his lips. He turned and went into the bathroom, retrieving a bundle wrapped in oiled paper. Unwrapping it, inside were various photos of Ko Jinglan cheating. But those weren't the key. The real kicker? Evidence of the Ko family using their ancestral graves to raise corpses. That was the reason they didn't dare relocate the graves. Move them. And without the nourishment of the feng shui and earth energy, the thing inside would definitely go berserk. And once that happened, everything would be exposed. I've got to bury you all first, then I can escape in peace. Anyone with experience in this world leaves themselves a backup plan. He was a dutiful live-in son-in-law, a loyal dog who bites hard. After so many years, it was only natural he'd get exposed to some of the Ko family secrets, right? Ask around. Who doesn't know that Quan Qing is Jinshan's famous turtle-in-his-shell green-haired coward? Patient. Always patient. Since he wasn't sure whether the Ko family would survive this, he figured, why not throw on a little gasoline and make sure they didn't? If it were anyone else coming, he wouldn't dare pass the evidence along. But this time, it was Lu Ding. That Lu Ding. The one who hated evil with a passion. The one whose hands never left monsters or demons alive. With a monster sitting in plain sight, Quan Qing didn't believe for a second Lu Ding wouldn't kill it. That's the reputation Lu Ding had. A Linghai realm going toe-to-toe with Si Ming realm. What wouldn't he dare do? Quan Qing changed into fresh clothes, took out his phone, and once again called Li Kai. The moment the call connected, he burst out laughing. "Old son, I'm a bit tied up today. Something came up at home. I gotta go see the old man." Yeah. Next time for sure." "Oh, right. Those traditional pastries you got me last time? From that place in Shiqing Banxiao. Phenomenal." Yeah, all right." He hung up, still smiling, then strode confidently out the door. In the car, Li Kai had just listened to that entire ramble and couldn't make heads or tails of it. But his professional instincts kicked in. He pulled out his phone and searched Shiqing Banxiao traditional pastry. The screen changed. Big bold words popped up. Handmade sticky rice dumplings. A 400-year-old imperial heritage recipe. Generations of wisdom in every bite. Li Kai showed the screen to Lu Ding. Seeing it, Lu Ding instantly got it. No wonder the Ko family won't move. One shift, and it all goes to hell. Earth energy nurturing rice dumplings. What a perfect match. Using feng shui to raise corpses wasn't rare. What was rare? Someone doing it right under 749 Bureau's nose. Draining half a city's feng shui. Whatever was inside, it had to be a major threat. Finally, something worth watching. But before killing the monster, they'd have to deal with the Ko family first. Otherwise, during the fight, they'd just get in the way. Why would Quan Qing suddenly bring this up now? Why didn't he say anything earlier? Li Kai was confused. If Quan Qing had spoken up sooner, Lu Ding and Bai Heman probably wouldn't have needed to come at all. Destroying feng shui or moving graves, those things were negotiable. Feng shui and earth energy are about natural circumstances. It's not really your business. If you buried someone first, and then the land became a feng shui hotspot, then enjoying it was heaven's blessing. When the impact was minor, you just got lucky. But if the impact got too big and someone told you to move, that was for the greater good. But if you did it on purpose, well, then that's a whole different story. Lu Ding couldn't figure it out either, but whatever. There are plenty of things in this world that don't make sense. As long as the outcome is right, that's all that matters. Ko family estate. Outside the antique-style courtyard, two people rushed in, disturbing the peaceful, serene air. In the pavilion, Ko Huai sat holding a scroll, dressed in a white martial arts uniform. His complexion was ruddy, and the bulging temples on either side of his head spoke of deep cultivation, his breathing long and steady. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head. His gaze collided with Ko Jinglan's as she emerged from behind the decorative wall. "Dad, Jingshin's been arrested." Hearing his daughter blurt it out, Ko Huai set down his scroll. "What happened?" Ko Jinglan gave a detailed explanation. After she finished, Quan Qing stepped forward, bowing and handing over his phone, which showed screenshot from surveillance footage of Lu Ding and the others. "Dad, I just got this from the company. Those two look young and unfamiliar. Even a Lan family doesn't scare them. Typical greenhorns. When they arrive, I suggest you stall for time. I'll head out and dig into their backgrounds right away. Whatever you do, don't make a move yet. Old man, just wait. One hit of the gas, and I'm at your ancestral grave. Check them out?" "Sure, I'll check. Right after I get the hell out of here. No way I'm getting sliced in the crossfire." Ko Huai looked at his son-in-law and silently nodded. Not bad. Even if Jinglan had forced this marriage, over the years, Quan Qing had been diligent, working hard for the Ko family without a single complaint. Whether it was his efficiency or his results, Ko Huai was quite satisfied. So, letting Quan Qing handle this investigation, totally reasonable. Judging by his usual pace, he'd have the info within hours. And Ko Huai could stall them in the meantime. Once they knew who these youngsters were, then they'd strike with precision. "Go on then. Be quick and come back fast." "Understood, Dad. Just wait for my good news." After saying that, Quan Qing didn't turn his back. He kept facing Ko Huai and walked out of the courtyard backward. Once he was gone, Ko Huai turned to his daughter. "Don't think I don't know what you've been up to out there. Aquan's a good kid. You chose him. You need to take responsibility for that relationship." I know, Dad. That was just a fling. My heart still belongs to Aquan. He can have his fun, too. I'm not stopping him." Ko Huai snorted coldly. "Easy for you to say." The woman didn't care. She really didn't try to control Quan Qing, but that was only because she knew he didn't dare do anything, which gave her complete confidence to act without fear. Ko Huai stood up. "Let's go. We'll meet these two so-called rising stars at the front gate. I'd like to see how much backbone a pair of greenhorn brats really have. If they dared lay a hand on my son, they'd better have some sky-shattering background to back it up. If not, then, as a senior, Ko Huai fully intended to teach them a lesson in the name of mentorship." Outside the Ko family estate, two cars passed by each other. Inside one of them, the camera panned as Lu Ding casually peeled open a package wrapped in oiled paper. Photo after photo, file after file unfolded before his eyes. These materials were more than enough to nail the Ko family to the wall, and attached a small note. He unfolded it. "From Quan Qing of Swallowgate. I have long admired Lord Lu Taishui's name. As thanks for purging traitors from our ranks, I humbly present this small token. Please understand that the matters concerning the Ko family have nothing to do with this mere son-in-law. Ko Huai is known to be difficult, skilled in both internal and external arts. He possesses a secret killer technique called the Sword Within, a mouth-borne strike. Be warned, do not engage him in conversation, or you risk ruptured guts and a blade through your stomach." Well, damn, this guy spilled all of Ko Huai's secrets. But Lu Ding really hadn't heard of this Sword Within technique before. A secret art that harms with words? Falling into a trap just by responding? That's some seriously underhanded stuff. Li Kai also caught a glimpse of the note. And now it made sense why Quan Qing hadn't spoken up earlier. The guy simply didn't feel threatened enough. Sure, the note was phrased with utmost respect, but read between the lines, and the real message boiled down to just 4 words, "Not my problem." If Lu Ding hadn't come, he'd have happily continued going with the flow. It wasn't a bad life after all. But now that Lu Ding was here, the message was clear. Just please don't hit me. Not my problem. With a flick of his fingers, the note was instantly shredded into confetti by a flurry of tiny slashes. "I love dealing with smart people," Lu Ding said. Outside the estate, Li Kai brought the car to a stop. He had originally planned to enter with Chui Zhao, but now, no need. Lu Ding reminded him, Captain Lee, sorry to trouble you, but please wait for us here. Don't worry, I'll watch this punk until you get back. Watching Lu Ding walk in, wrist locked behind his back, and by Heman hauling the captives beside him, Li Kai chuckled. Now that's music to my ears. He knew his limits. No way he could join in the coming fight. But hey, at least they gave him the courtesy of saving face. Walking into the estate, Lu Ding was thinking, how can I get close enough to release a slash without having to talk to Ko Hawaii? Thinking back and forth, he suddenly heard a Ko family servant shout, "Honored guests have arrived." The banquet hall doors swung open. Inside, Ko Hawaii sat upright, with Ko Jinglan seated beside him, along with other Ko family elders. Seeing Ko Jinglan foaming blood from the mouth in by Heman's hands, Ko Jinglan's rage surged instantly. Next to him, Ko Hawaii crushed the expensive teacup in his hand. Seeing this, Lu Ding thought, got it. You're putting on quite a show. Since you don't want your son, then sit tight. Whatever you do, don't get up. Lu Ding turned to leave. Ko Hawaii, who had been planning to intimidate them with a show of force, was momentarily stunned. Wait, two juniors. How dare they be this arrogant? He was a Si Ming realm cultivator sitting, and they were standing. Wasn't that how it's supposed to be? Among cultivators of Qi, strength has always ruled. This made perfect sense. How could they just turn and walk away? Ko Hawaii couldn't stay seated anymore. Seeing Ko Jingshin's serious injuries, he got up and leapt forward. Distance closed. He reached out and said, "Hold on." The wind whistled past. Just as Ko Hawaii was less than 2 meters from Lu Ding, Lu Ding suddenly turned, palm raised. The slash he had been charging for so long erupted in an instant. Lu Ding was pushed backward. In that moment, the world dimmed, all light drained away. An inexplicable sharpness sliced through everything nearby. Even Ko Hawaii, with his Si Ming realm cultivation, couldn't withstand the blow. Back when Lu Ding was still in the Linghai realm, he'd used this move to seriously injure Shi Gandang, a man famous for his defense, and later struck down Yi Qingfeng with it too, and with Diaries Spade Epsilon S. Now he was in the Divine Palace realm. You're a Si Ming who didn't prepare at all. What makes you think you can block a slash charge to its peak? The earth split, grass and trees obliterated. The massive estate was cleaved in two. That's right. This time, Lu Ding's slash came down vertically. A horizontal slash covers a wide range, but has its limitations. Easy to miss the kill. But a vertical slash, while it doesn't cover as much ground, can slice you clean from skull to groin. One cut, two halves. The world fell silent. Ko Hawaii landed and steadied himself, standing less than a meter from Lu Ding. He adjusted his collar, smoothed his beard, keeping up his aura of a powerhouse. But all the spiritual energy had dissipated from his body. He blurted out, "A charge slash. I get it now. You're Lu Ding from Yunhai, 749. I didn't expect you'd already reached the Divine Palace realm. Can you answer me one question?" Lu Ding looked at the crimson line slowly appearing down the center of Ko Hawaii's brow, smiling, not the slightest intention to respond. Crack, crunch. Blood oozed out. Ko Hawaii stepped forward with his right leg, pulling his right side ahead. His left side stayed behind with no support and immediately collapsed to the ground. Balancing on one leg, blood gushed out as his flesh pulsed with every breath. Raising his hand, he said, "Why won't you answer me?" Lu Ding stared coldly at him the whole time, thinking to himself, "Because I already know all your trump cards." Watching the body begin to tilt forward, Lu Ding lifted his leg and whipped it around. Half of Ko Hawaii's body was sent flying, crashing into the banquet hall and knocking over the stunned Ko Jinglan. Lu Ding's aura flared. Dark clouds instantly gathered above, and the surroundings were engulfed in darkness. Red light flickered within, forming the glowing outline of a pair of eyes that burst open. "The rest of you trash. Come, big brother." Ko Hawaii's second brother, Ko Huaishan, cried out in anguish, and his Divine Palace realm 9th layer aura surged. He shattered the banquet hall ceiling with a boom. Spiritual energy converged. "You despicable sneak attacker. I'll kill you." Ko Huaishan formed a hand seal, spun around. His clothes burst open at the back, revealing a strange tattoo. With spiritual energy flooding in, the tattoo lines lit up. Misty lotus smoke spread in all directions. A deity-like figure wielding a golden mace emerged from the white fog. With one swing of the mace, the ground cracked open. From the spreading black mist, pale arms reached up in clusters, clawing at everything in their path. Dirt, ground, anything in reach was pulled under. Lu Ding leapt aside, turning to glance at Bai-Heman, just in time to see him toss the battered Ko Jingshin into the open ground crack. You killed him yourself, by the way. Jingshan, Ko Huaishan shouted in grief. The next second, Bai-Heman moved. He knew his role. He'd deal with the small fry. The big fish were Lu Ding's. So now, you want to clean up the weaklings. Watching him charge at the remaining Ko family members, Ko Huaishan yelled, "You dare!" The armored deity raised its golden mace and swung, and the thick blackness descended upon Bai-Heman. Though the attack was aimed at Bai-Heman, Ko Huaishan's eyes never once left Lu Ding. Seeing him flash and vanish, Ko Huaishan's heart surged with killing intent. You finally took the bait. The spell in his hand shifted. Human skin trap. The human skin on Ko Huaishan's back instantly tore open. Blood gushed out as the golden armored deity exploded violently. From the blood-soaked remains, a massive flower made of human hands slowly bloomed, closing in on the spot where it predicted Lu Ding would flash to. Ko Huaishan coughed up a mouthful of blood, eyes bulging as he watched Lu Ding about to fall into the trap of human hand petals. Hope surged in his heart until he saw Lu Ding form a flower-shaped hand seal and gesture at him. You got happy too soon. The next moment, the world went still. The surrounding scene rapidly changed, from the halved Ko family's rich garden to a sea of endless grassy waves, blue sky, white clouds, breeze meadow. Grass rolled like waves, the wind blew gently, and clusters of flowers bloomed. Ko Huaishan stood within. All over his body, flower buds began to sprout. The agony came not only from the flesh, but the soul. The buds burst open, petals scattered across the sky. The earth rumbled, a flowering tree shot into the heavens, and multicolored petals formed a flower coffin that enveloped him. Lu Ding walked step by step through the air, the sea of grass rolling beneath his feet. He studied the flower coffin. Just because you scream louder doesn't mean you're stronger. He raised his hand, snapped his fingers, and welcomed the rain of petals cascading down. Boom! A muffled explosion from the blooming flowers sent petals flying everywhere. As they drifted down, time slowed. Lu Ding turned his head. The frame froze. He saw his own profile reflected on each falling petal, and as the light passed through, his face was replaced. It became Ko Huaishan's terrified expression. Petal after petal, each held a different emotion frozen in time. Rage, fear, worry, dread, sorrow, peace. Until finally, inside the flower coffin, Ko Huaishan's flesh burst apart, inch by inch, and turned into petals. The falling petals resembled a hand-drawn animation, replaying Ko Huaishan's journey into death within the coffin. That final calm was acceptance. The unbearable pain birthed from the buds brought one last moment of brilliance before death. This was ultimate art. Lu Ding walked alone through the petal rain. In this artwork, painted with life as its pigment and the world as its canvas, he was the solitary artist, gracefully performing the passing of life. The surrounding scenery quickly faded and shifted. In a calm tone, he said, "This move, better save it for the good-looking ones next time." Floral coffin death burial was just too beautiful. Ugly people didn't deserve such a death. Bai-Heman, covered in blood, happened to hear this. He shook the blood off his hands, looked left and right, then bent down to wipe the glaring red off on a corpse. A thoughtful look flashed through his eyes. Seemed like he didn't have any cool-looking techniques. Nothing elegant either. Originally, he didn't care about that stuff, but after hearing what Lu Ding said, he suddenly felt like, yeah, that was kind of cool. Different people deserved different deaths. Maybe that was the difference in their taste. Lu Ding even chose his killing techniques based on how good someone looked. He still knew way too little. He just hadn't worked hard enough. After thinking for a bit, he said, "You're really good at showing off." Lu Ding froze, then laughed out loud. "Ha ha, F asterisk 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 off." Then he looked Heman over. "You're covered in blood. Go wash up." Heman looked down at himself. True, he hadn't paid attention to appearances when cleaning out the small fry. Didn't seem very appropriate. In Lu Ding's words, not elegant enough. In simpler terms, not enough flair. There had been a huge commotion inside, outside the Ko family estate. Captain Li Kai and his people were waiting quietly for word from Lu Ding. If anything went wrong, they'd charge in immediately. But now, after waiting and waiting, even a noise had stopped. "Captain, should we go in? We can't leave Lu Ding and Heman fighting alone in there." "Yeah, Captain, it doesn't feel right just standing here. That's a Si Ming realm cultivator in there. Lu Ding and the others." The words trailed off. Li Kai didn't reply, just kept staring at his phone. Of course, he wanted to help too. But Lu Ding's charge slash was just too powerful. If they rushed in, they wouldn't just be unhelpful, they might drag him down. Right now, the best thing to do was wait. Fortunately, he wasn't disappointed. "Buzz, Lu Ding, Captain Li thanks. Bring the team in to clean up the scene and gather everyone unrelated to the incident on the Ko family side." Lu Ding and Heman weren't mass murderers. Anyone not involved, they wouldn't touch. Ordinary people, they wouldn't touch. Cultivators of Qi and ordinary folks, two different worlds. 749 investigators basically never touch civilians. As for basically, well, some civilians are just dumb enough to go looking for death. The moment he read the message, Li Kai's energy instantly came back. Finally their turn to move. With a wave of his hand, "Let's go." A group of investigators dashed along rooftops, rushing toward the Ko estate. Just as they entered the courtyard, they saw Lu Ding holding fish food, feeding the koi in the Ko family pond. Each one as big as a person. The scene was calm and peaceful. Then they looked around. The massive, luxurious estate had been split in half. Blood splattered everywhere. On the ground, someone had been sliced clean in two. One investigator crouched to look at the half-face frozen in confusion and unwillingness, still not understanding why Lu Ding wouldn't answer him. They instantly recognized who it was that had been sliced vertically. Ko Huai. That's Ko Huai. And this one too. Someone pointed at the other half. The monster got dragged right up to him by the hair. Lu Ding gripped its scalp and hammered away with his fists like a power drill, thud, 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 into its face. As each strike sent bubbles rippling through the water. The monster's head floated off. Contained creature, River Wraith. Containment reward, name-calling soul drop. Name-calling soul drop. Speak someone's full name to cause a brief dazed state, their soul loosening from their body. So was this thing. No wonder Lu Ding asked why it called his name. It probably overheard them chatting on shore earlier. As recorded in ancient texts like Bei Ming Sua Yin. Wraiths often linger near rivers, calling out people's names. Those who respond are doomed to drown, enticed by the dead themselves. Li Dairen once moored his boat in Xiupu of Zhejiang County under bright moonlight and saw an old woman and a man, array with circumflex new. The gist is, river wraiths call people's names. If you answer, you're done. As for the rest of the story, Lu Ding couldn't remember clearly. Something about a guy admiring the moon over the river, then an old lady and a man emerged, walking on water like it was flat ground. Some people confuse river wraiths with drowned ghosts, but they're actually as different as bananas and plantains. A drowned ghost grabs you after you enter the water, pulls you under, and uses your death to find a body to reincarnate. But river wraiths? They're just pure evil. They died, and they want to drag you with them. They don't wait for you to enter the water. If you're the right target, they can shout your name from far away. "Oi, you there?" And boom, you're lured right in and drown. As wicked as they are, the spell Name-Calling Soul Drop is actually a pretty nice little control skill. In the Investiture of the Gods, there was a character named Zhang Guifeng who had a spell quite like this one. It was called Name-Calling Dismount. Even the war, God Huang Feihu couldn't beat him. Jiang Zia had to put up a no-duel sign and wouldn't even come out. Too bad Zhang eventually ran into Neza in lotus form, a natural counter. Still, losing to one of the three Alter Sea Society deities was nothing to be ashamed of. Lu Ding's name-calling soul drop might not compare to Zhang Guifang's dismount, but it was more than enough to catch people off guard. And besides, Lu Ding wasn't Zhang Guifang. This was just one of many tricks up his sleeve. He hadn't even found the treasure yet, and already got a new skill. Lu Ding thought to himself, I already made my money back. Then he kept swimming, diving another dozen meters down. Finally, he saw it. A person-tall little tree, its whole body jade-colored, bearing 4 crystal-clear fruits. 1 large, 3 small. Lu Ding circled around the jade tree. In his mind, he sorted through relevant info. This should be the Stillwater Lotus Mist. At last, he found a wild, rare, spiritual treasure. Stillwater Lotus Mist would attribute waterborne treasure. It relaxes muscles, unblocks meridians, and boosts cultivation. It has a mild effect, non-irritating, ranked upper mid among rare spiritual treasures. Lu Ding really needed it right now. He had just reached Divine Palace realm and barely formed a shadow projection. No walls, no pillars, no tiles, let alone carved dragons or painted talismans. The dragon-locking well and dragon gate hadn't even been built yet. There was a massive to-do list waiting. With rare, spiritual treasures, the more the better. Most importantly, he found this one himself, with his own hands. It was going to taste even better. After picking the fruit, he could even bring the tree back to the bureau and exchange it for contribution points, bonus value. And there were still monsters left to fight later. What kind of blessed day was this? Stuff Lu Ding never even dared dream of before. He swam to the base of the Stillwater Lotus Mist, locked both arms around its tree-trunk-thick stem, gathered spiritual energy throughout his body, and channeled his physical strength. Pull! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The lake bed trembled. The previously calm water erupted into crashing waves. In the sky, dark clouds swirled, and roaring winds swept through the hills. Stillwater Lotus Mist, emphasis on still. Without it, there was no still in the water, and feng shui became chaos. Once water turns chaotic, the 5 elements follow. Water carries corpse chi. It also tempers fire energy. Now that water was out of balance, but the fire remained. Whatever was buried beneath the Ko family's ancestral grave was definitely having a bad time. Beneath the surface, as Lu Ding poured on the strength, the lake bed trembled even more violently. Just as he yanked the Stillwater Lotus Mist out, the place where the treasure tree had been planted was now nothing but a pitch-black void. Murky yellow sludge gushed out violently. A pair of venomous eyes surfaced from within. This dragon raising the coffin formation had been deliberately nurtured by the Ko family for centuries. It had developed a faint awareness of its own. Now that the formation's core had been destroyed, hundreds of years of cultivation were wasted in an instant. It was seething with hatred for Lu Ding. Roar! A deafening howl exploded. Water currents twisted as the sludge surged upward like a pillar. Boom! From the surging surface of the water burst forth a massive sludge dragon, so huge that even 3 people together couldn't wrap their arms around it. It shot straight up into the sky, charging toward Lu Ding 100 meters above. Li Kai cursed inwardly. Crap! This much noise. How many people were going to see it? He whipped out his phone and made a call. Where are you guys? Where? Why aren't you here yet? Get that network blocker online now. Don't let this go viral with photos and all. High above the sky, Lu Ding had the treasure tree slung over one shoulder. His right hand pressed forward, palm open, to block the mud dragon. His gaze locked with those venomous eyes. You glaring at me? Lu Ding suddenly reversed, gathering chi, lifting a leg, spinning, twisting his waist, snapping his hips. Kick unleashed in one fluid motion. Whip kick tore through the air. In that moment, Lu Ding employed a technique he'd learned from Shangwan Qing. Softness overcomes hardness, converting brute force into venomous tenacity. His leg arced through the air with a crisp snap, just like the sonic crack of a whip breaking the sound barrier. Bang! Leg as whip. One strike landed, and mud exploded in every direction. Roar! The mud dragon let out a pained shriek, reeling as it crashed to the ground, its head torn open hideously. Starting from that wound, its solid form began to break apart. It slammed into the earth. Before he could ask, Lu Ding continued, "You're probably thinking the backwater bend collects water at the bottom. Doesn't that seem contradictory?" Li Kai nodded. "Then hear me out. This formation is called the dragon raising the coffin formation. In feng shui, there are similarities and subtle differences. The brilliance of this setup lies in the words raising dragon. A dragon can soar to the heavens, but it can also fall. The fallen dragon. This is under 749's jurisdiction, so the Ko family wouldn't dare try to raise a soaring dragon. They'd have to go for a fallen one, a dragon lurking in the deep, waiting for its time to rise. The backwater bend, swirling water going downward, fits perfectly with the idea of falling. Now look at the water's surface, calm and still, but underneath, undercurrents swirl. That alone proves the Ko family follows the rules on the surface, but has plenty of shady dealings under the table." As he spoke, Lu Ding walked toward the Ko family's ancestral grave. He grabbed a handful of dirt and spread it in his palm. Tilting it slightly, a faint glint shimmered. "Is this crushed glass?" "Yes, but no. This isn't glass, it's natural glaze. Judging by the corpse cultivation results, this is volcanic glaze. Glaze is a metal element. Metal gives birth to water. It draws away corpse chi and hides corpse sha. But since this is volcanic glaze, it comes with fire energy. Metal gives birth to water. Water counters fire. Fire counters metal. Fire represents extreme, yang, and strength. It naturally clashes with corpse-type monsters. But because this is rootless fire, and it's constantly flushed by water vapor, its power doesn't actually harm the corpses below. Instead, it burns off leftover corpse chi that the water didn't carry away. Combine all that with the dragon raising the coffin formation, which absorbs earth chi, plus fire overcoming metal to generate earth. We've got 4 of the 5 elements here. So what's missing? Li Kai followed up. He scanned around. No wood-type focal points anywhere. There were a few small trees nearby, but nothing that would qualify as a true wood element host. Still, for grass to grow so lushly on soil made of volcanic glaze, that meant this place was full of life force. The wood element must be here, just hidden. Li Kai and Bai searched the area. Lu Ding looked toward the bay's undercurrent. No need to keep looking. The Ko family isn't that dumb. The wood element is crucial. If I'm right, it should be under the bay. That line instantly pulled the other two's eyes toward the water. Lu Ding took off his shoes, socks, and jacket while speaking. "We found the other 4 elements, but this wood element is nowhere to be seen. That means whatever it's anchored to must be something valuable. It had to be hidden. Definitely a treasure." No one knew why, but Lu Ding seemed cursed when it came to treasures. He got the wind-fixing pearl and ended up with wind-fixing art. Xie Shunan had wanted to gift him a nurturing gourd, but after Yi Feng stole it, Lu Ding personally smashed it. Then came Yimu Not. Chen Xian tried to snatch it. After clearing that up, it turned out the thing was useless to Lu Ding anyway. Now, there was another treasure. Of course he was hyped, and it had to be him who found it. The other 2 also started undressing to get in, but Lu Ding raised a hand to stop them. "Don't! Let me do it. I want to feel what it's like to be the main character in a novel finding treasure." Li Kai chuckled. Lu Ding was pretty entertaining. Hard to describe it in words. Smart as hell, but sometimes liked to act like a reckless brute. Cold-blooded with his methods, then suddenly showed childlike curiosity. "All right, we'll keep watch. You go see what's down there." Bai quietly pulled his clothes back on. "Be careful." Lu Ding swung his arms and launched into the water with a massive leap. Thud, crashing in and sending up a huge splash. Yup, he did it on purpose. Bai wiped his face blankly, flinging off river water. Spiritual energy gathered into a card in his hand. One motion, letters appeared. 0 points. Baheman said slowly, too much splash. Ha ha ha. That random hilarity had Li Kai laughing so hard he could barely stand. These two were absolute clowns when they weren't fighting. Below the surface, undercurrents swirled. Aquatic plants swayed with the flow as Lu Ding dove deeper, hands pushing through the water. The deeper he went, the darker it got. In the underwater darkness, a pale, smiling face slowly emerged. Its eyes were reversed, white pupils, black sclera, locked dead onto Lu Ding. When Lu Ding swam right up to it, the smile widened. Gleaming white teeth, red gums, perfectly aligned. Hair spread like a net, drifting in the current, blanketing the depths. Then it spoke. Lu Ding. As soon as the words left its mouth, Lu Ding's fists moved faster than his brain. His fist, the size of a sandbag, smashed forward directly. Boom! It landed squarely on the smiling face. Sensing the terrifying power in that punch, the smile panicked. Seeing that its soul-reaping trick didn't work, and this guy could still fight back, the grinning figure floated backward. But it had barely moved. A ripping pain came from its scalp. It turned its head. Lu Ding had grabbed a handful of its hair, yanking it back by the clumps with an excited grin on his face. Lu Ding, you called my name, didn't you? You just now called for me, right? The monster shook its head desperately at Lu Ding. It was just short of dropping to its knees and begging. When pleading didn't work, it used its hair to attack Lu Ding. But no matter how it struck, Lu Ding remained completely unscathed. The hair that reached out got shredded by his slash attacks before even wrapping around him. Finally, roar. The earth-shaking roar kept echoing from underground, with mountain-shattering tremors. Massive cracks stretched outward like veins. Mud and sand shot skyward, while gold-red energy invisible to ordinary people kept burrowing deeper into the ground. Roar. The land kept cracking, as if something was about to burst out from within. But under the blazing sun, as sunlight poured into the fissures, another, more agonized roar rang out. Roar. The cracks sealed shut, leaving behind only a wrecked mess. At the same time, the team from Jinshan 749 arrived. Formation arrays and diagrams were being set up everywhere. People moved in and out, machinery rolled in, and blue steel panels were raised to block public view. Local departments began evacuating civilians and officially announced mountain demolition in progress. Right now, Lu Ding was getting dressed. Li Kai was rubbing the small-sized Stillwater lotus mist fruit in his hand, grinning ear to ear. How can I accept this? I didn't help at all, and you're still giving me one. The small fruit was still useful, but the medicinal potency was modest, wouldn't even count as icing on the cake for Lu Ding. Might as well give one to Li Kai as a favor. The remaining small ones, he gave all to Baheman. Lu Ding kept the big one for himself. Lu Ding grinned and said, Finders keepers. I can't split the big one with you, though. I don't have that thick of skin. Li Kai said it with a laugh, then glanced at the Stillwater lotus mist tree. Somewhat sheepishly, he said, Hey, Lu Ding, do you think I could buy the tree off you? I'll use contribution points. How about 350? That price rang in Lu Ding's ears and immediately got his attention. Turn it in to 749, and the most he'd get was 300. Not a chance of 350. I mean, sure, but what do you want with a fruitless tree? Who knows when it'll bear again? Turned into 749, the Bureau had specialists to cultivate it. But personally owned? Sure, you can keep it alive, but getting it to fruit again? That's tough. My wife's pregnant. 3 months in. Took a lot for us to finally have one. She's a regular person, body's not in great shape. Most rare spiritual treasures are too intense for her to handle. They'd hurt more than help. But this Stillwater lotus mist, wood-based and waterborne, its medicinal effects are mild. Plus, it stabilized feng shui and served as the formation core. It's like a well-trained pony, no tantrums. I'm going to plant it in our yard to nourish her health. Lu Ding caught the deeper meaning. He stepped forward, pulled his shirt over his head, and gave Li Kai a nudge. The kid got talent? Yeah, it's a girl. Li Kai responded, his face glowing with happiness. Lu Ding rolled his eyes. Who asked you that? Seeing his lovesick expression, Lu Ding bent down and picked up the Stillwater Lotus Mist. Buddy price. 300. No haggling. The Bureau would have given him 300 anyway. That extra 50 wasn't gonna make Lu Ding rich. Besides, they were colleagues in different departments. No need to nickel and dime. Li Kai received the Stillwater Lotus Mist tree, feeling its weight in his hands. He and Lu Ding didn't exactly have a bond. Lu Ding didn't owe him any favors. Hell, even someone at Si Ming realm wouldn't get face in front of Lu Ding. This was just Lu Ding being a decent human being. Thanks, Lu Ding. If you ever need help in Jinshan, just say the word. 10 years, 8 years, I might never even come back here. Enough with the chatter, just send the payment. Ha 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 ha. Li Kai laughed, even though this was his first day hanging out with Lu Ding, for some reason. Whether talking, doing things, or just standing beside him. There was this inexplicable sense of ease. Like most problems in the world weren't problems at all. Everything felt lighter. It was comfortable. Hard to describe, kind of comfortable. Not stiff, not distant. Like they'd really known each other for years. Time passed quickly. The staff from Jinshan 749 were racing against the clock. They needed to finish setting up the perimeter and conceal the battle aftermath with arrays before sunset, so that whatever was beneath the ground could be permanently sealed and wiped out. Why not just bomb it to hell with explosives? Because corpse chi was dangerous as hell. If it got into the water supply and wasn't handled right, this entire area could be ruined. They wouldn't touch that option unless absolutely necessary. Around 6 p.m., Quan Xing was led over by 749 investigators. From afar, he spotted Lu Ding's back and called out, "Lord Lu Taishui." Lu Ding turned around, and Quan Xing jogged over respectfully, with a smile that didn't look the least bit fake. And it wasn't. Now that the Ko family no longer had a leash on him, he was back to being a proper charming rogue again. "You're Quan Xing?" Yeah, that's me. Quan Xing at your service. Lord Lu Taishui, you actually recognize me. You were the one who gave me that info. How could I not recognize you? If you hadn't tipped me off, I might have actually gotten hurt during that whole Ko family mess. Nobody expected that old bastard to practice sword within. Mouth-borne strikes, fall into a trap just from chatting. So, damn sneaky. I was just supporting your work. It's what I should have done. I'm sorry to interrupt your mission now, but I have some intel. Might not be a big deal for someone like you, Lord Lu Taishui, but I figured you should know anyway. What's the news? Lu Ding asked. Lanya contacted me this afternoon, asked about the Ko family situation. You've locked down the news well, and there's no public bounty for the rest of the Ko family. You've only asked the ones outside to report in, so they're still in the dark about the real situation. Lanya questioned me, so I gave her a vague reply and got her to spill a few things. From the sound of it, that conflict between you and her has already been reported back to the Lan family by her people. They're planning to send someone to bring her back. Normally, that'd be the end of it. She obstructed official duty. Lan family can't say much. But the person coming to pick her up might have a temper. Lu Ding got the message. So basically, the Lan family was sending someone to stand up for her. Huh? All right. Fine. So I hit her, not you, right? Just a casual favor then. Lu Ding asked, so who's coming? Should be Lan Mingli. Started cultivating at 8, now 19, already Divine Palace realm, kind of famous in the Yunmeng region. Calls Lanya Andy. They're really close. Started at 8, Divine Palace at 19, and that counts as a prodigy? Lu Ding almost laughed. The bar for Heaven's Chosen Ones was really low these days. Sure, nobody truly starts cultivating much at 8. But if you lay the foundation early and start real training when your body matures around your teens. Until now, it's been, what, at least 6 years? Maybe 11? You can't compare them to a cheat code monster like Lu Ding, sure. But what about everyone else? Lu Ding turned and looked at Baiheman. What's your take? Baiheman thought for a moment. He decided to sync up with Lu Ding and opened his mouth with a cocky line. If I could have started cultivating at 8, I'd be stronger than his dad. With that deadpan face of his, perfection. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ding laughed out loud, completely delighted. Next to them, Quan Qing chimed in with a polite laugh. Well, of course no one can compare with either of you. If we're talking talent, let alone you two, even those trainees at the advanced training facility can't compare. Most of you started cultivating within the past year. But that guy's been immersed in cultivation for a long time. Plus, he's had access to all kinds of techniques and resources from the Lawn family, training outside and nourishing inside. His cultivation level might not be high, but his real combat ability shouldn't be underestimated. Over in Yunming, they've got a rankings board. Among those under 20, he's ranked 9th. There's even a record of him fighting a Ximing realm cultivator, though it's not like he could win, barely held his own and ran off when things got dicey. Those so-called rankings usually didn't include 749 investigators. Most investigators were late bloomers, older when they started, but they had clean backgrounds. People like Xuan Ning and Zhu Yixuan were rare exceptions, and their families were already in decline, basically from humble roots. So their backgrounds were clean too. Of course, nothing's absolute. Some powerful families did support 749 from the beginning, but the Yiming region? Not one of them. Lu Ding thought about it. He still had 2 pending missions, one for the Barshan Railway connection and one for water system redirection in Minshan City. One was near Dingfeng Mountain, facing it from a distance, one big, one small. The other was right at the border of Yiming. In that case, the second destination was basically set. Originally, he wanted to swing by Dingfeng Mountain after finishing this case. That place was dangerous. Without the wind-fixing pearl, you couldn't even go up. But he had wind-fixing art. Wasn't that how it always worked in novels? Places like that usually held some serious loot, stuff just sitting there, waiting for the protagonist. According to Brother Fifin's analysis, the wind-fixing pearl was meant to end up with Tong Yong in the storyline. But now Tong Yong was gone, so if Lu Ding wanted to take a peek, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? However, now a Yunming cultivator of Qi had popped up, one ranked on the genius board no less. From what Lu Ding knew, anyone listed on that board, so long as they met the challenge conditions, could fight another ranked person. If they won, the loser's family had to offer a rare spiritual treasure to the new ranking holder. That was Yunming's way of motivating younger members and fostering a sense of loyalty to the family. You lost, so the family has to cough up a treasure for your opponent. See how much your family supports you? You'd better work harder now. Well, in that case, Lu Ding figured, why the H*LL not? Yunming's own rule was that anyone who qualified could challenge. He still had time before turning 20. Once he pulled out his ID, boom, straight to battle. Right now, Lu Ding badly needed rare, spiritual treasures for cultivation. If he beat them from bottom to top, that'd be 9 treasures. Think of how much money that's saved. Free stuff. It had to be free. Free is always best. Whether Dingfeng Mountain had a treasure, that was just Yin Fifin's guess. Nobody knew for sure. But Yunming? That was a guarantee. So, beat Lan Mingli first, then go to Yunming. Having made up his mind, Lu Ding turned to Quan Qing and said, "Got it. Sun's setting soon. We've got to start work. Let's talk later." Quan Qing gave a quick bow and left the area. Once he was gone, Lu Ding turned with a grin and said to Li Kai, "Captain Li, make sure your guys keep this hush-hush. Absolutely no word that I was here." Or in Omicron, Li Kai was caught off guard. Most people couldn't wait to spread their name far and wide, terrified others wouldn't know who they were. But Lu Ding, oh, he turned his head, surprised, then smirked. "Ah, he got it. Hey, no worries. It'll be locked down tight. Nobody will know it was you two." With Lu Ding's track record, even just the name would scare opponents off before the fight started. Nobody's dumb enough to throw an egg at a rock. As long as no one deliberately investigated, no one would link it to Lu Ding. So now Lu Ding was betting Lan Mingli had that classic genius pride, too proud to dig around. On the side, Bai Heman was getting anxious. What are you talking about? I don't get it." Lu Ding looked at him. "You turned 20 yet?" Bai Heman nodded, confused. "Just did, not long ago." "Then you're out of this one." Lu Ding turned and left, totally messing with him. Bai Heman stood there, dumbfounded, then looked over at Li Kai. who was hugging the tree and laughing his asterisk SS off as he walked away. Bohemian frowned. Even if he didn't get it, it didn't matter. He pulled out his phone, stepped to the side, and quietly called Li Xianlong. "Hello? Teacher Li, can you do me a favor? Make my age the same as Lu Ding's. Don't ask why. I don't even know. He said once I'm 20 I'm out, and when I asked why, he wouldn't tell me. But I figure if I'm the same age as him, I'll probably be included. Thanks, Teacher Li. Please be quick. I'm in Jinshan right now. Just have someone deliver the new ID to me." He pocketed the phone and strode toward Lu Ding, lifting his chin slightly. "Now I'm in, right? Didn't want to tell me? Fine. I'll just make myself the same age as you." The sun dipped below the horizon. The array was finished. Lu Ding stood next to the cannon, set to launch the rain bomb, eyes full of excitement. Earlier, Li Kai had told him he could fire it himself. Come on, Lu Ding's a grown man, like he was going to say no to that. He used to get hyped playing with firecrackers and cow dung. Now he was launching artillery? Heck yes. Bohemian walked over, arms crossed, standing beside him. Lu Ding crouched slightly and looked up at him. "Xiao Bai, want to know what we were just talking about?" Bohemian shook his head. "Nope." Lu Ding. "Hey, you really don't have any curiosity." Now he understood how his enemies felt. He opened his mouth to say something else. Bohemian pointed to the rope in Lu Ding's hand. "I saw this on TV. You just pull it and the cannon fires, right?" "Yep. You want to try it?" A spark flickered in Bohemian's eyes. When he was a kid, his family was poor. During New Year, other kids played with firecrackers, but his family couldn't afford them. Money had to go toward necessities. At most, they'd splurge a bit on meals. Even on New Year's Eve, he could only watch other families light fireworks, color bursts filling the sky. He'd stare up at them until ash fell into his eyes. Still, he always watched until the end. Later, as he got older, he stopped chasing those things, mostly because he had no friends to play with. Lu Ding saw the look on his face, stood up, and offered his hand. "All right, one each. Here, you go first." Hearing that, Bohemian, who was usually fearless, suddenly became a little uneasy. "No thanks, I don't know how." "What do you mean you don't know?" "Just hold the rope, grip it tight, and when they give the signal, you just yank it hard, boom." A 749 staff member nearby chimed in. "Yeah, it's really simple. Many people get trapped their whole life by something they couldn't obtain in youth." Lu Ding was the same, but he would boldly chase after that youthful feeling. Because a man remains a boy till death. So he could feel Bohemian's emotions too. They were friends. Some people just need a little push. And sure enough, after a few words of encouragement, Bohemian's interest was instantly piqued. He kept nodding along with the staff. Suddenly, someone shouted, "It's about time." Lu Ding stepped back. He watched Bohemian's nervous expression. Heck, even when they fought a Si Ming together, he wasn't this tense. As the staff counted down, 3, 2, 1, they shouted, "Now!" Bohemian yanked the fuse hard, and with a loud boom, the shell shot out of the barrel and exploded in the sky. Normal rain bombs were about the thickness of a forearm and fired by machine cannon. But today's, it was as thick as a calf and pulled by a fuse. All for efficiency. My turn, my turn." Lu Ding ran up, took the fuse from Bohemian, loaded another shell, yanked, boom. Bohemian, "My turn now." The two of them, back and forth, fired off more than a dozen of those giant rain bombs. That night, countless people had their underwear blown off by the sudden downpour and wild winds. Social media was full of pictures, underwear flying in the sky, hanging from tree branches, lying on the ground with floral prints. As those dozen rain bombs blasted into the sky, the storm clouds gathered. And just like that, the torrential rain poured down. All the 749 investigators put on their hooded tactical raincoats, functional and stylish. Atop the hillside, Lu Ding looked down at the Ko family ancestral graves, holding the detonator in hand. He pressed it. Boom, boom, boom. A string of explosions rang out, masked by the thunder in the sky, vanishing without a trace. This amount of explosives wasn't meant to kill whatever was below. It was to wake it, force it out of the ground. Originally, Li Kai and the others had planned to dig, but Lu Ding thought that was a bad idea. Had they never seen a movie? Open a coffin, and something always goes wrong. We got explosives. Why dig? Just blow it up. So with the charges planted, wires laid, and detonator pressed, the coffin lid, mixed with mud, shot into the air. Good thing the Ko family wasn't around. Otherwise, Lu Ding couldn't have held back from saying, "Look, your ancestors flying," with the explosions as the prelude. A sharp, piercing roar echoed through the sky. Roar! Boom! The muddy ground burst open, flinging a skeleton into the air. Corpse miasma rolled out thick and fast. But the real source wasn't that skeleton flying through the air. It was the owner of the hand pressing up through the muddy soil. A dark shadow leapt from the burial pit, stomping down and cracking the earth beneath it. Fissures split apart. Rainwater flooded in. Under the flashes of lightning, its terrifying form was revealed. A blue-skinned, fanged face, wrinkled and cratered, blotched and mottled. Eyes glowing green like lamps, sparse hair dangling messily over its scalp. Those signature glowing green eyes. Lu Ding almost instantly recognized where this thing came from. Wuna Soulless corpse ghost, one of the 8 Western ghosts, a degraded version of the Wuna Soulless ghost. Mentioned in the Jade Radiance Immortal Book of the Supreme Clarity Golden Palace. 8 Western ghosts. One is the Pureborn ghost. Another is the Wuna Soulless ghost. This thing had been mentioned there. Lu Ding remembered back when he read about them. The Pureborn ghost caught his attention first. He even muttered to himself, wondering if anyone ever dared challenge these ghosts. Oh no. The Wuna Soulless ghost was a legit Western ghost under divine command, dispatched to punish evil and slay the unjust. It shared the seat of Venus with the other 7 ghosts. The Wuna Soulless corpse ghost came from story. To put it simply, when the Wuna Soulless ghost once went into battle with the gods, it got injured and some blood dripped onto a human corpse. Later, a great monk took the corpse, hoping to refine it into a guardian spirit using the blood-tainted body. He used the earth chi of the 3 mountains, corpses upon corpses, raising it with other corpses. And that's how the Wuna Soulless corpse ghost was born. A fortune-suppressing guardian with a diamond-hard body, strength to uproot mountains, and endless soul power. Who knows where the Ko family got the refining method for this thing? But they made it a terrifying monster. Its physical body was tough, with insane regeneration. Born to kill and suppress fate. It was powerful, but it ran into Lu Ding. And Lu Ding just happened to have something that countered it. Set the formation. I'll handle it inside. You all can't intervene in this. Li Kai didn't put on any airs. Holding the communicator, he shouted, "Formation now." Dozens of Jinshan investigators simultaneously formed hand seals, and the hidden formation plates in various locations lit up. Threads of energy wound toward the Wuna Soulless corpse ghost, momentarily restricting its movement. But only for an instant, before it tore them apart with a wave of its hand. At that moment, Li Kai finally understood why Lu Ding had said they couldn't handle this thing. Yeah, they really couldn't. This formation could bind him like a dead pig. But it didn't work at all on this monster. Lu Ding flew forward, forming a seal with his hands. He could have just clapped his hands and shouted to summon the spell. But to maximize the output of his spiritual energy, Lu Ding still chose to go with a proper hand seal. Inside his body, the Sin Dragon charged through his meridians, stirring up waves of spiritual energy. Dark clouds gathered, concealing a faint crimson glow. A breeze blew by carrying the stench of blood. The bloody wind and rain had arrived. This was the technique specifically used to counter the Wuna Soulless corpse ghost. It was famous for its physical toughness, but the bloody wind and rain technique was made to deal with physical bodies. A textbook example of using softness to overcome hardness. The wind stirred the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The rain dissolved flesh and bone. As Lu Ding stepped into the formation, in an instant, the bloody wind and rain arrived together. The Wuna Soulless corpse ghost turned its head and looked. This time it got a clear view. It raised its claw and lunged at Lu Ding, trying to rip his heart straight out, front to back. But the next moment, Lu Ding's body turned into a splash of blood and vanished. The Wuna soulless corpse ghost turned, searching, completely unaware that its own body was beginning to fall apart. Lu Ding reappeared in the bloody rain in the sky. He cursed DMBSS. Gathering chi throughout his body, Lu Ding gripped both hands and raised them high. The rain around him suddenly froze and surged toward him. The Wuna soulless corpse ghost sensed something and looked around. Then it heard. Up here. The monster looked up, and the pressure hit. A massive red blood hammer, nearly 100 meters wide, came crashing down. Boom! The hammer slammed down hard, mud churned, and shockwaves rippled out. The terrifying force made the ground shake, and the rain-soaked hillside collapsed entirely. Lu Ding stood high in the sky, looking down at the Wuna soulless corpse ghost, now nailed into the ground like a spike, yet somehow still not seriously hurt, still struggling to get up. He muttered, D*MN, you're tough. Hope you drop something good when I kill you. Having dealt with plenty of monsters before, Lu Ding figured, if he could take down the Wuna soulless corpse ghost, his own physical body should get a serious boost. Rise! The blood rain wrapped around the monster and lifted it into the air, dozens of meters above ground. Storm clouds stacked, and blood rain poured straight into a red prison. Lu Ding used one hand to control the rain, forming a spherical prison, constantly flushing the monster inside with torrential current. With the other hand, he formed a wind-sealing gesture. As the monster's flesh peeled off piece by piece, its 7 ephemeral spirits shook violently. Looking at the smile spreading across Lu Ding's face, the group of 749 Jinshan investigators couldn't help but swallow hard. Who's the real monster here? Lu. Investigator Lu's technique. Was it this messed up? If I'm not mistaken, that's pretty much slow slicing, peeling off the flesh. Don't even compare that to slow slicing. If I had to choose between this and that, I'd pick slow slicing in a heartbeat. This is like bathing in acid, and that wind stirs up your soul too. That pain ain't just physical. It's soul deep. Ruro orar. As a monster's shrieks echoed nonstop, one of the investigators raised a thumb sideways. See that? That's a corpse beast. Corpses aren't supposed to feel pain, but even it can't take it. If a human got hit with this, they'd beg to die. So why the hell is Investigator Lu smiling so happily? The people below were filled with doubt. Looking up, Lu Ding floated beneath the storm clouds, a smile creeping across his face. The more they looked, the creepier it got. The more they stared, the more their scalps tingled. Contained creature, Wuna soulless corpse ghost. Containment reward, 7 soul heart-pumping technique. 7 soul heart-pumping technique. The 7 spirits govern physical strength. Each pump of the heart strengthens the body further. Is the 7 soul heart-pumping technique powerful? Absolutely. Lu Ding was already more than satisfied. But to his surprise, it could even fuse with the drums of heart-shaking thunder technique. 7 soul heart-pumping technique in position. Drums of heart-shaking thunder technique in position. The words appeared and slowly faded, replaced by a new term. Technique. Heart-pumping flesh fiend technique. Heart-pumping flesh fiend technique. The heart acts as a pump, refining flesh fiend chi along with spiritual energy, flowing through the meridians, carrying blood, pumping the entire body, opening acupoints, jetting killing intent, making the body the weapon, accompanied by the technique breakdown and effects in his mind. To put it simply, from now on, Lu Ding's heart was his internal combustion engine, fueled by flesh fiend chi and spiritual energy. And finally, acupoints acted as boosters. While enhancing his body, one punch could send the enemy flying. And if it hit an acupoint, the burst of flesh fiend chi and spiritual energy would blast them away. If they were lucky and their body was strong, they'd survive. If not, they'd get smashed to bits. Plus, the flesh fiend aura was savage. Damaging meridians and polluting spiritual energy was just the basic effect. Even if you withstood the hit, you wouldn't be in good shape after. With a dull thump, his heart pulsed, dissolving flesh fiend chi through his whole body. Lu Ding felt his physique instantly grow stronger. Of course, this technique didn't allow for infinite growth, but its upper limit was way beyond what most cultivators of chi could ever reach, activating the flesh fiend and spiritual energy inside him. Lu Ding raised his arm, elbow joints acupoint opened. A muffled volume of compressed air quietly burst out. That blood-boiling sound wave carried terrifying power building in his arm. Lu Ding estimated conservatively, this punch could hit close to 100 tons of force, and that was with just a partial release. If he fully activated the spinal dragon acupoint chain, all 365 acupoints from head to toe, screw charging up or not, he could tear a Si Ming level cultivator like Ko Huaishan limb from limb, and still stay unscathed. Paired with his living shedding, living corpse technique, he was practically an indestructible perpetual motion machine. Right now, Lu Ding was already imagining the look on Song Chuanfeng's face the next time they met at the advanced training ground. By then, if he dared to act up, Lu Ding could solo him. From start to finish, total domination. Only one small problem. This probably doesn't count as a spell anymore, right? Looking at the acupoint on his elbow, steadily gushing a black mist of flesh, fiend chi, and spiritual energy, Lu Ding continued, "No matter how I look at it, this feels like blood and flesh tech. A heart for the engine, acupoints for the exhaust boosters. This was blood and flesh tech." Descending from the sky, Li Kai and Bai Heman walked over to ask about the situation. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Jinshan, a private hospital, Lanya lay on a hospital bed, cheeks swollen high. Though the injury wasn't fatal, Lu Ding's slap had definitely left a lasting impression. Lan Mingli looked at his aunt in this state and couldn't hold back his rising anger. "Auntie, you never should have come here. Where's Ko Jingshan? You took a hit for him, and he doesn't even come see you." Lanya sighed. "The Ko family situation is unclear right now. I heard a bunch of 749 people went to the ancestral graves today. Looks like 749's making a move on the Ko family. They're probably all being detained now, so they can't come see me." Her tone was calm, accepting. She had never taken a real hit from society before, but now that she had, she actually felt like maybe Jinshan wasn't all that great. Ko Jingshan, maybe he wasn't all that necessary after all. She brought hundreds of billions to Jinshan for him, and all he did was go fishing every day, and then fell for some fishing chick. People lining up to court her, Lanya, could stretch from Jinshan to the border of the Great Han. Yet he chose to chase after a countryside bait girl from a farmhouse lodge. Just thinking about it made her want to laugh. Was she the kind of woman people could just toss aside? She had looks, she had background, she had the body, the upbringing, she had it all. Ko Jingshan didn't know what he had. That's what she thought deep down. But out loud, she'd never admit that. Too much pride, which only made Lan Mingli more upset as he listened. Even now, "Auntie, you're still making excuses for him? If Ko Jingshan won't handle this, then I will. Just because he's with 749, that makes him untouchable." Lan Mingli stood up, his coat was tugged. Lanya shook her head. "Let it go, Mingli. 749 isn't the kind of group you want to mess with. And in this matter, we're not even in the right. Besides, she had a feeling. The person who slapped her probably had serious status. Better to let things slide. Coming from a big family, she could figure some things out. But Lan Mingli was still young, full of fire. If she hadn't said anything, it might have passed. But hearing those words just made him angrier. Right or wrong doesn't matter. I'm going to find him, not 749. Just him. If this is between cultivators of chi, then we settle it our way. He hit you, I'll hit him. A fair match. If he's too scared to face me, then he has nothing to say. An apology? That wasn't even the point. The guy represented 749. It's not like they could expect him to apologize. If Lu Ding bowed his head, it'd mean the whole 749 bureau bowed. Not that kind of situation. But a fight? That was reasonable. A match between cultivators of chi wasn't a crime. Lan Mingli flicked his coat. "It's fine, Annie. Don't worry. I'm ranked 9th among Yuming's elite. He's just a mere investigator. I won't make this a big deal. His slightly youthful face radiated confidence. It was the confidence that came from strength. Yunming was no small place, and Yunming had no shortage of cultivators of qi. Among those under 20, only 8 were ranked above him. Lan Mingli didn't believe that just anywhere you went, you'd find someone stronger than him. When all said and done, Jinshan was just a prefecture-level city. He turned and walked off, carrying himself with a swagger that even 8 oxen couldn't drag back. Just before leaving, he paused at the door, glanced back, and said, "Auntie, don't worry. Once I return victorious, I'll take you back to Yunming tomorrow." NES. The smile on the young man's face was like a rainbow after the rain. Lanya slowly lay back down. "Make sure to stay safe." Hearing that, Lan Mingli strode out with long steps. In the rainy night, a luxury car cruised through the downpour. 10 p.m. that night, outside the most famous river fish restaurant in Jinshan, Quan Qing was waiting to receive his esteemed guests. Originally, he just wanted to try inviting Lu Ding and Bai Heman out for a meal. He'd already braced himself for their refusal. Who knew? Not only did the two not refuse, they even looked excited. As Lu Ding put it, this whole thing was a business trip on the public dime. "I'll handle the matter, take the job, and I'm definitely eating the meal." Very soon, Lu Ding and Bai Heman showed up, freshly showered and in a change of clothes. Quan Qing greeted them at once. "What a coincidence, Lord Lu Tai Shui. I just arrived and here you are. Come, please. Private room upstairs, all signature dishes." Now, that was the art of conversation. Lu Ding could tell this guy definitely hadn't just arrived. But the way he said it made people feel at ease and didn't put any pressure on the guests. Smart guy. Quan Qing led the way inside. Lu Ding and Bai Heman followed. Someone hurried past nearby, carrying a familiar scent with them. Lu Ding's nose twitched. He'd smelled this before on Lu Xingchuan, the Tianli cult branch leader in Jing City. His gaze followed. Tianli cult. He didn't lower his voice. The man heard those 3 words, turned back in panic, and locked eyes with Lu Ding. The moment he got a good look, his pupils widened. Lu. He only got the Lu out before Lu Ding blinked forward, grabbed the man midair, and, just as he was about to slam him into the ground, he paused. The floor might break. So he lifted him up and instead smashed a punch straight into his face. Knocked out 7 or 8 molars on the spot, blood flying everywhere. The Tianli cult man instantly blacked out. Lu Ding dragged him into the bathroom and tossed him onto a toilet. Bai Heman reached out and slapped him. Smack! Wake up! The man opened his eyes with a jolt, flinched with a knife hand reflex, throwing an arm up to block his face. Af! Lu Ding bent over, pointing to his own face. "You recognize me?" And no, he tried to deny it. Bai Heman raised his hand and gave him another slap, knocking out a few front teeth this time. Think again. Normally, based on Lu Ding's personality, he wouldn't waste breath on a Tianli cult member. He just snapped their neck. Tianli cult was an evil cult. 749 investigators had a standing order to act on sight. Plus, he had personal beef with them. One of their branch leaders died at Lu Ding's hands. That was no small grudge. So when enemies met, yeah, it was on sight. But, as far as Lu Ding knew, there was no Tianli cult branch in Jinshan. And this guy knew who he was. Best case scenario, it was a coincidence. Maybe the guy was just visiting and happened to recognize him. Worst case, this be asterisk, 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 D came here for him. And not many people knew Lu Ding was here today. If the Tianli cult really came targeting him, that meant there was a mole in 749. Having a mole that close? No way he could sleep soundly. It had to be flushed out and crushed. Under all these conditions, this guy would get to live a little longer. The man nodded. "Why, yeah, I've heard of you before. So there's no Tianli cult branch in Jinshan. What are you doing here? You hear from me. Think carefully. You only get one chance to answer. Since you know who I am, you should have heard of what I do." The man's face turned white from fear. His lips trembled. "I don't know. Orders came from above. Told members near Jinshan to gather. Then I just came. Doesn't know." Judging by his level and nerve, He was probably a low-ranking grunt. So there are others from your group in this restaurant? The man nodded, pointing upstairs, private room, upstairs. People from all over. My superior's there. Who's your superior? Tianli Cult, Slayer of Life, Savior of Death, Ding Bushio. All right, that's the answer I wanted. The grunt might not know anything, but the name guy upstairs surely would. Lu Ding stood up straight. Ha 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 ha. Inside Director Chu's office, laughter echoed freely. Looking at Lu Ding and by Xiao Xiao standing before him, he had never felt this good before. Setting up a little scheme in secret, only for it to be discovered and watching others freak out over it. It was pure satisfaction. Seeing that the two weren't saying anything, Chu got up and grabbed them both by the arm. Come on, let's go watch the show. Director Chu, this isn't quite appropriate, is it? Watching a fight was one thing, but being an honored guest was another. Sitting in the front row mint VIP seating where all the big shots and the leadership from the three bureaus were. It was like a top-tier university hosting a recruitment fair, offering a few prestigious government job placements. A crowd of elite students would line up, meticulously prepared with polished resumes, certificates, and national competition trophies. Then suddenly, a freshman in slippers casually walks up and sits among the executives, not even the recruiters, the executives. And one of them says, "Oh, him. He's already in. He's interning over the holidays, and after graduation, he's automatically in." And the best part? No one could say sh*T, because he was just that damn good. Even if he weren't, he was. And why a freshman? Simple. A year in the bureau versus a month. Proportionally, it's about the same. And the prestigious government job? That was 749. Three-district combat trial venue. Shangguan Qing walked in absent-mindedly, her mind a chaotic mess of emotions. The atmosphere in the arena grew hotter and hotter as more investigators arrived. But no matter how much the numbers changed, their conversations never left one name, Lu Ding. The investigators from Yinhai were proud to have Lu Ding as their colleague. Yeah, that's right. Yinhai produces monsters like him. Take Xuan Ning, for example. He stood among the crowd, loudly recounting his past fight with Lu Ding, completely unashamed of his defeat. Defeated? So what? I lasted 2 moves. And honestly, Lu Ding was holding back on the first. The second? He wiped the floor with me. Then there was Wen Rushu. He had long come to terms with reality. So when Lu Ding's name came up, he barely even tried to hide his reaction. After all, he had personally witnessed the fight against Shurgondang that night. And then, Yin Fifan arrived. At that moment, across all of Yinhai, no, the entire 3-district combat trial event. Who didn't know he was Lu Ding's #1 fanboy? From intern to full-fledged investigator, he had been carried all the way. Aside from a few exceptions, he was present for every one of Lu Ding's legendary moments. As he moved through the crowd, Du Guang, the same guy who had bullied him back in the day and was still just an intern, saw him and greeted him with a big smile. Fifan bro. Yin Fifan didn't even hold grudges. He quickly blended into the group, chatting like old friends. And then someone saw the news on the official website. Holy sh*T, Lu Ding and by Xiao Xiao got a direct pass. A direct pass? That makes sense. Yeah, of course they did. Having them fight us would just be bullying. Look, if anyone else got a direct pass, I'd be pissed. There's no precedent for this. But for Lu Ding? Yeah, I get it. I saw that video of him fighting Shurgondang. That one hit. Almost split the guy in half. Right? Anyone who can demolish a monster on par with Ming deserves a direct pass. Exactly. This is how it should be. Better to send them straight through. Otherwise, if you run into them, that's just bad luck. Even if you're strong, you're screwed. You'd lose points for nothing, and all you'd be able to do is surrender. Because fighting back, that just means getting your ass kicked. Ha! Now that by Xiao Xiao and Lu Ding are out, everything's down to pure skill. Get ready to feel the cruelty of Yaodu. With the news spreading like wildfire, the atmosphere changed instantly, especially among the top talents from the other 2 districts. One by one, their low energy transformed into fierce determination. Lu Ding wasn't competing? Then it's time to fight. If Lu Ding's out, then why the hell should anyone else be stronger than me? Let's throw down. What, you think you could charge up and one-shot like him? And then someone shouted, "Scholar's sleeve, it's Lu Ding." The crowd froze. Every single head turned toward the VIP seating area. Behind Deputy Director Chu, a lone figure in a scholar's robe with martial sleeves walked down the aisle, standing out like a sore thumb. Everyone knew. In Yanhai 749, only one person wore scholar's sleeves. Lu Ding. Others had tried copying his outfit before, but they always got shut down with one line. "You don't have the skill for either knowledge or combat. Why the hell are you wearing that? What? You think you're Lu Ding? You think you're a master of both?" Tens of thousands of eyes locked onto him. This was the respect he had earned with his own hands. This was what it meant to make a name for yourself. Imagine a once loud, bustling gathering of tens of thousands falling silent the moment you arrive. Thousands upon thousands of eyes locking onto you in unison. And with just one nod after taking your seat, the atmosphere explodes back into full force, even more intense than before. The satisfaction rose from his heart to his soul. The toilet under the man rippled into darkness. A massive serpent head burst from the bowl and chomped down, dragging the man into the shadows. This was another use of the serpent devour great maw for corpse disposal. Baheman typed on his phone nearby. Jinshan 749 just said, "Lan Mingli's at their gate right now." Lu Ding clicked his tongue. "Tell them I'm at." He opened the bathroom door, poked his head out, and asked Quan Qing, "What's this place called again?" "Lord Lu Taishui, this place is called Yipingxian," Quan Qing said flatteringly from the door. "Yipingxian. Tell him to hurry over. I'm on a tight schedule. Gotta wrap this up quick. Also tell Li Kai to send a cleanup team. Just say Tianli cult operatives slipped in. Might get messy." As Lu Ding spoke, Baheman typed away. Elsewhere, at the gate of Jinshan 749, Li Kai read the message aloud from his phone. "The guy you're looking for is at Yipingxian. He wants you to hurry up. He's in a rush. I'm heading over now. Want to come with me?" Lan Mingli looked confused. What the hell kind of situation was this? He'd come to cause trouble for the guy, and the guy was telling him to hurry up? Did he even take him seriously? Lan Mingli pressed his lips together. "So, Captain Li, did you tell him who I am?" "Doesn't matter who you are. You coming or not? If not, I'm going myself. Hurry up." Li Kai texted his staff while jogging off to get the car. That feeling of being dismissed, no, disregarded, made Lan Mingli clench his fists. What did he mean by "doesn't matter"? Who? You are. Hot breath hissed from his nostrils. Back in Yinming, he'd never been treated like this. Anywhere in the cultivator circles. He always attracted attention and respect. Always heard people whispering behind his back. See that? That's Lan Mingli, ranked 9th on the talented youth list. Folks call him Yunming's blue flute. And now, here in this dump of a town, you're telling me everyone's the same? Lan Mingli clenched his jaw. "I have my own car." "Then keep up. I'm in a hurry." Virum. Li Kai floored the accelerator and sped off. Although Lu Ding was always clean and efficient at handling problems, somehow, trouble just followed wherever he went. Jinshan had never seen any Tianli cult freaks before this. Not that he was complaining, just grumbling. He had to hurry before things turned into something they couldn't clean up. At Yipingxian restaurant, inside the Four C's private room, four men and one woman were chatting happily. Ding Buxiu, a man in his early 40s, clapped a young man beside him on the shoulder. "Baoxiang, you really hit the jackpot this time. First mission after joining the Tianli cult, and it's already a big one. Do well. Don't drag down the reputation of your uncle, Cripple Li." Hearing Ding Buxiu say that, the only woman in the group leaned on the table, chin in hand, batting her eyes at Li Baoxiang. "Little Bao, how come you joined the Tianli cult instead of going into treasure hunting with your uncle? Didn't he recently start looking into the golden toad over at Bar Mountain?" Arnaud asked. It would have been better not to mention his uncle. The moment she did, the name Cripple Li triggered him. Li Baoxiang picked up the wine vessel in front of him, downed a shot of Baijiu in one go, and slammed it onto the table. With him, he stopped there, let out a few cold chuckles, then couldn't help going on. Every day it's mountain to forest, forest to mountain, sleeping rough, eating cold, wasting cultivation time, and he barely shared anything with me. Dude was famous for years, and what did it get him? Got his Jima beast snatched by Chow Ying, lost face. Now none of the old treasure hunters even respect him anymore. There's no future sticking with him. As for the golden toad at Bar Mountain, he couldn't handle it. Went north to find a goat herder, planning to partner up. Turns out, this Li Baoxiang was none other than the direct nephew of Cripple Li. That Cripple Li had previously fought with Chow Ying over the Jima beasts. Last time, Cripple Li lost to Chow Ying. Lost the prize, lost face. From that point on, Li Baoxiang lost all enthusiasm for the treasure hunting game. Whatever, it was nothing special anyway. Wasn't it Chow Ying who ended up giving the Jima beast to Lu Ding, just to earn a seat as head of Saojia Alley? That's when it clicked for Li Baoxiang. Treasure hunting? Not as good as joining a real organization. Sure, he couldn't get into 749, but there were other forces out there. Lu Ding was born of flesh and blood, and yet earned the title corpse-shattering Tai Shui. Li Baoxiang wasn't carved out of stone. If Lu Ding could do it, then with enough liquor in him, maybe he could too. So Li Baoxiang borrowed Cripple Li's name and joined the Tianli cult. Ding Buxiu grinned, keeping a bit of mystery. Then do you know whose hands the Jima beasts ended up in? But Li Baoxiang already knew. Wasn't it Lu Ding? He glanced sideways. Once I rise, people like Chow Ying won't even be worth mentioning. Lu Ding, though, he's worth a look. Ah, well said. Lu Ding gets to be called corpse-shattering Tai Shui. From now on, you Li Baoxiang shall be standing tall, Tai Shui. Ding Buxiu roared with praise. For a second there, Li Baoxiang almost believed he had a future. If he wasn't still half sober, he might have really bought into his own bullshit. Time to change the subject quick. Uncle Ding, so what's the actual mission we came here for this time? Ding Buxiu didn't answer, glanced at the empty seat, and frowned. Where's Xiao Shan? Why isn't he back yet? Just then, bang, the private room door burst open. A voice arrived first. He probably isn't coming back. You ran your mouth for so long and didn't say a single thing I wanted to hear. I actually waited, giving you the benefit of the doubt, and you really wasted my time with nothing but crap. Lu Ding arrived late. As he stepped in, several gazes turned toward him. All 5 faces immediately changed. Lu Ding, why the hell was he here? This is bad, really bad. Li Baoxiang felt like crying on the spot. It's over. He ran his mouth, and the person he ran it about just walked right in. If he even survived this, he was never drinking again. Run! Ding Buxiu shouted. The 4 of them bolted, aiming to crash through the window. But before they even moved, slashing marks suddenly carved across the walls. Crack, crack, crack. Tables, chairs, decor, everything shattered to pieces. 3 of them hit the ground, broke apart into 3 piles of minced flesh. Only Li Baoxiang remained unharmed. Staring at the carnage in front of him, he finally understood. Not just anyone could be called Tai Shui. As Lu Ding walked closer, Ding Buxiu's screams still echoed behind him. My leg! My leg! Li Baoxiang trembled as he stuttered. Hello, Lord Lu Tai Shui? I was just talking SHD. Can you not take it personally? Smack! Lu Ding raised his hand and slapped him, flying straight into the pile of gore. His legs kicked feebly, blood splattering everywhere. Not your turn yet. Shut your mouth. Ding Buxiu hadn't said anything useful just now. But Li Baoxiang had, something Lu Ding hadn't expected. He didn't realize that Cripple Li had his eyes on Bar Mountain too. Even want to find a goat herder to partner with. Of course, that was something to ask about later. Right now, Lu Ding needed to handle Ding Buxiu. He crouched down. Shut up. The screaming stopped instantly. Ding Buxiu clutched the severed leg, body trembling from pain. He glanced at Lu Ding, then looked away. He didn't know what Lu Ding was planning, but Lu Ding gave him a heads up anyway. Don't do anything stupid. You can't kill me, but you can piss me off. And if that happens, I'll flay you alive. If you cooperate and answer my questions, I'll give you a clean death. Quick or slow, that's the only choice you've got. Sound fair? Ding Buxiu gave a pained smile, dragging himself back against the wall. Lu Ding pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and held it to Ding Bushio's mouth. Ding Bushio, nicknamed Slayer of Life, Savior of Death, didn't care about karma, didn't talk good or evil. Killed a lot, saved a lot, lived however he wanted. Now, Lu Ding handed him a smoke. Ding Bushio took a deep drag, coughed twice, and exhaled a plume of smoke. Gave a thumbs up. Lord Lu Tai Shui, you've got style. Ask away. All I ask is you let me die clean. Lu Ding nodded. All right. So tell me, why'd you come to Jinshan? Ding Bushio took another drag. Orders from above. They said you'd be arriving in Jinshan today. Lu Xingchuan may have failed his quota this year, but he's still a Tianli cult man. Still a branch master. He represents the face of the Tianli cult. Lu Xingchuan had to die, but he had to die under Tianli cult rules. You killing him, that's like slapping the Tianli cult right in the face. Cough, 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 cough. It was a loud F*** ING slap too. Tianli cult may not be small, but you drop our face like that, we gotta pick it up again. Otherwise, what would outsiders think? So they ordered us to come gang up on you. So it was all aimed at him. Well, alright then. Looks like there's a rat in 749. So who could it be? Lu Ding couldn't immediately think of anyone with a high chance. The only one with even a bit of suspicion was Song Chunfeng. They had fallen out before, but it was hard to say for sure. After all, plenty of people at the advanced training ground knew he was coming out. So, do you know who leaked the info about me coming to Jinshan? Ding Bushio shook his head. I'm not at that level. Can't access the kind of intel. But the cult did send one of the pillars, Fire Pillar. He should know. We're supposed to meet at midnight at Chaos Rock Slope. Fire Pillar. One of the 9 pillars of the Tianli cult's 3 extreme structure. Tianli cult worshipped the sun and believed in the 3 extremes. Everything in the world had a past, present, and future. The past was Wu Ji, limitless. The present Tai Ji, supreme pole, and the future Huang Ji, imperial pole. The 3 extremes were the 3 deputy cult leaders. The 9 pillars were 3 cultivators of qi under each deputy, forming 9 in total. This fire pillar was under the past. Wu Ji. Lu Ding was a little speechless. Feels like a mission chain, one after another. You guys sure know how to drag it out. Ding Bushio grinned, tugging his wound, face twisting in pain. After his last drag, he loosened his collar and gestured toward his neck. Lord Lu Tai Shui, swing it right here. Go clean so I don't spray everywhere. Just don't miss. All right, my hand's steady. As soon as Lu Ding finished speaking, he raised his hand and delivered a slash. Ding Bushio's head tilted and was about to roll to the ground. Lu Ding caught it, gently placed it back on the neck, and sat it upright. You behaved, and I keep my word. Told you I'd give you a clean end. Next life, if fate allows, maybe we'll work together. Lu Ding stood up and looked at the anxious-faced Li Baoxiang. All right, your turn now. Tell me about your uncle. Li Baoxiang opened his mouth, blood-streaked, spit dripping out. He mumbled, Lord Lu Tai Shui, what do you want to know? He had just watched the whole thing, and he could tell that Lu Ding was truly a man of principle. Even honored someone like Ding Bushio's final request. He hadn't done anything really wrong. If he cooperated properly, maybe Lu Ding would hand him over to the Jinshan 749 for judgment. Doing time was better than being executed on the spot, right? If that was an option, Li Baoxiang would honestly get down and kowtow to Lu Ding right now. But he didn't dare bring it up first. He hadn't even cooperated yet. Asking for favors now was basically begging for death. Earlier, it was just the booze talking. Now he was sober. He could think like a normal person again. Just talk about your uncle's interest in the Golden Toad at Bar Mountain. Lu Ding was heading to Bar Mountain too. That was his mission. Can't let others mess it up. Li Baoxiang organized his thoughts. My uncle lost face over the Jima beast thing. When he fought Chowing, he got ambushed. He glanced at Lu Ding, then rephrased, caught off guard and took a hit. Got a fresh wound, and it also pulled an old one. While chasing Chowing, he accidentally noticed Badr Mountain had the signs of a golden rooster standing alone. He kept that in mind. Later, after talks with Lu Xingchuan from the Tianli cult fell apart, my uncle took some people to investigate. They didn't find the golden rooster, but they found its egg. But the egg got taken by the feng shui layout called the golden toad nesting on an egg, and then the mountain blasting roadwork over there scared off. Oops. My uncle was hurt, couldn't force it, but he's not skilled at finesse either. So a while back, he contacted a northern shepherd named Shanghai. Yeah, that's it, Shanghai. I forgot the surname, though. Shanghai. Lu Ding fell silent for a moment. There were plenty of people in the north with that name, and none of them would be young. As the saying goes, southern treasure hunters, northern shepherds. They're basically the same. They use Chiman Duanjia techniques to find rare spiritual treasures. But in some areas, they differ. Treasure hunters are more forceful and aggressive. Shepherds are fewer, and they focus on the balance and interaction of all things. For example, the old-school method of wasp tracking. That's a basic shepherd technique. Stick a piece of meat on a pole to lure a wasp. Then, when it's eating, tie a tiny goose feather to it. Then watch the wasp fly back home. And the queen wasp slaps it like, "You brought people here." At that point, the wasp hunter wipes out the whole hive. Small ones fried, big ones soaked in liquor. Back to now. A startled golden toad definitely couldn't be taken head-on. That thing could burrow into the earth, so the only way was to trick it. Lu Ding hadn't known that. But no matter, it wasn't too late to find out. That cripple Li helped Lu Xingchuan, and now he dare try to steal his treasure too. That's straight up a slap in the face. Completely lawless. When are they planning to make a move? Li Baoxiang hesitated. How about, I call and ask. Lu Ding laughed, clapped his shoulder. Yeah, you're a clever kid, not bad. Hearing the dialect, Li Baoxiang smiled. He moved faster after that. Dialed Cripple Li in 3 quick moves. Soon, the call connected. Li Baoxiang raised his voice. Uncle, you mentioned going after that golden egg. When are we going? Save me an eggshell or something, yeah? What are you so anxious for? I'm excited, that's all. Shanghai said once he finishes harvesting the corn, he'll come over. Still more than half a month to go. You don't do a thing and still want an eggshell? Take a hike. Just then, a woman's voice shrieked in the background. Don't want to live anymore, huh? You want everything. Our food, our home, and now this? Mom's dead, Dad's dead, and you're still mooching. Li Baoxiang's face turned awkward. My parents' inheritance is all in your hands, isn't it? You dare yell at me? As soon as she said that, Li Baoxiang hung up. He looked up. Lord Lu Tai Shui? Maybe just kill me. Then he mimicked Ding Buxiu, tugging open his collar and gesturing at his neck. Right here, if you can. And if you wouldn't mind holding my head in place so it doesn't roll, wouldn't look good. Lu Ding. He was honestly speechless. Life and death moment. And here we are with family drama and who's right or wrong. Seeing Lu Ding quiet, Li Baoxiang looked downcast. Never mind if it's not doable. Just then, Baiheman peeked from the door. Captain Li and the others are here. Lu Ding stood up and gave Li Baoxiang a light push on the head. Get out of here. Ever killed anyone? Li Baoxiang nodded. Took out a few treasure snatchers in the mountains. Understandable. Behave once you're in 749. Don't just join every cult you see. Too deep for you, you'll drown. Out in the hallway. Lan Mingli and Li Kai walked side by side, bursting with momentum. They spotted Baiheman. Lan Mingli recognized him almost instantly. This was the guy standing next to the one who hit his aunt. He quickened his pace past Li Kai and glared at Baiheman. Where is he? Baiheman frowned immediately. I don't like your tone. You're getting slapped again soon. That arrogant line made Lan Mingli choke on his comeback. Lu Ding shouted from inside, Come fight in here. Too many people outside, and I'm on a schedule. Lan Mingli pointed at Baiheman as he walked in slowly. I'll deal with you first, then him. Baiheman silently thought. Grandma said it's rude to point at people. I'm taking that finger later. The private room door opened. The stench of blood hit him like a punch. Lan Mingli's face changed at the gruesome sight. His throat bobbed. Born into a family of cultivators of qi and growing up in peaceful times, not even 20 years old, he'd never seen anything this extreme before. His eyes darted to the side, avoiding the blood-soaked piles on the floor, terrified he might puke. Then he saw it. Slayer of life, savior of death, Ding Buxiu. Ding Buxiu's neck was ringed red with seeping blood, face pale, barely breathing. Lu Ding, perfectly clean, was wiping his hands with a wet towel. Lan Mingli frowned. You're cleaning up a crime scene. Why'd you call me here? This a battlefield or something? Lu Ding didn't respond. He flicked a white card into the doorframe, level with Lan Mingli's gaze. A red line appeared across his cheek. A sting. He instinctively wiped it. Blood. Looking back at what hit him, it wasn't a card, it was an ID. Clear as day. Lu Ding wasn't even 20 yet. I know why you're here. No need for extra talk. I'm counting to 3. Be ready. Lan Mingli's expression darkened instantly. It was only then that he belatedly realized. This guy's name was Lu Ding. Even though he was a cultivator of qi from Yunmeng, he'd still heard of the tidal corpse-shattering Tai Shui. Yinhai in the south, Yaodu, Qingsheng, 3 regions directly promoted. But beyond that, he didn't know many details about Lu Ding. Still, that much was enough. And combined with the bloody mess in this room, Lan Mingli's heart sank to the bottom. 3. As Lu Ding called out the count of 3, his mind raced. No way. He's gathering momentum. I have to strike first. If I let him move first, he'll seize the upper hand, and I'll lose for sure. From Lan Mingli's perspective, Lu Ding's rising aura transformed him. A faint dragon's form emerged. His eyes held chaotic pupils. Black mist swirled behind him. Oppression surged like a storm, impossible to resist. Lan Mingli drew the jade flute from his back, infused it with qi. He didn't want to say anything more. Now that they'd met, then let me truly see what you can do, Lu Ding. The jade flute shot forth. Blue light blazed. Tap! Lan Mingli's expression froze. He saw Lu Ding raise a hand and catch the flute effortlessly. The force so strong, the flute didn't budge a bit. He'd known there was a gap between them, but he didn't expect the gap to be this big. Alarms blared in his head. Wasn't his combat power only on par with a weakened Ximing cultivator? How could this be? You want to see what I can do? People die from that, Lu Ding said, yanking the jade flute and pulling its wielder forward, then turned and launched a kick faster than thought. The wind arrived before the leg. Lan Mingli's hair whipped wildly. The next moment, he shot backward like a cannonball, body folding midair. Legs up, arms down, spine bent backward. Agony burst through him, consciousness blurring. So this is Lu Ding. Boom. He smashed through the corridor wall, flew out of the restaurant, and crashed unconscious into the trash heap in the back courtyard. No matter how the world evolves, when it comes to fighting, the principles remain the same. Fast, precise, ruthless. Overwhelming force breaks all techniques. Put simply, someone at the Divine Palace realm? Not even worth Lu Ding casting a spell. TSK. Lu Ding clicked his tongue. All that, and he still had to pay for damages. He glanced at Captain Li, who was standing with arms crossed. Li instantly understood. All right, no problem. I'll cover the wall. I'll send the boss a request form later. While the two were talking, Baiheman darted outside and dragged Lan Mingli back through the hole in the wall. He pulled out a pill bottle and fed him one, then gave him 2 slaps across the face. Ooh, Lan Mingli gasped deeply as he regained consciousness, coughing hard. At that moment, Li Kai walked up and handed something to Baiheman. Rushed over from Yinhai. You guys really know how to stir things up. Lu Ding. Baiheman took the ID card and waved it in front of Lan Mingli's face, then grabbed his finger. Crack. Lan Mingli let out a pained grunt and looked up. Baiheman said with a blank face, Grandma said it's rude to point at people. So I broke it. Don't point at people again. Maybe thinking he was being a bit harsh. After all, habits are hard to break, even when Rishu still nags from behind mask. So Baiheman added, Don't point at me. Come on, get up. Lan Mingli didn't know what he was planning, but instinctively, he shook his head. Baiheman frowned. Not getting up? He looked at Lu Ding, then turned to Lan Mingli and said, I'll give you a 3 count too. Hearing that, Lan Mingli scrambled up and tried to run. Can't I just quit? This was bullying, plain and simple. Why was it going to be a round 2? Running still counts in the time limit. Baiheman caught up and bam, 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 gave him another round of beating. Lan Mingli's eyes were red with frustration. Of course, Baiheman wasn't hitting to kill. He held back, just enough to make it sting emotionally. the kind of beating that left you holding it in. Lu Ding walked over. According to your side tradition, if I beat someone on your elite youth list, you owe me and my guy each a rare spiritual treasure. Lan Mingli blinked, holding in his feelings. He glanced at Lu Ding and Bai Heman and only said one word, "Fine." Lu Ding smiled. Bai Heman suddenly understood. He looked down at Lan Mingli. You guys really have rules like that? I want to win Hellstone. You get to choose? Lan Mingli couldn't take it anymore. His voice cracked, nearly crying. Bai Heman blinked. You're yelling at me? He rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward. Lan Mingli kicked backward, spun up, and ran. Wiping his face as he ran, he shouted, "Fine. Take it. Just stop chasing me." Lu Ding called out quickly, "Don't forget to spread the word. We're heading to Yunming in a few days." Lan Mingli stumbled at the sound of that. These two monsters aren't human. Then he quickly vanished into the night. You two really made him cry? You're not even pretending to be decent people. Li Kai commented from the side. Lu Ding couldn't hold back. Ha ha ha. I didn't think he'd cry. Blamed Bai Heman. Bai Heman nodded. Too fragile. A greenhouse flower. I didn't cry. Grandma told me. Real men bleed, not cry. Li Kai. One of them, tight-lipped and calculating. The other, single-minded as a brick. Who knew how these two ended up as a pair? You couldn't talk sense into either of them. Neither one followed normal logic. Li Kai gestured back at the room. So what did you find out? And what about the guy still alive in there? The one still breathing? Let it get sentenced. He did wrong. Take the punishment. Just follow standard procedure. The crime's not that serious. As for earlier, old Li won a political merit gift. With those words, if things followed standard procedure, Li Baoxiang wouldn't be locked up for long. When Li Kai heard political merit, his face lit up. Details? He'd read Lu Ding's file. That Baofan District Public Security Bureau Director, Gao Zhongliang, just hanging around Lu Ding earned him merit. Now it was his turn. This was his bowl of rice now. Li Kai was a little excited. Lu Ding gave him the general rundown on the Tianli cult, but he didn't say the cult had specifically targeted him. Still didn't know who leaked that intel. So best not to spook the snake just yet. Besides, the Tianli cult was a cult. Dealing with cults was everyone's responsibility at 749. And this wasn't just one or two people. So yeah, how could this not count as merit? Li Kai understood. We doing a gang fight then? Should I get the team moving? Wait, Lu Ding stopped him and added. I looked at the map of Rocky Flat. Barely any people around there. Tell your team to bring the heavy firepower. Rocket launchers, anti-material sniper rifles, grenades, high-powered anti-cultivator weapons. What era are we living in now? Still doing that old-school hand-to-hand nonsense. There are no civilians here, no fear of collateral damage. Go big or go home. Make sure not a single one gets away. Lu Ding had read official narrative novels before about operations targeting villains, not naming names. Any resemblance is purely coincidental. The kind where they're deep in the mountains, hundreds of miles with no one around. In situations like that, the mission gets classified as extremely dangerous. And yet, they still wouldn't use modern weapons. Then they return barely alive and even let a few bad guys escape. Can you believe it? Yes, Lu Ding admitted. Letting someone escape helps move the plot along. But don't treat readers like idiots. Couldn't you have just set it in a small city where heavy weapons can't be used? If you're in the mountains, just use artillery to clean up the small fry. Then send elites to surround the experts immune to guns and bombs. Minimal losses, maximum gains. Why the hell sacrifice lives for drama? If you know a mission's dangerous, and people still charge in without blinking, shouldn't you be using them for something more important? Then send another squad to trap those experts during their retreat. Lay explosives. Set up formations. If even then someone escapes. Now that's impressive. Hats off. Back when Lu Ding read those novels, that's how he thought it should go. And now, he finally had the chance to do it his way. Escape? If even one of them gets away today, he'll eat every single pebble on that rocky beach. After hearing all of Lu Ding's arrangements in detail, Li Kai gave him a sideways glance. This plan doesn't really match your personality. It was way too cautious. It's just that the noise might be a problem. What if ordinary folks hear it? Clean up the battlefield afterward. It's raining today. Have a few cultivators of chi wash down the riverside with spell work. Then issue a public notice. Military drill, low altitude, fighter flyby. Everything covered. Lu Ding had even mapped out the post-battle PR. Li Kai gave him a thumbs up. Smart. Really smart. All right, we'll do it your way. I'll message the team now. He pulled out his phone. Dinner at Rocky Flat. Bring the big boys, da. With that settled, Lu Ding leaned down, heading out first. Li Baoxiang hadn't expected Lu Ding to even say goodbye. He was a little moved. He scrambled up and gave Lu Ding 3 kowtows on the spot. Thank you, Lord Lu Tai Shui. Lu Ding didn't acknowledge him, just turned and walked away. Nighttime at Rocky Flat. Torrential rain poured down. Figures cloaked in spiritual chi moved through the downpour, arriving from all directions, eventually gathering into a group of over 20, standing in the rain, waiting quietly. Among them, a figure with fiery red hair. Flames flickered on and off in his hand. This was Chang Yin, the fire pillar, one of the 9 pillars under the 3 extremes of the Tianli cult. Chang Yin looked up at the sky, removed the spiritual chi from his face, letting the rain fall freely and stream down his jawline. Phew, I really hate rainy days. He was the fire pillar, after all. Since ancient times, water and fire don't mix. Though his flames wouldn't be put out by rain, he still just didn't like it. Annoying, uncomfortable, and loud. Rain was loud. You're right, fire pillar, sir. Everything was fine. Then suddenly it started raining. Jinshan's cursed weather. You're suffering for it. It's all that Lu Ding's fault for running here. The man next to him tried to flatter. Standard level of bootlicking, nothing remarkable, and definitely not everyone liked hearing it. Already irritated by the rain, Chang Yin turned his gaze. Immediately, a tongue of flame wrapped around the man, burning him into 3 chunks of charred meat. Too much talk. He's not someone a lowlife like you gets to judge. Fire pillar, sir. Not much time left until the scheduled meet. But Ding Bushio's team still hasn't arrived. A woman stepped forward to report. Chang Yin stared into the distance. Ding Bushio knew his nature. You don't arrive late, or even on the dot. You arrive early. But Chang Yin wasn't hypocritical. He held himself to the same standard. So the fact that Ding Bushio hadn't shown up yet made him suspicious. Got a location? The woman adjusted her smartwatch, zooming in and out with her fingers. Tracked their phones. Just reconfirmed. They're still at Yupingxian and Jinshan. Haven't moved. Given the distance, even if they leave now and go full speed, they'll barely make it on time. Upon hearing that, flames surged again in Chang Yan's hand, burning violently, unfazed by the rain. Looks like something happened. But even so, Chang Yin had no plans to withdraw. Forget waiting. Distribute the intel and pills. Everyone scatter and go into hiding. With Lu Ding's personality, if he dared to touch the Ko family's ancestral tombs, that means he plans to wrap this up today. He'll leave by tomorrow. As he spoke, Chang Yan's face curved into a genuine smile. From the heart, the appreciation one feels for someone who shares your nature. He'd volunteered for this mission, just for a chance to meet Lu Ding, even if only once. To send off, personally, a kindred soul he'd never met. You think, if things hadn't gone this way, if we'd met under peaceful circumstances, with no conflicting interests, could we have been friends? The girl pondered the question carefully, then nodded firmly. Definitely. Lord Lu Tai Shui might be ruthless, but based on the intel we've gathered, he's not unreasonable. Wherever he goes, people praise him. Chang Yin looked satisfied, though slightly regretful. It shouldn't have been like this. But here we are. So let me send him off with dignity. Let death not be so painful. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, gunshots rang out in rapid bursts. Nearly every Tianli cult cultivator of Qi at Rocky Flat took a bullet, in the name of fairness and balance. Half their skulls exploded. Then came the rocket-propelled grenades dragging white smoke trails, a barrage that killed more and wounded the rest. Lu Ding descended from the sky, gazing down at the scene below, deeply satisfied with his own plan. Now, that's what I'm talking about. Just give everyone a big-ass sniper rifle. What's the problem? In movies, they always kill one guy with a shot. Then the enemies scramble for cover and start counterattacking. Every time, Lu Ding would think, you didn't have a few more sniper rifles lying around? Your organization that broke can't afford it? You have the initiative, and you shoot one guy just to startle the rest. That's insane. But now, dozens of anti-material snipers all firing at once. Lu Ding had just one word: satisfying. Weapons used for combat training. Used on people? They work great. Just look at them, getting smacked till they're totally lost. Below, Chang Yin raised a hand and summoned fire, igniting the incoming shells and bullets midair. Under the intense heat, the rain turned into white mist, spreading across the entire riverbank. He instinctively looked up, his gaze locked with Lu Ding's. Chang Yin waved his hand, and fire drew words in the sky. "Hello, Lu Ding." That actually caught Lu Ding off guard. Pretty polite. Then flames erupted from under Chang Yin's feet, launching him into the air so he could float at eye level with Lu Ding. How Lu Ding knew about all this, Chang Yin didn't care to find out. He was here. The result would come soon enough. That was enough. Tianli Cult's fire pillar, Chang Yin. A pleasure to meet you, corpse-shattering Tai Shui. I've heard a lot about you. As a greeting gift, I'll personally handle your death, gracefully and with flair. If these people from Jinshan 749 manage to keep me here, then we'll die together. That earlier attitude of his, it made Lu Ding decide to let him finish speaking. I rarely let enemies say more than a sentence in front of me. I'm honored, but I rarely waste words on enemies, either. Lu Ding smiled. Then I'm honored too. In return, I'll let you choose in a bit. Either die painlessly or suffer unimaginably and greet a death both dazzling and elegant. The guy wasn't bad-looking. With that attitude, he did deserve the floral coffin death burial. Chang Yin spread both arms wide. A burst of flame exploded upward, shooting dozens of meters into the sky. Mystical fire serpents wrapped around him, spiraling up from his waist to his shoulders. In the end, he stared straight at Lu Ding, eyes venomous and fierce. If I really lose, then please grant me the most elegant death. Boom! Flames erupted from his palms as countless fire crows shot out, each flap of their wings radiating intense heat. As the rain evaporated and fog spread, the temperature soared. Anywhere it touched a normal person would be cooked on contact. Lu Ding raised his hand, unleashing hundreds of slashes. Fire crows burst apart in midair, their embers raining down and punching holes into the stones of the rocky flat. Chang Yin floated backward in midair and pressed his hand down in a quick seal. Opening move, straight into overdrive. Killing blow ready. Pleasantries were pleasantries. Admiration was admiration. But once the fight started, it was do or die. Flames lit in his pupils. Fire serpents coiled up both arms to his palms, mouths wide open, firelight emerging. Fire pillar's ultimate move, weeping flame eruption. A fire pillar several dozen meters thick roared out, streaking across the sky for hundreds of meters. Such a terrifying attack. Chang Yin felt a touch of sorrow. This is my ultimate move. It's also my respect to you. He didn't believe Lu Ding could survive taking that hit head-on. As for dodging, unlikely. If Lu Ding actually dodged it, he had more moves ready. Suddenly, the hair on the back of Chang Yin's neck stood up. Out of the corner of his eye, a figure blurred sideways and locked into place beside him, trailing an afterimage. The scene snapped, tension maxed out. Chang Yin's eyes hadn't even finished turning when he understood the rest of his moves. Yeah, probably not happening. There was Lu Ding, fist drawn back. Veins bulged along the back of his hand. A white mist burst from his elbow. SSSSHHHH. A low hum rang out, deep and sharp. A mock ring bloomed. The punch came crashing down, slicing through the air around his arm, and the surrounding white mist exploded outward from that point. Reino Thailand body. Bang! A single punch. The shock wave surged outward. Raindrops falling from the sky got blown off course, landing almost a kilometer away. The noisy rainfall halted in an instant. It was like the whole world went quiet. Chong Yin looked up at the sky. The spiritual energy that used to shield his face from the rain was gone. But this time, the rain he hated stopped for a few seconds. Huff, really don't want to die on a rainy day. Sha! The rain picked up again. The view zoomed in. Lu Ding's punch didn't knock Chong Yin flying. It shattered most of his body. His flesh and blood? Who knows where it went? Why not aim for the head? Lu Ding had said he'd give him the most elegant death. She reached into her clothes and pulled out a sheet of drawing paper. On it was a sketch of Chong Yin. With a flick of her wrist, she lit it. It turned to ash in an instant. Then, with a reverse grip, she swung the blade and severed her own neck. Not a hint of hesitation. No lingering regret. Her head and body parted. Bohemian didn't quite understand. Cutting off her hand, that made sense. If she hadn't, corpse energy would have entered her body, and she'd have suffered horribly. But beheading herself, he didn't even go for her head. So why? Lu Ding descended lightly. Don't get it, do you? Bohemian shook his head. That was a love suicide. Looks like she had a one-sided crush on Chong Yin, and now that he's dead, she's got nothing left to hold on to. Figured she might as well go with him. Hearing Lu Ding's explanation, Bohemian still didn't really get it. You really lucked out today, huh? Eye-opener, right? Bohemian nodded. Yeah, definitely an eye-opener. Some people really can chop off their own heads without blinking. I'd heard of stuff like that, just stories. Never seen it in real life. All right, let's go. Let the others clean up the battlefield. Lu Ding turned to leave, humming a tune. People like us who don't get the pain of love and hate always thought dying for love was just an ancient tale. You write songs. Bohemian's eyes went wide in disbelief. Love suicide, old tales, weren't those just the things he'd mentioned moments ago? He could just pull it together like that. So smooth. And it actually sounded kind of nice. If I could write songs like that, I wouldn't have been a broke asterisk college student for all those years. I just remember bits of it now and sing it. Probably even messed up the lyrics. Don't interrupt. Let me try to piece it together. Being a plagiarism god wasn't so easy. Lu Ding had tried before, but it didn't work out. He couldn't compose. The background track always fell off. Just wrong. Then he learned composition. Forgot the lyrics. Only remembered some iconic lines. Tried writing his own to fill the gaps, but no matter how he sang it, it didn't sound right. It always ended up like putting gold trim on a toilet seat. Eventually, he gave up. Listening to all that, Bohemian totally didn't buy it. He felt like he'd just discovered a bunch of Lu Ding's secrets. Knows everything. Does everything. And rare as it was, Lu Ding even cracked a dry joke. Remembered it? What? Memories from your last life that didn't fully fade. Lu Ding ignored him, still humming as he walked ahead. Bohemian hurried to catch up. Did you just recite a poem back there? It came from the heart. Bohemian walked in silence next to him. They were nearly past the rocky flat when he said, Lu Ding, if I ever die one day, would you write a poem for me too? Or, if I die and there's still a body left, could you turn me into a flower too? Make sure you use a stone to weigh me down in front of my grandma's grave. Don't let me blow away. Lu Ding. He shot a glare sideways. Can't think of anything good? Always talking life and death all the time. Who the H*LL taught you to be so obsessed with dying? Tell me, I'll go slap them twice. Who taught him this stuff? Teaching kids like this isn't living a good thing? Turn you into a flower? I'll blast you into pieces. Bohemian stared straight at him. You. Lu Ding pointed at himself. Me? Yeah, you. Remember last time? You said Ko Huai was too ugly to deserve that technique of yours, the one that turns people into flowers. But even though he was that ugly, he still got to enjoy such a nice send-off. And this time, Chong Yin definitely deserved it. Died beautifully. If I could choose how I die, I'd absolutely pick that way. And you even wrote a poem for him. Went out looking good. Dignified. Rare to hear Bohemian talk so much. And it was all stuff Lu Ding didn't want to hear. You're nuts. Lu Ding strode off, silently making a decision. He was going to switch the petals to black ones from now on. All those bright colors. Way too pretty, way too classy. If this kept up and more weirdos like Bohemian started chasing death just to die elegantly, wouldn't that keep him busy forever? But Bohemian's words did remind Lu Ding of something. He pulled out his phone and check the map. Perfect. On the way to Yunming, he could pass by where Chong Yin buried his mother. Just couldn't take a flight. Didn't really matter, though. Lu Ding decided he'd take that pedal in his pocket and leave at Chong Yan's mother's grave. In life, they were enemies, stood on opposite sides. In death, Lu Ding respected him as a real man. This he could do, and while he was at it, he dropped by Chong Yan's hometown. It was on the way to Yunming anyway. Close enough. It's not like Lu Ding was so free he had nothing better to do. This was the kind of thing he could just pass off to the local authorities. One phone call, they'd handle it overnight. But if things went by the book like that, Lu Ding wouldn't feel right. He was in a bad mood, so no one else was allowed to feel good either. As for whether the higher-ups would discipline him afterward, fine, let them. Punish away. In terms of cultivator of chi management, yeah, this wasn't exactly by the book. So he'd get fined. But that's later. From Lu Ding's emotional standpoint, not doing this would make even less sense. It had to be done, and right now. D*M in it. Why all the been spoiled? Can't kill you? He tapped on his phone and requested a report on Chong Yan's hometown. He even left a special note. Detailed. Must be detailed. This kind of thing. What did the family do? What didn't they do? If it couldn't be confirmed right now, send someone to confirm it immediately. He wanted an answer by tomorrow. Things on this end were wrapped up. Meanwhile, on the other end, Lan Mingli, who was heading back, didn't stop for even a second. Took his Aunt Lanya, jumped on a flyer, and left. Didn't even stay in Jinshan for another moment. On the plane, Lan Mingli turned his head to look out the window. Lanya leaned over to look up at him. You crying? No. Then why are your eyes all red? Didn't sleep today. I'm tired. Oh, so even Divine Palace cultivators get sleepy if they don't sleep? Auntie. Lan Mingli turned toward her, a little agitated. Auntie, do you even know who he is? He's Lu Ding. He's got a whole advanced training site to stay at. And instead, he comes running to Jinshan. For what? He's just bullying people, isn't he? And that by Heman too, also a bully, total scumbag, classic thug. Over in Yunming, we have a rule. If someone under 20 beats a top talent on the rankings, they get a rare spiritual treasure from that person's family, right? Well, he actually challenged me. Named it directly, wants the Wind Roar Stone. That's straight-up bullying. Lanya listened, a bit dazed. Lu Ding, by Heman. Yeah, no ordinary background. The Ko family. Sigh. Seeing Lanya silent, Lan Mingli tried to comfort her. Don't be sad, Auntie. I'm fine, really. Lanya felt a little awkward. What was she supposed to say? That she wasn't feeling sad for him, but was silently saying goodbye to Ko Jingshin? Also maybe quietly bidding farewell to the last few years of her youth spent in Jinshan? The night passed in a flash. Daylight came. At the Jinshan 749 Bureau of Investigation, Lu Ding was taking a break. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took out a Stillwater Lotus Mist. Along the way, he spent 700 contribution points and got himself a few pretty decent rare treasures. Contribution points. As long as it's within the 749 Bureau network, you can use them anywhere. Of course, the catch is the local branch's inventory and quality need to match your needs. Fortunately, Jinshan 749 wasn't too small a place, fully able to accommodate Lu Ding's spending. Out of those 700 points, 300 came from Li Kai buying trees. The other 400 were Jinshan's reward to Lu Ding. What with the Tianli cult and the Ko family, 400 was more than justified. Now that his rare treasures were in place, Lu Ding was ready to reinforce his divine palace. Brick by brick, as his cultivation technique circulated, the dormant Sin Dragon stirred awake once more. Cultivation techniques. How to put it? They're kind of like school, regular classes versus final grades. Normally, you study diligently every day, work hard on your own, apply what you've learned, and then see how well you do based on talent and effort. Only then do you earn your final result. But Lu Ding wasn't like that. He went in reverse. With oneness with heaven and man on his side, that thing couldn't be controlled. It just whooshed into his brain, bam, done. As for where it went, don't ask. No stopping it. Just charge ahead. Other people, write a formula, run the meridians, circulate chi, step-by-step process, eventually get the answer. Lu Ding. Smack. Answer's already on the table. You don't need to ask how I got it. Just tell me if it's right or not. Back in school, teachers said, the process matters, take it step by step. At work, bosses said, the result matters. Cut the crap. Show me the outcome. Right now, Lu Ding was the latter. As a medicinal energy from the rare spiritual treasures surged in, his Linghai churned, the Sin Dragon roared. Light particles gathered, rising into the shadow of his divine palace, forming walls and tiles, beams and rafters. As his aura intensified, the walls slowly rose, glowed with flowing light, divine brilliance danced. Sacred patterns etched themselves into the structure, inlays of rare jewels shimmered everywhere. At a glance, pearls for decoration, golden trim, emerald splendor, glorious and grand. Then, special effects disappeared. The medicine ran out. See you next time. Lu Ding's realm advanced from Divine Palace first layer to Divine Palace second layer. His aura gradually faded. The path he walked, unobstructed and long. Walk it, and he shall arrive. The future looked bright. It was supposed to be a long and hard road. But Lu Ding's road was smooth, no checkpoints, no bottlenecks. As long as he kept walking, the broad highway was beneath his feet, leading straight to the finish. His only real obstacle might be resources. Now at Divine Palace second layer, future realms would demand even more rare treasures. Cultivation was like climbing a mountain, every step a new heaven. Hope I can farm some good loot in Yunmeng. Next, he needed to condense a spell and construct the dragon-locking well. So the amount and quality of materials were critical. Though Lu Ding didn't expect the Yunmeng trip to push him all the way to see Ming Realm. That'd be a pipe dream. But Divine Palace 6th layer? That should be doable. 2nd layer, Dragon Locking Well. 4th layer, Sin Dragon breaking the well. 6th layer, River Surge into the sea. After that, hit Badr Mountain for another haul. Once the mission's done, that's 3 Dragon Vein sites. Another wave of rewards. More power for him. My future really is looking bright. Lu Ding didn't want any trouble in the future, especially not with that dead old hag. Who knew if she'd pull some I'd rather die trying move to repay a favor, even if it meant dragging the emperor off his horse. To prevent these unstable variables from happening, she must die. Sensing something off about Lu Ding's aura, Baiheman reached out, wanted to pat the girl's shoulder and borrow her phone to show Lu Ding. But before he could even move, Lu Ding blocked him, shook his head, signaled him to sit down. What's up with you? Nothing. Change of plans. We're swinging by somewhere else first. Oh, Baiheman responded, but didn't ask where, though he could pretty much guess. Very likely, it had to do with the person in that video. He thought about it. Shouldn't we warn that girl? Lu Ding shook his head. No need. If she was going to die, she'd be dead already. This little bit of time won't make a difference. After all, from what Dongwen Rue said just now, that dead old hag had already been carving stuff a few days ago. If we warn her now, she might slip up and bring disaster on herself. That's just how it is. So many messy dramas and movies show the same thing. Things were fine when no one knew, but then someone had to go spill the beans. And once someone knows, they can't keep it to themselves. They blow the whole thing. With eyes as clear as Dongwen Rue's, she was already completely under that old woman's thumb. Lu Ding didn't believe for a second she could act the same after finding out the truth. Might as well not tell her yet. Let her carve, let her write. He'd be there by tonight at the latest. He'd travel under the stars and moon and land a punch on that dead, old hag to send her straight to the afterlife. End of story. Once heaven and earth reclaim Yi Li's fate, that's it. And Lu Ding had even thought of a way to do it without getting punished. A wicked grin flashed across his face. Baiheman looked at him in total confusion. Why are you angry one second and smiling the next? It's hard to explain. Just stick with me later, Lu Ding said, and went back to listening to music. His life these days was non-stop chaos. Everyone needed him. He really was like a brick. Pick him up and drop him wherever he's needed. But that was fine too. This way, he could crush all problems in the cradle. It wasn't trouble coming to him. He was the one going trouble. And that made all the difference. On this end, Lu Ding and Baiheman were still en route to Longyang. Meanwhile, Yunmeng, the Lan family. Back in Yunmeng, the more Lan Mingli thought about it, the angrier he got. For 3 days, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, no matter how he looked at it. It all came down to 3 words. Bullying me. It was just too much. Then a thought hit him. Aren't Lu Ding and Bai Heman coming to Yunmeng? Didn't they say they were going to challenge Yunmeng's prodigies? All right then. I'll give you a proper promo. After clashing with Lu Ding and Bai Heman, he knew full well just Bai Heman alone wasn't someone anyone below the top 3 could mess with. Lu Ding, probably only the top rank could take him on. Terrifying. And Lan Mingli? Ranked 9th. Looking at it another way, if all the guys ranked above him got there but's kicked, then he wouldn't look bad at all, right? Once he figured that out, he immediately launched into a full-blown campaign hyping up Lu Ding. After all, he lost fair and square. Nothing to be ashamed of. Who could say they'd never lose in their whole life? Hype him up. Hype him to the heavens. He went all in. A bunch of people were skeptical. Is Lu Ding really that strong? You're not just hyping him up to make your own loss look better, are you? Lan Mingli, Lu Ding, in the Linghai realm, dared to fight as Siming. Sure, he's strong, but you can't just boost others while killing our own morale. Lan Mingli, Lu Ding, Linghai realm, soloed as Siming. All right, he's impressive. But we got strong ones too, okay? Besides, he only beat as Siming with a powered-up move. Went on in some agreed-upon duel. Hit him while he's unprepared and stop him from powering up. He's not all that. With 3 above NES. Lan Mingli, Lu Ding, Linghai realm, solo kill on a Siming. The others were pissed. Are you nuts? That's all you ever say. Did Lu Ding knock your brain loose or something? Lan Mingli, you yelling at me? I can't beat Lu Ding, but you think I can't beat you? Lan Mingli launched into a full-on beatdown and felt great. Refreshed, relaxed, his whole mood lifted. Don't ask him why. Ask, and the answer was, learned it from Bai Heman. As for Bai Heman, he learned it while guarding the door, listening to Li Baoxiang talk on the phone with his aunt. Thanks to Lan Mingli's contribution, all of Yunmeng now knew Lu Ding was coming. Then a few days passed, and Lu Ding still hadn't shown up. People started feeling something was off. Didn't they say Lu Ding was hot-tempered? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Don't tell me he chickened out. Of course, anyone who said that was just trying to boost their own aura while dragging someone else down. No one wanted to admit defeat before the fight even started. But there are always a few dimwits who stir the pot just to see what happens. And they spread around. Before long, 3 people saying the same thing turned rumor into fact. Gossip spread like wildfire. Nobody believed it all, but hey, it was entertaining. It even boosted morale. On this side, the rumors continued to spread. On the other side, Lu Ding arrived in Longyang that afternoon. As soon as he stepped out of the station, he found a quiet spot and flew straight into the air, landing in front of Chong Yan's mother's grave. Bai Heman followed behind, using stealth movement. When they got there, they saw the area around the tombstone was clean and tidy. Fresh flowers were placed neatly to the side. This was something Chong Yan had specifically instructed someone to do. Fresh flowers every day for his mother. But he couldn't come himself because he was part of the Tianli cult, and this was the city 749 bureau jurisdiction. Sending flowers through someone else was fine. 749 turned a blind eye. Everyone has family. But if you showed up in person, they had to arrest you. Now that Chong Yan was gone, those fresh flowers probably wouldn't be showing up anymore. But that was all right. Lu Ding squatted down, took out the petal from his coat, wrapped it in spiritual energy, and pressed it hard against the tombstone. The force sank deep into the wood without cracking it. A petal-shaped mark now appeared on the tombstone. A breeze blew by, lifting the corners of Lu Ding's mouth into a smile. You probably miss her a lot too, huh? Bai Heman walked over and handed him the urn. Lu Ding took it, dug a small hole in the ground, and gave the urn a tap against the tombstone. I don't really know how you felt about her, but she followed you in life, and she should follow you in death too. Auntie, she like your son, you know. I won't bury her in the same grave, but I'll make you neighbors. If you think that's all right, maybe give Chong Yan a nudge, bring her over, and the 3 of you could be together again. Lu Ding buried the urn, covered it with dirt, and stomped twice to pack it down. No fuss or ceremony. Then he scraped the mud off his shoes on the edge of the mound. Lu Ding looked over at Bai-Heman. Keep up. Let's go send that troublemaking dead old hag to the afterlife. Evening approached in Dongshan village. Seeing that it was getting late, Dong Wenrui said, Blind Granny, it's getting late. I'll take Grandma home now. The old woman grabbed her wrist. Speaking warmly, she said, What's the rush? You just have to cook when you get back. Come on, come on, come to Granny's place for dinner. The moment she heard the words, come to Granny's place for dinner, Dong Wenrui's throat bobbed. Just a few days ago when she had first returned, she had already eaten at Blind Granny's place once. Even though mooching meals off someone wasn't ideal, that cured meat had smelled so good. Impossible to refuse. She didn't even think. Her eyes curved as she smiled. Thanks, Granny. She turned to go help her grandmother up. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but in that hazy moment, it looked like a thin film flashed over her grandmother's eyeball. It happened so fast she didn't get a clear look. Her heart filled with suspicion. Could she have seen wrong? No, something's off. The last time she'd had this kind of hallucination was back at the Dinghao complex. She thought she was mistaken then, too. But it had been a monster. Because she'd been through this before, she was now especially sensitive to these things. Even those other grannies hadn't noticed anything wrong with their husbands, right? Dong Wenrui thought hard about the odd behavior her grandmother had shown these past few days. It all seemed mostly the same on the surface. But Dong Wenrui couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. She just couldn't put her finger on what. So with suspicion in her heart, she moved to support the old woman. Let's go, Grandma. We're going to Granny's for dinner. The moment her hand made contact, skin to skin, Dong Wenrui had a sudden flash of insight. The pulse. The pulse again. Those monsters before had dead people's pulses. It was freaky. But now, her grandmother's pulse was so healthy it was absurd. Wasn't that freaky too? You had to understand, her grandma was over 90. Dong Wenrui's father was her sixth child. A woman over 90 with a pulse this steady, this perfect, no signs of any issues at all. Sure, the world's full of strange things, but with everything she'd been through before, and this spirit tablet business today stirring up those old memories. In that moment, Dong Wenrui said, Oh no, my phone's out of battery. Blind Granny, can you take Grandma ahead? It's getting dark, and she walks slowly in the dark. I'll go back to grab a charger and be right there. Go on, go on. Be careful on the road. Don't get bitten by a dog. Blind Granny took the old woman's hand and led her off. Though Blind Granny had one blind eye, she'd lived in the village for decades. She'd walked that path countless times. She could get home with her eyes closed. Dong Wenrui turned and ran. Once she was out of sight, Blind Granny's kindly smile instantly turned cold and sinister. You beast! If you can't sit still in that skin any longer, I'll skin you alive. The old woman opened her mouth, lifted her head, lowered it, and let out a low, guttural "oh." Blind Granny squinted in the direction Dong Wenrui had run off. So what was she thinking just now? She must have seen something. On the other side, Dong Wenrui ran back home, deliberately tossed the place in a disarray, then turned and ran to the outhouse, lifted the lid, and forced herself not to gag as she jumped straight in. The sewage came up to her waist. Dong Wenrui took shallow breaths, holding back the gasps that wanted to escape. Scenes flashed through her mind. Back when she'd been at the Dinghao complex in Yanhai, she'd asked what to do if she ever encountered something like that again. The cleanup staff had told her, if a normal person runs into one of those things, whatever you do, don't face it head on. Hide if you can. The dirtier the place, the better. Like a village outhouse. Don't be afraid of the filth. As long as you don't drown, just get in. 99% of monsters won't look there, or they'll subconsciously ignore it. Even if they check, there's a high chance they won't see you. Because human waste disrupts magical senses, creates visual interference. At the time, Dong Wenrui had asked, why only 99%? The 749 staff told her that some monsters were born of filth or weren't affected by it, like feral dog-type beasts. The moment she thought about what dogs ate, Dongwon Rue immediately understood. She unlocked her phone and opened the chat with the 749 staff. She'd added it after the Ding Hao complex incident. She thought she'd never need it, just a backup for peace of mind. But now, it looked like she might have stumbled into another one of those situations. Dongwon Rue understood. Out here in the middle of nowhere, pitch black all around. If her grandma really had become a monster, she had no way out but death. No way she could outrun a monster. Better to hide and alert the 749. If it was a monster, it meant her grandma was already gone. If it wasn't, then even better, a happy ending for everyone. But that possibility wasn't worth gambling on. Sister Wang, I think I ran into a monster again. Can you send someone to help me? I'm in Longyang City, Dongshan Village. A few seconds later, the reply came. You hide first. I'll check if there are any investigators nearby. If not, I'll notify the local 749 Bureau team in Longyang to come over. Meanwhile, Yinhai 749 Bureau's dispatch department. A woman tapped on the special operations map and input Dongwon Rue's location. Two glowing red-purple dots were rapidly closing in on Dongshan Village. She clicked them open. Formal investigator, Lu Ding. Formal investigator, by Heman. At that moment, another message came in from Dongwon Rue. Sister Wang, I hear footsteps coming in. I hear my grandma calling me. I don't hear blind Granny's voice. With how slow my grandma walks, there's no way she could have come this far this fast. This message almost directly confirmed. Dongwon Rue's grandmother had already turned into a monster. Don't be afraid. They'll be there any second. Staring at the message on her phone, Dongwon Rue felt a surge of joy. Under the dim light, a hint of relief and hope lit up her face, like someone surviving a catastrophe. She didn't know who they were, but having someone come to save her was enough. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. The voice calling her stopped. A chilling fear crept through Dongwon Rue as she slowly looked up. That once kind face now wore a twisted, bone-chilling smile. The neck twisted at an unnatural angle, the head tilted, and sharp, worn-down fangs poked out from the corners of the mouth. Under the faint glow, the age spots and wrinkles on the old woman's face had multiplied out of nowhere. Rue, Grandma found you. Terror surged from her heart, rising like bile up her throat, when suddenly, boom, the outhouse ceiling was shattered open.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.